Chapter 1, Quiet Volume. The command deck of the Radian measured 15 meters across, crescent-shaped, every contour focused inward on the central pit, where the captain's chair floated a meter above the deck on an articulated carbon spine. Cold blue light from holographic overlays pooled against the brushed metal walls, giving the entire bridge the bleached, Arctic aspect of a surgical theater. Even with 6 people present, there was no wasted movement, no shuffling or idle chatter. Each operator's station stood as an island of angular glass and carbon, surrounded by translucent privacy screens etched with the mission insignia, a lattice of white lines, stylized to suggest both a field grid and a net for catching stars. Navigator Sio's hands hovered in perfect symmetry above her twin interface pads, the cold of the bridge accentuating the fine tremor that was always present in her left pinky. She wore her uniform with a precision that extended to the silver pins, aligning perfectly along her collar, and the black hair forced into a bun so tight it had never once slipped during a zero-G maneuver. The station before her displayed a topographic map of the local quantum lattice, scrolling equations painting and erasing themselves in rapid succession along the left margin. As always, she had set her screens to maximum contrast, favoring the monochrome blue on black that made her calculations feel more rigorous, less speculative. Across from her, Morales, the engineering officer, had unzipped his jumpsuit down to the sternum, exposing the red mesh of his pressure underlayer. His feet hooked under the rungs of the stool, ankles crossed, posture leaning back as if daring the ship to throw him. He worked without speaking, fingertips flicking the holographic dials that orbited the Lattice Drive diagnostic sphere. Unlike the others, he had configured his station to display custom skins, schematics rendered in vintage analog green, and the status readouts set to a font that mimicked the old solder terminal printouts. His hands moved with a syncopated rhythm, skipping unnecessary steps, always one command ahead of the system's predicted input. Life Support Officer Beck manned the environmental console behind the captain. His height forced a slight stoop over the standing desk, shoulders hunching inward as he scanned the constantly shifting life support matrices. The readouts displayed pulses in human shapes, O2 saturation, pressure flux, skin temperature for every compartment, each with a labeled silhouette. Beck ran spot checks on all systems, periodically reaching up to brush the medical caduceus insignia at his chest whenever the numbers hit within 0.2% of baseline. Comms Officer Hale sat nearest the viewport, where a narrow slot of blackness was rendered flat and absolute by the external shields. She carried on a low, ongoing dialogue with the Mendel support ship, her voice barely above a whisper, lips moving faster than her hands. She always wore a headset with a single earpiece wrapped in a neon pink foam cushion, the only violation of uniformity tolerated on the bridge. Her desk was the only one with personal touches, a tiny plastic Lucky Cat glued to the upper corner of the screen, and a pressure-sensitive doodle pad covered in fractal spirals drawn during system downtimes. At the sensor post, Eileen moved through the spectral bands like a machine, her long fingers tapping out silent rhythms against the glass. Her entire face remained impassive, eyes flickering only when the sensor array's color changed in response to a sweep. She did not acknowledge the rest of the crew, except for an occasional glance towards Sio's display, as if double-checking reality against the navigator's math. Overseeing all of them, Captain Mara Varga was a vertical line of tension, her spine never once touching the sculpted support of the command chair. The magnetic anchors in her boots allowed her to stand even in microgravity, the rigid posture accentuating the height difference between her and the others. Her hands rested flat on the armrests, palms down, every tendon held in visible check. Varga had a face built for command, the brow set low and the jaw working even when she was silent. Her eyes, nearly black in the blue light, flickered from console to console in a strict clockwise pattern, logging every micro-interaction. "Status check," Varga said, her voice stripped of all inflection, each syllable as crisp as a break in vacuum. "Navigation green," Sio replied without turning, both hands still suspended over her controls. "Astrometric fix on the target vector, variance holding at 0.0004 degrees. Solution locked. Life support green. All compartments at nominal, pre-flush cycle complete, Beck responded. Engineering ready, Morale said, looking up briefly. Lattice drive at 20% idle. Field ring within spec, containment at full. I'll start the progressive ramp-up at your word. Hale swiveled to face the captain, headset snug against her skull. Communications channel with the Mendel is tight. Flight, awaiting our final confirmation. Sensors, Varga asked. Eileen raised her chin a precise 2 centimeters. Quiet as the grave. Local scan shows zero mass above micro-debris, nothing on the long range. We are alone. Varga nodded once, then depressed the comms stud on her armrest. Mendel, this is Radian actual, ready to proceed with separation on your mark. The bridge went completely still as the acknowledgement returned. The other captain's voice filtered through 2 layers of encryption, rendered as a crisp contralto. Radian Mendel actual. You will go for phase 1. Good luck. Hale's left hand moved, sending a brief, formal salute over the encrypted band. Thank you, Mendel. See you on the other side. On the forward display, the Mendel's outline was visible as a ghostly silhouette against the void, linked to the Radian by a rigid armature no thicker than a pencil. The actual mass transfer had been completed hours before. What remained was pure ceremony, an uncoupling as old as human spaceflight. Morales, disengage umbilical, Varga said. Disengaging, he replied, eyes flicking to the manual overrides. A brief flutter of fingers, and the bridge lights shifted to yellow as the old mechanical clamp powered down. On the display, the umbilical shrank to a thread, then to nothing. A faint shudder ran through the Radian's deck plates as the docking collar released. At the life support console, Beck's lips pressed together, but he said nothing. Umbilical clear, Morales reported. He rolled his wrists, then resumed input at a fraction of his previous speed. Set drift vector, Varga said. Sio's fingers danced in parallel, one hand mapping a smooth arc across the local volume, the other entering the correction values. The deck remained steady as the Radian's cold gas thrusters imparted a gentle push. A soft chime sounded as the ship's attitude aligned to the preset jump vector. All stations, final checks, Varga intoned. She rotated in her chair, making eye contact with each officer in sequence. On my mark, we begin transit protocol. The next 60 seconds unfolded with algorithmic regularity. Morales ratcheted up the Lattice Drive's field generator in 10% increments, reporting each one in a flat metronomic cadence. Field at 30, 40, 50, ring stable, no excess bleed. At life support, Beck synchronized the internal gravity dampeners with the drive field, his console emitting a continuous, low-frequency hum that seemed to vibrate the air itself. Hale's attention flicked between the comms link and the internal ship bands, relaying periodic confirmation to the Mendel. Every few seconds, she toggled a side channel, lips quirking in brief, unguarded moments of humor before resuming protocol speech. Eileen remained motionless at her post, her left hand periodically making notations in a log file that scrolled continuously at the bottom of her screen. Her gaze tracked the sensor array's color shifts, but nothing else in her posture changed. Sio's breathing slowed. The cursor marking their projected end point pulsed once per second, the brightness modulating with each cycle as she dialed in final error correction. Varga stood and released the boots from their anchors, floating weightless for a moment before nudging herself to the edge of the command pit. Prepare for separation, she said. Morales tapped a final command. The Radian's guidance system disengaged from the Mendel, their last physical tether now entirely gone. Outside, the support ship dwindled to a grey fleck against the infinite mat of the volume. The only movement in the viewports was the slow procession of stars, cold and unchanged. Separation complete, Varga announced. She looked down the line of her crew, each one locked in anticipation but outwardly composed. Her hand tightened on the comms stud. Prepare for transit protocol. The final preparations accumulated in silence, the bridge vacuum-sealed against any hint of anticipation. From the viewport, the Mendel's hull had already dwindled to a single pixel of synthetic grey, left behind with the ceremonial excess fuel burn. The only evidence of movement was the steady, invisible crawl toward the jump point. In the suspended time between commands, the crew defaulted to ritual, double-checking latches, reviewing local backups, synchronizing the mission clock to the picosecond. At the center, Varga's posture remained suspended between motion and stillness, her left hand poised above the safety shield on the command interface. "All stations, report readiness for transit," she said. "Navigation ready," Sio replied, voice a shade slower than usual. "Life support ready." "Engineering at threshold," Morale said. "Containment ring primed, all interlocks green." "Comms go. Mendel is copying everything, tight band only. No external bleed," Hale responded. "Sensors clear." Eileen's response arrived last, but without delay. "Final confirmation," Varga said. "Execute on my mark." There was no count. The order arrived as a glottal stop in the flow of protocol. "Mark." Morale's right index finger dropped, releasing the Lattice Drive sequence. For the first 200 milliseconds, nothing happened. No perceptible change to the ship's movement, no warning hum or tremor in the deck plates. Then the containment field powered up. Its resonance vibrated through the frame in a harmonic ripple that could be felt in the sternum more than heard. The blue overlays on every console flickered, momentarily losing sync with the local lighting before stabilizing. Morale's hands braced against the lip of the console. The exposed muscles in his forearms stood out in sharp relief. The forward viewport distorted, the pinpoint stars dragging into thin lines that did not quite converge at the vanishing point. Beck gripped the edge of the environmental panel, the pulse in his neck visible even in the subdued light. At the comms station, Hale's breathing halted. She tracked the jump sequence with an unwavering stare at her screen, headset pressed tight to her ear. For Sio, the transition registered as a shimmer in the corner of her vision. Data overlays fracturing and then realigning, the monochrome numbers momentarily replaced by a static pattern that didn't belong to the display. Her left hand twitched, the tremor amplified, then stilled. The instant of displacement lasted less than a second. There was no sound, no color, only the negative space of the jump, a blank so total it seemed to pull everything forward. On the far side, reality resumed in a new configuration. The view snapped back. Starfields subtly altered, positions shifted, distant objects either absent or replaced by unfamiliar constellations. The crew held their stations. Morales ran a silent diagnostic, confirming hull integrity, then exhaled audibly. Drive disengaged. Containment nominal. No structural loss. "Environmental is green," Beck said, already patching in to check the personal monitors for every occupied space on the ship. Sio recalibrated her navigation array, matching the new star positions to the target solution. She allowed herself a 2-second pause, blinking rapidly, then rechecked the numbers. Phase transition complete. Navigational fix achieved. Error margin better than projected. Varga nodded once, the motion so small it could have been a tick. At the comms post, Hale made the first non-regulation move since launch. She leaned beneath her console and produced a slim black flask, uncapping it with a deft twist. The contents, when poured into the 6 aluminum cups, fizzed with a faint metallic hiss. "Permission to acknowledge successful jump," she said, raising her cup. Varga considered the request, then relented with a half gesture. "Proceed." Hale distributed the cups down the line, passing them hand to hand, until each crew member held their measure of contraband. The liquid sparkled in the bridge lights, blue overlaid with gold. "To history," Hale said, then shot her portion in one practiced move. Beck sipped, then set the cup aside. Eileen drank without ceremony, replacing the empty precisely on the edge of her console. Morales grinned, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and returned instantly to the diagnostic scroll. Sio watched the bubbles rise, counted to 5, then drank. Varga raised her own, but instead of drinking, placed it on the armrest and tapped the intercom. Mendel, this is Radian actual, transit complete, awaiting your status. A full 5 seconds passed before the reply arrived. The delay filled with the bridge's recaptured silence. Radian, Mendel actual, copy your transit, confirming with telemetry. Congratulations on a clean jump. The captain's mouth set in its usual line, betraying nothing. She looked over her crew in turn, each one busy with their own small calibrations, the first edge of the aftershock already fadding. Reset for second jump, Varga said. No one protested. On the bridge of the Radian, even victory was procedural. Chapter 2, First Burn. Sio returned her cup to the console's edge, then hovered her hands above the twin navigation pads. The monochrome blue-on-black display responded instantly, star maps blooming in crisp relief, constellation overlays flashing with the new input. She began the reconciliation with a quiet urgency, scrolling through comparative datasets, the left pinky's tremor now amplified by the need to type at speed. Data streamed down the left margin, error margins recalculating in real time. She made no comment, only a minute tilt of the head as the system pinged a mismatch in the reference beacons. Morales, catching the hesitation, rolled his stool to hover near her station. Something fun, he asked, the voice casual, but his gaze already locked on the diagnostic readout. Sio did not answer, not yet. She ran the sequence again, then a third time, the error margin now stabilized, but still outside the predicted range. Her jaw worked once. Initial fix is out by .002, she said at last, voice steady. Morales leaned in, compared the numbers, then offered a reassuring scoff. You just made history, Lynn. The rest is decimal dust. He patted her chair's shoulder and slid away. Varga, from her vantage, took it all in. Her eyes circled the bridge, noting the tension gone from Beck's stance, the quiescent lines in Eileen's profile, the renewed focus in Hale as she relayed telemetry to the support ship. When her gaze passed over Sio, it lingered just a fraction longer. The viewport's field remained fixed on the new sky. The pattern of distant suns had changed, minutely, but enough that anyone who had memorized the original would feel it immediately, as if a familiar room had been painted overnight. Eileen adjusted the sensor sweep, logging the new spectral signatures with clinical speed. The celebration, if it could be called that, dissolved within 2 minutes. The bridge hummed with a new energy, not relaxation exactly, but the confidence of a crew that had crossed a Rubicon and not perished on the far bank. Sio's fingers blurred across the controls, compiling the initial jump error into a full report for the captain. Each completed operation was checked and rechecked, the blue overlays flickering across her impassive face. The air smelled faintly of fizz and metal. Hale, resetting her console, smiled once more before returning to the muted comms stream. Morales spun his chair idly while watching the Lattice Drive status, his earlier bravado now replaced by a meticulous audit of the engine's logs. Beck toggled between life support and medical overlays, his motions slower, more assured, as if some deep tension had finally released its grip. Captain Varga waited. She never rushed this part, the assimilation of the new, the full accounting before the next order. Sio completed her reconciliation, the error margin now pinned at 0.0019 and holding. She looked up, caught Varga's eye and nodded once. The captain returned it, then keyed the intercom. Mendel, this is Radian actual. We have achieved stable post-jump conditions. Standing by for next directive. Hale relayed the message, then muted the channel. Her eyes flickered toward the flask, now floating gently against a panel edge, then to the captain. She grinned, retrieved the flask, and stowed it with a magician's flourish. For a while, the bridge was quiet, except for the barely there ticking of the environmental systems and the endless, comforting whir of the ship's processors. The blue light seemed less cold, the shadows less deep. Sio resumed her work, hands steady except for the left pinky's tick. The next phase of calculations blossomed across her screens, and the familiar starlight from the viewport refracted in her gaze. If there was apprehension, it did not show. Only the dedication of someone who had prepared her entire life for the work now unfolding in front of her, decimal by decimal. Varga closed her eyes for 2 slow seconds. When she opened them, the bridge was already returning to ritual, every person exactly where they should be. The first jump was over. The universe, subtly different, waited for the next. The next 10 minutes on the bridge unspooled with algorithmic monotony. At first, the only sounds were the whispers of ventilation, the soft pings of system checks, and the liquid burble of Beck's last sipped bubbles. But beneath it, a new frequency began to thrum, as if the Radian's hull had developed a pulse of its own. At the navigation station, Sio leaned closer to her primary, dark irises flickering between lines of monochrome data. The left pinky spasmed against the console, tapping out a tiny, arrhythmic code as her right hand pulled up the catalog crosscheck for the region. She swept the local sky with an automated scan, expecting to see PSR 1931-14's signature spike at the far edge of the sector. She saw nothing. For 3 seconds, her face did not move. Then she forced a scan refresh, this time dropping the error tolerance to 0, the search for the pulsar rendered in stark blue pulses. The result? Null. The system returned a flatline as if the pulsar had never existed. Sio blinked twice, the only admission of surprise, and isolated the starfield overlay. The display yielded a perfect circle of the expected coordinates, but the region at the center was dark. She checked the data path. The array was live, all sensors green, external factors within range. No instrumental fault, unless it was one that struck only this one patch of the universe, and only now. Morales noticed the prolonged focus, or perhaps the change in her breathing. Issue, Nav. His eyes never left his own console, but the words carried a practiced indifference. Sio's answer was almost a whisper. Pulsar 1931-14 is gone. She ran the check again, then looked up, her gaze narrowed. Morales scoffed, not unkindly. They've been known to glitch. Reference clock could have slipped, or one of the beacon relays dropped out during transition. He tapped at his own station, the display rendered in the vintage green skin he preferred, a cluster of diagnostic lines overlapping in an aesthetic chaos. It's not the clock. Sio's tone was clipped, precise. The beacon relays are showing sync with Earth standard to 6 nines. Then maybe the Mendel's lagging, and we're catching the echo, Morales countered, the confidence in his voice unshaken. I'm running off local sensors. Sio opened the channel to all of Bridge Audio, her report now public record. Pulsar is absent from the sweep. It should be the second brightest object in the local field. It's not there. Across the bridge, Beck froze his hand mid-cycle as he watched the life support overlays. For the first time since launch, his eyes did not drift to the medical logs, but held on the navigation feed. The display flickered once, a brief artifact, then settled back to normal. Environmental is still reading nominal, Beck said, as if reassuring himself. Eileen made a notation at her station, fingers moving in a blur. She cross-referenced the sensor bands, then ran an independent scan. The color shift on her console toggled between 3 spectra, each one confirming the absence. Confirmed, Eileen said, barely audible. Pulsar 1931-14 is not present in the local sky. All other objects in the reference set are present within error margin. Varga's hands tightened on the armrest. She did not speak. Hale's voice entered softer. Mendel is reporting full match on their expected starfield, but they're reading us as exactly where we should be. No drift. She hesitated, then added, they're not seeing the absence on their end. Morales ran a test, his hands loose but the jaw set. The engineering station filled with diagnostic output, lines of green text spilling across the display, every system parameter replayed in a frenetic staccato. All drive logs are nominal, he said, louder than necessary. Transition went clean. No unexpected power spikes, no containment faults, nothing. Sio did not look at him. She ran the scan a third time, this time using the backup nav suite. The result was the same. The patch of sky was an empty well, unlit by the missing beacon. She drew a breath, then spoke directly to the captain. Request permission to run a deep field calibration sweep. Varga nodded, a barely perceptible motion. Granted. As the calibration loaded, Beck's fingers hovered over the environmental display, rolling a stylus between thumb and forefinger. Even if it's gone, that shouldn't affect us. Maybe it's just a bad coincidence. The words floated, unconvincing. Eileen's eyes darted to Beck, then back to her own screen. She watched the live sensor output, waiting for the jump in variance that might betray an instrument fault. Nothing appeared. The bridge lighting seemed to pulse, or maybe it was just the effect of every head tracking the unfolding scene with animal intensity. Outside, the starfield glittered in mock innocence. Sio initiated the scan. The overlays projected concentric shells of the galaxy, each one crosshatched with real-time readings. The first shell passed, then the next. At the outer edge, the K81 cluster's position resolved, and something pinged as anomalous. There was a star there, brighter than it should be, in a place where no records predicted any luminary. Sio expanded the overlay, then zoomed to maximum. There, on the edge of the cluster, a point source burned that did not exist in any of the ship's archived charts. New anomaly, Sio announced, voice flat. Uncatalogued star in K81, no previous record. Morales leaned over, squinting at the nav station. That's a processing artifact. The jump could have ionized the forward array, or... It persists across all bands, Eileen interjected. Visible, infrared, even low UV. It's real. Beck put down his stylus. The cup from the celebration now drifted, untethered, above the life support panel. He watched it float for a moment, then reached out, caught it, and set it gently on the magnetic strip. So what does it mean? No one answered. Morales pushed back from his console, hard enough to float clear of his station. I'm running a full diagnostic on the sensor backbone, he said. His voice was still confident, but the edge was gone. There has to be a fault. Hale's hands fluttered at her console, the headset bobbing as she tried to harmonize incoming data from the Mendel with their own. She turned in her chair, this time making eye contact with the captain. Mendel says their reference beacons are stable. No anomalies. They're asking if we want to abort and return to them. Varga's silence grew heavier. Sio sat perfectly still. She had stopped tapping, her hands folded over her lap, eyes fixed on the anomaly at the edge of K81. For a minute no one moved. The blue light, the silent starfield, the floating debris from the celebration, it all seemed staged, a set piece awaiting direction. Finally, Varga spoke. Hold position. Continue calibration. Nobody jumps until we have answers. Morales grunted, but did not object. He dove into his diagnostics, fingers a blur on the green-lit keys. Eileen logged the variance, then began a series of independent spectral sweeps. She said nothing, but every line of her posture radiated focus. Beck returned to his overlays, but his eyes kept drifting back to the navigation screen, then to the cup, then to the captain. Hale toggled between comms with the Mendel and the internal bridge band, documenting every oddity, every possible explanation. The words possible sensor misalignment appeared, then were quickly erased. Sio, her momentary relief gone, resumed her work with an even tighter focus, the left pinky now still as the grave. Outside, the uncatalogued star at the edge of the K81 cluster shone, with steady, indifferent light. The Perseus calibration field was the kind of tool no one expected to use outside a controlled test chamber, let alone the live deck of a first-in-history FTL ship. Its manual took up 2 full tabs in the nav suite, with an animated warning at the top. Do not run while in motion. CO read the warning, dismissed it, and initiated the sequence anyway. On the bridge, the shift was immediate. The blue light drained to a dim twilight as the sensor sweep cannibalized non-critical power. For the next 10 minutes, all processors not required for basic life or drive containment were slave to the nav and sensor arrays. The result was a silence thick enough to drown even the usual keyboard taps. CO's hands moved in quick, ruthless strokes, cutting away at submenus, bypassing confirmations. The first step was to cross-check every subspace reference beacon in the catalogue. The nearest 100 checked out. The next 1,000 began to show noise, not random but sorted, distance correlated directly to the deviation. The farther the reference point, the higher the variance. Morale's arms folded and floating a few centimeters from his chair, watched her work. You're still just seeing the light delay, he said. If the drive warped the reference baseline, it's just a math error. System will catch up when you let it process. She didn't answer. Her jaw worked as she shunted all available bandwidth to the secondary sensor suite. Beck was watching, silent. Even Hale's chair had gone down to nothing but the occasional status ping. The rerouted sweeps rolled out, covering every band the ship could detect. The displays, now rendered in ghostly shades, showed a starlit tunnel warping around the ship's expected position. Every time a sweep lapped the vessel, the error grew. What had been a decimal point discrepancy at 10 light-years out became a full percent by the time the scan reached the galactic rim. Eileen was logging the raw output, her hands a blur. Variance is monotonic, she said, not random. Morales pushed off, landed at his console, and loaded up the drive's internal event recorder. He scrolled through the jump logs, lips moving as he skimmed. Containment held through the full jump. Nothing got past quarantine, unless we picked up a cosmic ray hit in the timing array. Timing is validated against the Mendel's beacon, CO said finally. Confirmed to 6 nines before the jump. Post-jump, the agreement falls off after the first 100 light seconds. The farther you look, the less the universe matches our chart. She leaned in, voice just above a whisper, and said, It's not the sensors, and it's not us. Varga's face was unreadable. She hovered over the command pit, hands gripping the armrests. Could the Mendel have stayed in one reality and us in another? CO ran another calibration, this time flipping to the quantum anchor beacons seeded by the Directorate years before. Their signals, meant to be immutable, came back wrong, slightly off in signature, as if the same beacons had been built by a different team or at a different time. No, said CO. We are where we should be. It's the rest of it that doesn't add up. Morales didn't respond, just glared at his diagnostics, rerunning them in smaller and smaller increments. Beck drew in a breath, then said, So the farther out we look, the more this universe disagrees with ours. Local is consistent to the nav suite's error margin, Eileen said. Everything past 50 light-years is subject to increasing deviation. The new star in K81 is just the beginning. Hale relayed the data to the Mendel, then swiveled to face Varga. They're suggesting a hard reboot. Bring all systems down, cold restart, see if that resets the nav. They don't believe what we're sending. CO looked at her hands. A reboot won't fix the universe. On the forward screen, the stars burned with steady indifference. The uncatalogued star in K81 pulsed a fraction brighter than before, the only signal in the void that felt like it was watching back. Varga looked at each station in turn. No one had anything more to say. The bridge lighting, still at half, cast long, cold shadows behind every crew member. The celebration was ancient history. The only certainty was the unreconciled universe outside. On the navigation display, the error graph continued to climb. Each new data point a confirmation that the crew of the Radian was further from home than anyone had ever been. Chapter 3, Bad Sky. Siu Station stood at the bridge's forward arc. positioned to take in both the main viewport and the columns of monochrome blue scrolling down her displays. She did not look up, not even when Morale's chair squealed as he drifted over to observe her navigation screens. Her left pinky, always the first to register stress, tapped out a stuttering sequence on the input pad as she dug through the cross-referenced star catalogues. The error margin refused to settle. Local references, proximal to the Radian's coordinates, remained perfect to the last decimal, but the farther out she pushed her scan, the less the universe matched her expectations. She repeated the sweep, once with the default tolerance, then again with the error band set to maximum discrimination. Each time, the variance graph climbed at the same rate, as if the deviation was encoded in the fabric of the new sky. Morale's arms were folded, but his feet were anchored to the rung below Sio's chair, the move both possessive and impatient. He watched her hands, but never the readouts, eyes flickering only when a new window or error code flashed on her display. "You're burning a lot of cycles on this, Nav," he said, after the third full sweep. "Unless you think there's a real engine artifact, it's probably just a handshake issue with the sensor backbone." Sio ignored him. The missing pulsar was not a handshake error. Even a degraded array would show a ghost signal, a remnant. But PSR 193114 was a hole in space, a silence where the baseline said there should be a drumbeat. "Running the deep field again," Sio said. Her voice was even, but the tremor in her finger had migrated to the rest of her hand, making her touch deliberate and slow. She logged the anomaly and cued a full-spectrum sweep. The monochrome display cycled through blues so dark they seemed to pull the light out of the air. Morales snorted. "We spent a decade prepping these charts. You think every team on Earth missed an entire beacon? It's a transient or a comms echo." Sio completed the sweep, then opened the secondary nav suite. She loaded the Perseus calibration field, a tool reserved for post-catastrophe reconstructions, not real-time troubleshooting. A warning flashed. "Excessive power drain. NONSDANDARD use." She muted it and pushed the sequence forward. The bridge lighting dipped, the hue shifting from Arctic blue to something closer to slate. Power rerouted to the nav processors, and for a few moments, even the soft background hum of life support went silent. Morales shifted his weight, hands clenching the edge of Sio's station. "You're running a live calibration." She said nothing, letting the data build. The Perseus field cross-checked every known reference beacon within 300 light-years, cycling at triple the usual polling rate. The output arrayed in tight columns, each line showing a match or a deviation. It took less than 30 seconds for the display to go negative with error alerts. Varga's chair faced away, but at the shift in bridge lighting, she rotated. "Report," she said, voice already carrying a threat. Sio lifted her hand, index finger resting on the output display. Progressive deviation in all long-range beacons. The further from local, the higher the error. Varga drifted from the command pit to Sio's station, her boots barely touching the deck. She rested one palm flat on the console, anchoring herself beside Morales. Her gaze flicked between the two. "Explain," Varga said. Sio unmuted her internal log and spoke quietly, letting the bridge recorder pick up her words for the official transcript. "Navigation matches to within spec for local objects. For distant beacons, the variance increases exponentially. The farthest reference points have up to 2% deviation in their calculated positions." She highlighted the relevant sections on the display. "Catalog beacons are where they are supposed to be, except for the ones that don't exist in this field. Or the new ones that do." Morale's jaw flexed. "Impossible. The sensors must be misreporting, or the jump scrambled the nav array." Sio rotated the nav display, pulling up the quantum anchor beacons. She gestured at the outputs with the side of her hand, the motion sparing and precise. "These are based on entanglement pairs, cross-validated with every directorate nav station. Their variance is locked in by quantum signature. If the array was damaged, we'd see random dropouts, not a progressive error." Varga looked at Morales, who was staring at the negative columns with open disbelief. Any engineering reason for this? She asked, voice flat. He shook his head, but not quite a no. If the lattice drive glitched, maybe we got a time slip, post-jump inertia maybe, but not an entire shift in the star catalogue. Could a second jump correct it? Varga asked. Morales didn't answer. At the comms station, Hale had gone quiet. Her headset, pink foam vibrant in the now muted lighting, was jammed tight against her ear, her lips barely moving. She toggled the bridge intercom and spoke in a low voice, breaking the silence. Receiving Mendel, but there's a lag. Their clock's not matching our protocol. I'm getting non-standard timestamp headers on all comms. Varga turned, eyebrows lowered. Explain. Hale brought up the live feed, patching the captain's chair directly. Mendel's comms are relaying as usual, but their timestamps use a format I've never seen. Has to be a protocol drift, but the content matches what we'd expect. Even their routine handshakes are off. She tapped the doodle pad at her side, the action unconsciously repetitive. They're not reporting any anomaly on their end. As far as they know, we made the jump clean. Morales opened his mouth, then closed it. Sio watched him, reading the tension in his neck, the way his hand hovered over her station's controls. Beck, on the back deck, ran a diagnostic on the life support overlay, but his gaze remained on the navigation feed. His face was set in a neutral line, betraying nothing, but his hands were perfectly still, a contrast to his usual fidget. Eileen ran a series of independent sweeps, methodically cycling through sensor bands with no wasted movement. After the third cycle, she spoke. All external sensors confirm the nav anomaly. There is no instrument error. Variance is not random, it's systemic. On the display, the absence of the familiar pulsar was now joined by several smaller discrepancies. A star cluster in K81 with an extra member, a binary system that was now a triplet, distant nebulae appearing in different locations. Each error catalogued in bloodless, geometric blue. Sio sat back, her hands folded over her knees. The tremor in her pinky slowed, then stopped. Varga surveyed the bridge. Her posture was absolute, arms braced against the edge of the station. Are we in the wrong universe? She asked, the words neither a joke nor a hypothesis. For a long moment, no one answered. Morales finally spoke, the bravado gone. Maybe, or the right one just at the wrong layer. The words hung in the still air. Hale, voice subdued, spoke again. Mendel is requesting an update. They're suggesting we return to their coordinates for rendezvous. Varga looked to Sio, who nodded once. If we plot the return using only local references, I can bring us back to their position with zero drift. But if we use the distant markers, the longer we travel, the worse the navigation gets. It's as if the universe is stretched. Beck looked up, his eyes on Varga. So if we're lost, it's not just distance, it's reality. No one laughed. The blue light gave every face a hard, clean edge, even as the crew looked to the captain for confirmation that this was still, somehow, a solvable problem. Varga didn't provide it. Instead, she pushed off from the console, gliding back to the command pit, every line of her motion controlled and final. Prepare for return burn, she said. On the display, the error graph continued its climb. The numbers locked in, impossible to ignore. Varga remained motionless in the command pit for exactly 5 seconds after giving the order. She let the pause radiate through the bridge, pressing every crew member into the tense certainty that only movement would break the hold. Then, in a voice trimmed of all excess, she spoke. Navigator. Vectors for return, local references only. Disregard deep field. Engineering, configure for minimum phase transfer. Sensors, continuous sweep. Life support, reroute non-essentials to drive. The entire bridge came alive. Sio's fingers ran a parallel, double-time sequence across the interface. She killed every automatic star chart, building her vectors using only the tightest, most local references, proximity objects she could verify within seconds of light travel. Her hands were steady, but the left pinky quivered at the edge of each keystroke, a silent metronome ticking off the difference between confidence and fear. Morales unlocked his chair and drifted to the Lattice Drive panel. He checked the diagnostic sphere's glow, then flicked his eyes to the custom green readout, confirming the phase calibrator was still cold. His movements were faster than before, stripped of any showmanship, all flourish gone. He keyed in the ramp sequence and ran a silent count, mouthing the numbers. Alien cycled the sensor array in 2-second bursts, the only operator using both hands at once. Her eyes never moved from the spectral overlays, and she made notations with her left while the right punched in new frequencies. The sensor suite's display rotated through color-shifted patterns, each a fingerprint of local reality. Beck turned to his station, hands hovering above the life support tree. He ran a rapid assessment, then toggled the override to kill non-essential circulation, the result audible in the sudden stillness of the air. He checked the new status, confirming that the remaining systems ran at full. The caduceus badge on his chest glinted, a single spot of gold against the wash of blue. Hale's earpiece was pressed flush against her ear, the other hand steadying a penlight she used to follow the comms readout as the data scrolled. She no longer bothered to hide the concern on her face, though her voice, when she relayed the captain's order to the Mendel, remained calm, almost bored. Varga keyed her own panel, then released the boots from the anchors. She hovered at eye level with the bridge, making a slow, measured rotation to scan the crew. Status. CO's response was first, stripped to the essentials. Vector plotted. Error margin .0003. Solution locked. Morales, drive green. Containment at 100. No lag in the ring. Alien, sensors clear. No variance outside of prior anomaly. Local environment is stable. Beck, environmental nominal. Life support at 80%. All secondary systems off. Hale, comms with Mendel locked. No new updates. No unanticipated transmissions in any band. Varga nodded, then toggled the all-ship alert to a single chime. Prepare for burn. Execute on my mark. No one reached for seatbelts. The only restraint was habit and the expectation that anything else was extraneous. Morales' hands hovered over the final control, wrists tensed. Varga watched the chrono. At the exact mark, she spoke. Go. Morales hit the switch. The deck plates vibrated with a frequency too low to be heard, but high enough to set every tooth on edge. The Lattice Drive's containment field ramped up, the blue of the bridge light spiking, then washing out everything else. For a brief instant, the view through the forward screen split. The distant stars sheared into parallel lines, then smeared sideways, as if pulled by invisible hooks. Beck's face tightened, every muscle at the jaw rigid. CO gripped the console with both hands, staring unblinking as the nav display's overlay cycled through 100 iterations of their vector in the time it took to blink. Morales' knuckles went white, but his hands held the controls in a gentle, practiced grip. Alien's eyes tracked the data, her lips parting for the first time as she saw the spectral signature triple, then collapse. Hale closed both eyes, held her breath, then exhaled slowly. Her earpiece registered a burst of static, then a sharp return to silence. The jump was instantaneous, but the aftershock stretched time in a way that left the crew suspended in the moment. For half a second, the world was a negative, soundless, colorless sensation reduced to pressure and heat. Then everything snapped back. The stars reappeared, different but ordered. The blue light on the bridge dimmed to its previous state. The hum of environmental systems returned brittle against the silence that followed. CO checked her display, then looked to Varga. Arrived at calculated coordinates, error margin within expectation. Morales ran the drive diagnostic, then released the control with a slow exhale. Containment nominal, no power loss. Alien, external sensors confirm local references, no immediate anomalies. Beck, environmental holding, no deviation. Hale, comms, she stopped. The earpiece pulsed once, then went dead. She tapped it, then tried the backup. No return from Mendel, no signal in any band. The bridge settled. each member checking and rechecking their stations. Varga, still hovering in the center, spoke quietly. Visual. On the forward display, the viewport cycled through the local field. The expected marker for the Mendel shimmered on the screen. It was there, exactly where it should be. But the hull looked wrong. Magnify, Varga said. The display zoomed, revealing the outline of a vessel. The shape matched, but the surface showed differences. A misaligned docking collar, antenna arrays positioned at new angles, a hull blister where no such structure existed in the memory of any crew member. CEO's voice was the first to cut through the tension. The configuration is inconsistent with our records. Morale stared, unblinking. No way. Hale tried the comms again. Still nothing. Varga studied the image. Then, as if the matter were resolved, she spoke. All hands maintain positions. No one moves until we have full sensor lock. Life support, keep all non-essential systems down. She paused, then spoke more softly, just for the bridge. We need to be sure. The ship floated, silent and waiting. The false Mendel hovered exactly where the original should have been, its orientation perfect, every navigation beacon locked to the Radian's new position. But the hull didn't match. The discrepancy wasn't gross. No missing modules or reversed colors. Instead, the differences were the kind that would never show up on a pre-flight schematic, but stood out to anyone who had lived for months staring at the support vessel's silhouette. Eileen was the first to enumerate them. Docking collar is misaligned by 2 degrees from blueprint. Hull blister on port side, not on any official record. Antenna arrays set to a different spread. Her voice remained smooth, almost bored, as she called out the deviations. CEO checked the coordinates again. We are within 10 meters of the planned rendezvous. The vessel's position and vector are precisely as expected. Morales floated to the viewport, staring at the ship. If they built a twin, why not match it exactly? Beck watched the readout, hands folded over his lap, as if holding something together by force of will alone. Hale spent 2 minutes cycling through comms protocols before speaking. Attempted handshake on all mission bands, no response to standard greeting, trying the fallback authentication now. The only sound was the soft shush of the life support, still running at minimal. Then the comms channel popped open. The sound was right, a slight carrier hiss, the digital fingerprint of the Mendel systems, but the voice was wrong. Radian, this is Mendel command. Please identify and state reason for unscheduled contact. The voice belonged to a person, but not to anyone on the manifest. Hale hesitated. That's not Captain Hossin, she said, then toggled the reply. Mendel, this is Radian Actual. Captain Varga transmitting. We are at scheduled coordinates for routine transfer. Please confirm identity and readiness. The reply came, after a lag of 1.2 seconds. Captain Varga, records indicate no Radian vessel currently deployed in this volume. Please clarify mission origin. Morales shook his head. No way, this isn't just a call sign swap. They don't even know we exist. Eileen ran another sweep, overlaying the Mendel's M signature on the memory from pre-jump. Signature matches to 96.7%. Residual difference consistent with fabrication variance or extended hull age. Varga spoke for the first time since the ship appeared. Comms, request visual confirmation. Use standard authentication protocol. Do not transmit technical logs. Hale did, sending the authentication handshake, then waited. The response was prompt, a video feed of the Mendel's bridge. The arrangement was correct, down to the arc of the command stations. But the faces were wrong. There was a captain in the chair, but her features didn't match any on record. Even the color of the mission patch was a shade off. Hale muted her channel, eyes wide for the first time since launch. They're wearing the wrong uniforms, she said, and the patch is different. Varga moved closer, her expression still a blank mask. Show the bridge, full display. The video filled the forward viewport. There were 6 people on the Mendel's bridge, all standing at their stations, every posture too deliberate, too staged. The captain on the other side was taller, with hair cropped tight against her skull, and her voice carried the same clipped rhythm as Varga's. Radian, you are ordered to stand off at a minimum range of 5 kilometers. Failure to comply will be treated as hostile action. Morales muttered, "What are they going to do? Glare at us?" Beck's hands, still locked together, trembled slightly. Sio checked the nav solution again, then spoke, voice flat. "If we attempt another jump, there is no guarantee we will not see the same error repeated or amplified." Eileen's report was relentless. All data consistent with a parallel development pathway. Hull differences are within the range of design deviation over time. Hale unmuted the channel, tone steady but thin at the edges. "Mendel, this is Radian. We are a directorate vessel following mission parameters as filed. Please advise." The video feed showed the other captain lean forward, eyes hard. "Radian, this is your final warning. Stand off or we will activate defensive systems." Varga watched the screen, face impassive. "Cut the feed," she said softly. Then louder, "Sensors full sweep. Comms record everything. Life support maintain at current levels. No movement until we understand their intent." No one argued. The bridge, bathed again in the blue glow, seemed to shrink around them. Hale glanced at Varga. "Should I try for another channel? Maybe a private line?" Varga shook her head, then finally spoke into the silence. "They're not us, not quite." Sio adjusted her screens, pulling up a side-by-side comparison of the ships. The overlays showed the differences in bold color. The percent deviation, which had seemed trivial, was now an abyss. Morales drifted, silent, to his station. Beck reset the environmental controls, running his fingers over the badge at his chest. Eileen logged every new spectral echo, her hands still and precise. On the comms, the Mendel's voice returned, this time with an edge. "Radian, authentication code not valid. Identify now." Hale looked to Varga, who nodded once. "Do it." She transmitted the full code, including the last-ditch emergency handshake reserved for existential threats. The reply was almost immediate. "Code received. Identity not verified. Stand off." The channel went dead. For a minute, there was no sound at all. Varga looked at each of her crew, then spoke. "Whatever that is, it's not our support vessel." Outside, the wrong Mendel floated in the dark, exactly where it should be, but not home. Chapter 4, Empty Rendezvous. This time, there was no flask. The bridge, barely recovered from its last brush with the uncanny, settled into the rhythm of preparation for a second jump. The transition from analysis to action was noiseless, almost antiseptic. No bravado, no commemorative gesture, just the dry click of gloves against touchscreens and the almost imperceptible tightening of jawlines. Captain Varga reviewed the new checklist without once glancing at the viewports or the crew. Her focus was directed inward, as if she were reciting catechism, and the text alone might keep them in this world. Morales manned the engineering station with an air of forced casualness, but the tell was obvious. He tracked the Lattice Drive's power curve with an attention so absolute he didn't bother with the usual offhand remarks. When he touched the control sphere, it was with a measured, reverent care, the way a technician might handle a patient in surgical triage. Sio's navigation station looked unchanged, but her posture had gone from taut to wire-thin. She had turned off all but the most necessary overlays, reducing the display to a single, nerveless line. A dot for their current position, a dot for the return, and the thinnest possible line connecting the two. Her hands never rested on the desk. Instead, she hovered them a millimeter above the input pads, left pinky flickering in a new staccato. At intervals, she ran a thumb along the base of the pinky, as if testing whether the tremor would ever stop. It never did. At comms, Hale had ditched the doodle pad and clung to the headset as if it were the only thing keeping her from being ejected through the hull. She kept the channel open, but on mute, listening for anything, any artifact. that might indicate the Mendel had noticed something before they did. Her lips were pressed together, colorless, the usual wit drained out and replaced with the focus of a marathon runner seconds before the starter's pistol. Alien never so much as blinked. Her sensor console showed a slow crawl through every M band, her eyes locked to the readouts, body held perfectly still except for her left hand, which now gripped the edge of the console tight enough to blanch the knuckles. She had taped a strip of medical adhesive across the palm to keep the skin from splitting open where she'd torn it in the last set of sweeps. Beck manned the environmental console in silence, his hands steady, but the pulse at his temple counted out the seconds with more honesty than any chronometer. He ran checks on every system, CO2 levels, O2 purity, trace organics, then reset the logs and did it again. His final act before the jump was to tuck both hands under his thighs, pinning them in place. The lighting on the bridge seemed to lower itself in response to the change in mood. The blue now felt less like nightlight and more like the glow of a monitor in an isolation ward, exaggerated by the total absence of sound. Varga finished her checklist and keyed the all-bridge channel. Final status. CO, vector set, solution is as clean as it gets. Her voice was flat, as if rehearsed. Morales, lattice drive ramping, no deviation on the ring. Containment at 100 holding. Hail, comms locked to the Mendel. Secondary and tertiary channels live. No deviation in the handshake, but the relay lag is up 0.2. Alien, sensors show nothing within 100 AU. Zero mass, zero velocity. Environmental M noise is baseline, nothing moving out there. Beck, all medical and life support nominal. Crew telemetry is within 1 sigma of expected. Varga allowed a fraction of a pause then. Execute. CEO's hand moved, initiating the jump sequence. The moment before transition felt like the top of a roller coaster. Every system at the threshold of action, every person wound so tight that the air vibrated with their restraint. Then the lattice drive activated. This time, the universe did not hesitate with the elegant pause of before. It resisted. The deck flexed, the sound coming up through the bones and teeth first. A grinding frequency, felt more than heard, like a dentist's drill hitting the nerve. A cold shock passed through the cabin, and every mouth filled instantly with the taste of metal, as if their teeth had been replaced with mercury. The viewports flickered, showing not the lovely sweep of motion-blurred stars, but a rippling wall of what might have been fractured glass or interleaved layers of grey light. The usual transition took milliseconds. This one dragged. A pressure wave hit, not against the hull but inside the bodies of the crew. Every major joint sang with sudden, incandescent ache, as if tendons were being stretched from the inside. For 3 seconds, the world went pure negative. Whiteout in the eyes, full-body pins and needles, every heartbeat forced through a narrowing tunnel. Hale gasped, clutching at her headset. Beck let out a single, involuntary curse. Morale's head snapped back, eyes rolled fully up as if awaiting electrocution. Alien's grip on the console left indentations in the surface, and the adhesive tape split with a dry, tearing sound. Varga alone remained unmoving, but her jaw was so tightly clamped that one could see the muscle bulge at the side of her face. The ship's own frame vibrated with the force of the transition. The usual hum of the drive was replaced by an arrhythmic, tooth-shattering pulse, as if the ship had developed a heartbeat and then decided to run a fever. The viewports ceased to function as anything resembling a window. Instead, bands of impossible color stuttered across the glass, weaving into interference patterns that didn't correspond to any external reality. Morales, his hands spasming on the controls, managed to keep the power curve within 2% of spec. It took every ounce of control, but he rode the spikes as if it were a matter of personal dignity. Beck's face flushed an unhealthy shade, his fingers working themselves free from under his legs to slap the environmental alarms into silence. Heart rates above max on 3, he muttered, even as his own heart hammered like a fistful of coins in a blender. O2 consumption up, stress hormones at critical. No one acknowledged him. In the navigation pit, Sio's fingers twitched through the sequence as if fighting off invisible constraints. She did not speak, but her left hand, still trembling, curled into a fist so tight the knuckles went blue. When the transition finally released, it was not with a snap, but a slow, oozing slide back into reality. The pressure in the cabin equalized with a hiss as the environmental system caught up. The viewports returned to their previous state, but the light outside was subtly wrong. Stars flickered in colors that shouldn't exist, and the blackness between them was too absolute, as if something had drained the background radiation from the universe. The bridge went utterly silent. Every member of the crew performed their own private diagnostic, making sure their minds and bodies still answered to them. "Report," Varga said, her voice hoarse, as if the air had scalded her throat. "Morales, drive is offline, cooling. Power fluctuation at peak but containment held. No breach, no loss of hull integrity. CO, we're at the target. Solution held, but the error margin is up by an order of magnitude. Everything beyond 1 light second is off." She stared at her hands, then wiped them slowly on her pants, as if trying to rid herself of static. "Alien, sensor noise on every band. Hard to tell what's out there. Looks like space, but it's—" She stopped, shook her head, then continued. "No threats within range, but the background is wrong." Beck checked his screen, then looked around the bridge. No medical issues requiring intervention, but everyone is at triple baseline stress. Recommend a hard decompression for at least 5 minutes before the next maneuver. Varga accepted the reports without comment. She closed her eyes for 3 slow seconds, then opened them and rotated in the chair, making a full circuit of the bridge with her gaze. "Hail, any sign of the Mendel?" Hale's hands hovered over the comms, and she swallowed hard before replying. "Nothing on standard channels. No handshake, no beacon. Either they're not here or they're not answering." Varga keyed the captain's log, then spoke, her words clipped and precise. "Transition event 2 completed. Crew integrity maintained. Environment secure. No contact with support vessel. Proceeding with contingency protocol." No one responded. The bridge was quiet, save for the slow, ragged breathing of 5 people and the subtle ticking of cooling systems. Beck leaned back and closed his eyes. He reached up and tapped the caduceus badge on his chest, just once. The Radian hung in the new darkness, alone but for its own echo. The aftermath of the jump was a clinic in restraint. On the surface, the crew resumed protocol as if nothing extraordinary had happened, but every movement spoke of bodies and minds straining to reassert a center. Varga's first order was quiet, nearly conversational. "All stations, locate Mendel." CO ran the numbers with uncharacteristic deliberation, double and triple checking each output before she spoke. "We are at the calculated coordinates, within 3 meters of the projected target. There is no visual or signal contact with Mendel." Morales was already working the Lattice Drive's secondary diagnostics, eyes flicking between the power curve and the ship's stress monitors. Drive logs confirm transition completed as programmed. No spatial or temporal drift. Whatever's out there, it's not a navigation fault. At sensors, Eileen pressed both palms flat against the glass, her face set in the kind of focus that bordered on self-annihilation. Her voice, when it came, was clinical. "Object detected. 48,000 kilometers on the ecliptic holding station. Superficially matches Mendel's M signature, but mass readings and cross-section are off by at least 1%. "Visual," Varga said. The main screen populated with a telescoped image. At first glance, the ship at the far end of the dark was Mendel. Same hull, same registry, even the same pinprick windows. But closer inspection revealed the anomalies. A docking collar offset by just enough to jar the eye. A hull blister near the aft section that shouldn't exist. The antenna array canted at an angle inconsistent with any known upgrade. The color of the ship, where visible, was a shade too dark, as if it had been painted with memory instead of pigment. Hale ran a sequence of standard hails. Her voice was low, almost private, broadcasting on all directorate bands, No response, cycling through fallback protocols. After a pause, she added, running authentication. The handshake is nearly perfect, but the time format is off. Also, their ping is timestamped 3 seconds ahead of ours, which is impossible. Morales shook his head, not in disbelief, but in growing disgust. Like looking in a mirror and seeing a scar you never had. The channel lit up. The voice was human, calm, genderless, as if pitched by committee. Unidentified vessel, this is Mendel actual. State your intent and authenticate. Varga gave a small, humorless smile. Hail, respond. Use standard code, but request reciprocal authentication. Hale's fingers flew over the controls, and she modulated her tone to absolute professionalism. Mendel, this is Radian. Routine check-in at scheduled coordinates. Authentication follows. She transmitted, then waited. The reply was prompt. Code received. Radian not recognized as a Directorate asset. Please clarify mission origin. Beck cleared his throat, the first sound he'd made in minutes. Their records don't have us listed. Eileen's hands were steady again, but her gaze stayed locked to the spectral overlays. M's signature on that Mendel is drifting. It's adapting to our signals, as if tuning itself to match. On the main display, the other ship maintained its distance, broadcasting an unwavering beacon, but the color of its navigation lights had shifted, now a saturated blue, distinct from the standard protocol. Varga spoke into the bridge's silence. They're not us, but they think they are. Hale kept the comms channel live, but muted on their end. She turned to the captain. They're requesting a face-to-face, visual handshake, command level. Varga considered for a moment, then nodded. Do it, but be ready to cut transmission the instant they push for system telemetry or biometrics. Hale patched the video feed through. The screen showed a bridge identical to their own, down to the arrangement of the chairs and the pattern of the mission insignia on the wall. The crew on the other side looked plausible, but every detail was wrong. The captain was 2 centimeters taller than Varga, with a leaner jaw. The engineering officer wore his hair long and loose, in violation of every regulation. The comms operator wore a different color earpiece. Only the eyes matched, and they were all watching with a careful, clinical detachment. Radian, we see you. Please repeat your intent, the captain said, her tone a precise imitation of Varga. Morales exhaled, a sound between a sigh and a laugh. That's not our ship. Hale cut the feed as Varga signaled. The display blanked. On the engineering console, Morales was already prepping for another jump. Next move, Cap. Varga kept her hands folded over her lap, but her jaw was a rigid line. We hold position. No responses unless absolutely necessary. Hale, keep recording everything. Eileen, full sensor logs on the Mendel. If they move toward us, we jump. No warnings. The crew returned to their stations, but now the sense of ritual had been replaced by a waiting game. Every second felt like it might be their last in this world or the next. Morales, under his breath, how many layers before we don't come back at all? No one answered. On the screen, the false Mendel hung in the black, lights pulsing at the wrong frequency, never blinking. Sio spent the next hour in a trance of calculation. At intervals, she would blink, exhale through her nose, then begin the sequence again, as if daring the universe to repeat its last mistake. This time, the universe obliged. The initial error had been distant, deep field beacons off by a few parts per thousand, like static at the edge of a clear channel. But now, with each recalibration, the wrongness crept inward. Stars once so reliable they could be used to fix a ship's position blindfolded were now suspect. In some cases, the difference was only spectral, slightly skewed emissions, a red or blue shift that didn't match the database. In others, entire binaries had been replaced with triplets or had vanished entirely. Sio didn't narrate her findings at first. Instead, she collated the data, waiting for a pattern to emerge. It did, and she didn't like it. At the command pit, Varga sat with a patience that bordered on the pathological. She waited for the numbers, never pressing, never hurrying. Finally, Sio spoke, breaking her own rule about minimum speech. "Captain, the pattern is propagating inward." Varga gave a single nod, as if she'd expected it all along. "Explain." Sio pulled up the Perseus calibration field, overlaying the old star map with the new. The display shimmered between the two, the points of light diverging like a time-lapse of tectonic drift. At first, the error was highest at the galactic rim. Now, it's moved in by a factor of 20 since the last jump. Stars within 100 light-years are off by up to 3.7% in positional data. Morales, who had been absently flicking a pen in and out of its sheath, stopped and stared at the overlay. "That's not possible. The field should be self-correcting. If it's drifting." Sio interrupted, her voice as even as ever. "It is not self-correcting. Every jump worsens the deviation. If we keep jumping, we lose any ability to navigate back to the original frame." Eileen confirmed the numbers from her station. Spectral data matches. The error is monotonic. Local objects now outside sensor error margin. Even planetary positions are off. Hale, who had stopped running comms tests, watched the exchange in silence. Then, "The Mendel's Hales are getting more aggressive. Now they're warning us not to attempt further transitions. Direct language. Not the Captain Hossin we know, but another one. Female higher timbre, but the inflection is nearly identical." Varga absorbed the information, then looked to Beck. "Any changes on life support?" Beck had already run the scan. "No air loss, no pressure drop. Crew health is green," but he hesitated, then continued. "Stress levels in the red, highest in Sio and Hale." Varga returned to Sio. "Is there a solution?" Sio didn't answer at once. She scrolled through a dozen overlays, each more hopeless than the last. "We can jump again, but we're not guaranteed to land closer to baseline. If the trend continues, we could lose all points of reference." Morales said, "Or we could try talking to the Mendel, see if they can help us calibrate." Eileen was quick to shoot that down. "Every message from them increases the error. Their data only matches our current state, not the original." Hale added, "Their comms have shifted from polite to almost pleading. Now they're saying the next jump will degrade the field beyond recovery." Their words, not mine. Varga pressed her lips together, a rare admission of unease. She looked at each member of the bridge, then spoke. "Recommendations?" No one answered at first. Morales finally said, "One more jump, but this time try a different solution. Don't aim for baseline. Aim for minimal error somewhere stable." Eileen said, "Recommend full sensor sweep before and after. Log everything, even the noise. There's a pattern. There has to be." Hale nodded, eyes darting to Sio. "If we can sync up with a frame where the Mendel matches ours, maybe we can stop the drift." Sio, for the first time, looked up from her hands. Her eyes were dry, unblinking. "The math suggests the jumps don't form a line, but a spiral. We are falling out, not in." Beck quietly, "If we go again, is there any chance we make it back?" Sio said, "Statistically, no. But it may be possible to land in a state that is at least self-consistent, a place where the sky stops moving." Varga digested all this, then turned to the bridge at large. "Final decision. We jump, using a new solution. Prioritize coherence over historical accuracy." Morales set his jaw, then nodded. "It's your call." Varga spoke for the log. "Commencing final jump attempt. Goal, stable reference frame. All stations prep for transition." There was no ceremony this time. Only the relentless march of numbers and the ghostly hum of a ship becoming less and less certain of itself. On the screens, the false Mendel's Hales spiked in frequency, the language losing its human syntax, resolving into raw data bursts that hammered the comms channel with the urgency of a biological alarm. Sio's left pinky trembled, but her voice was steady as she counted down the last seconds before jump. They had all run out of words. The Radian and the crew inside it waited for the final roll of the dice. The sequence began like any other. Morales tracking the voltage differential across the Lattice Drive's rings, Sio hovering her hands above the pads, eyes dead set on the blurring numbers, Varga a static sculpture in the command pit. But just as Morales thumbed the final confirmation, a new vibration radiated through the hull. It wasn't a mechanical shudder or an artifact of power cycling. This was slower, deeper, a wave that seemed to rock the ship from bow to stern. Eileen was the first to speak, her voice a notch sharper than usual. "Captain, recommend we halt pre-jump. External sensors are registering a mass displacement at 200,000 kilometers." Varga didn't blink. "Explain." Eileen tapped out a series of commands, pushing the main visual overlay to the central screen. For a second, the field looked empty. Then a patch of stars winked out, not with the clean occultation of a planet or asteroid, but with a strange, organic flicker. First one, then dozens, a shadow sweeping laterally across the backdrop. Morales exhaled through his teeth, hands frozen over the drive controls. "What the fuck is that?" No one answered. The object resolved into focus as it approached. It was massive, a kilometer-scale presence, but unlike anything the Radian sensors had ever profiled. Its outer shell was nearly transparent, a faint latticework of intersecting ridges and curved membranes. Within, concentric layers of denser material pulsed and shifted, echoing the low-frequency wave that still rattled the hull. Trailing from the rear were long, feathery tendrils of faintly glowing matter, oscillating in patterns too complex to be random. Beck's hands hovered over the environmental alarms, but he didn't activate them. His voice was tight, almost childlike. "Is that thing alive?" Eileen, calm as a robot. "It exhibits self-directed motion and internal energy exchange. It's not emitting on any standard comms or radar, but the M's signature is dynamic. Suggests active biological function, not mechanical." The thing drifted past the Radian at a distance that would have been perilous for anything human-made. But the wake it left was a gentle distortion, a warping of light, a local ebb in the interstellar medium that made the stars behind it shimmer. For a brief moment, the ship's time base wobbled, causing every clock on the bridge to display a sequence of random numbers before sinking again. Hale's voice was a whisper. "It's like a whale, an interstellar whale." Eileen immediately tagged the object and assigned it a catalog number, designating as Leviathan 1, logging all sensor data. Varga gave a sharp nod. Engineering, shut down all non-essential power. Navigation, plot a hold vector parallel to the object's movement. Life support, minimize emissions. Morales obeyed without protest, hands moving in perfect unison with the orders. The Radian dimmed, every non-critical system dropping offline until only the essentials remained. The environmental fans slowed to a whisper. The blue lights faded until the bridge was nearly dark. Sio took the opportunity to analyze the Leviathan's motion. "Its course is linear. Velocity at point 3 C. It's not adjusting for us at all. I don't think it even notices." Morales muttered, "Let's keep it that way." For 3 minutes, the bridge existed in absolute silence. The only movement was the slow drift of the Leviathan past the viewport, its body catching and refracting starlight in a way that created chromatic halos, like the afterimage of a flashbulb. The feathery tendrils trailed behind, twitching and curling, sometimes crossing and braiding into more complex structures before dissolving back into randomness. Beck finally spoke. "It's beautiful." Sio said, "If it's alive, then it's the largest living thing ever catalogued by humans." Eileen added, "It is also the first." Hale's hands trembled as she recorded the event, her voice a threadbare monotone as she logged the time, the coordinates, the visual record. When the Leviathan had passed, the pressure wave faded. The bridge lights restored themselves, and the hum of the systems returned to normal. Varga spoke, not quite softly. "Resume jump sequence." This time no one questioned her. They moved in unison, a single, coordinated organism. The Lattice Drive engaged, and the world fractured. Once again. But this time the crew knew that what waited on the far side would be different, not just in the arrangement of atoms or the color of the stars, but in the company they kept. They jumped. When they emerged, the sky had changed again. The wrongness remained, but it was backgrounded now by the memory of the Leviathan, a reminder that the universe was bigger, stranger, and far less empty than the Radian's crew had ever dared to believe. On the bridge, the silence was less about fear and more about awe. No one spoke, because nothing needed saying. The Radian drifted on, a pale ghost in the dark, witness to the new order of things. Chapter 5, Correction Burn. The bridge of the Radian held its blue, but the tone was different now. A nerveless, medical blue, the glow of an operating theatre where the patient is the only thing alive. Every display reflected the color back at itself. Every angle of carbon and glass was a mirror, a reminder of the repeated, recursive wrongness that had settled around the crew. In this light, every face had the same monochrome cast, a palette of exhaustion and resignation that matched the numbers streaming down the screens. Morales hunched at engineering, his hands curled around the edge of the console, as if he could physically will the Lattice Drive into behaving like a good machine. Hale's headset was jammed so deep into her ear it nearly fused with the flesh, her eyes blank as she rode the comms channels for any sign of a voice from home. Beck's hands drifted, as if uncertain where to anchor, sometimes on the medical display, sometimes tapping a silent, offbeat rhythm on his own thigh. Eileen's left hand was clamped so tightly around a stylus that the knuckles stood out in waxy relief, while her right slid with mechanical regularity across the sensor panel, logging every deviation in the world outside. In the command pit, Captain Varga was a statue, both boots maglocked to the deck, knees flexed in a posture that could have launched her in any direction at a millisecond's notice. She never once looked at the displays, not directly. Instead, her gaze roved the periphery, tracking the crew, tracking the tempo of their responses, measuring something more vital than numbers. At the forward arc, Navigator Sia was as still as death. Only her hands moved, and even then only in calculated, sparing bursts, her left pinky tapping out its involuntary sequence, the right executing input so cleanly it almost didn't touch the pad at all. The blue-on-black navigation display painted her features in strokes of absence, hollowing her cheeks and flattening her eyes to shards of onyx. The air was thick with the sizzle of static from the comms console. Hale's voice, raw with unslept hours, rose above it. Another hail from Mendel, Captain. Urgency is up. They're repeating, do not attempt further lattice displacement. Risk of catastrophic phase divergence. Stand down. They're not letting the channel drop this time. Varga did not respond immediately. When she did, her voice cut clean through the fog. Acknowledge and continue recording, Officer Hale. Do not respond. Stay on mute until I say otherwise. Hale made a small gesture, the first personal tick in hours. A finger curl, maybe defiance, maybe just the need to move. Morales, not looking up, muttered, they sound more like themselves every time. No one corrected him. They all knew what he meant. Sio's fingers twitched as she brought up a fresh overlay, stacking the latest drift solution atop the last 5. For a second, the display flickered with the ghost of the prior universe, an echo in pale blue, then gone. She took a breath through her nose, let it out, and called out over her shoulder. Captain, I'm ready. Varga unlocked her boots and floated a controlled half-meter to the edge of Sio's pit, grabbing the handhold with 2 fingers and hanging there like a question mark. Show me. Sio didn't look up, but her voice was louder than usual, the words lined up for execution. I have a working drift model. Every jump pushes us not in a straight line, but at an angle, laterally through phase space. It's not a vector in local 3D, but in a higher dimensional field. With each displacement, the metrics get less like the baseline. Varga, you're saying we're not lost in position. We're lost in the what? Sio, call it the configuration layer. Every jump degrades our overlap with the original universe. We are moving away from home, but not in any way that can be measured by distance alone. Varga studied the screen, not the navigator. Rate. Sio, it's exponential. At this rate, the next 2 jumps will push us beyond recall. The local beacons will still match, but nothing else will. Hale from comms couldn't keep silent. So what? We keep running into stranger and stranger Mendels until, what? There's none left. CO, unlikely. There's probably a finite set. But each jump, the delta increases. I can plot the divergence, but I can't guarantee we'll ever get closer to the baseline. The best we can do is minimize the error. Varga nodded once. Options. CO's left hand hovered, then settled. We can attempt a corrective jump, but we'd need a reference anchor that matches our origin. Without one, she hesitated, a quarter of a breath, random walk. Morales snorted, the sound edged with genuine anger. That's not good enough. Varga turned, eyes on the engineer. Do you have something better? Morales looked away. The comms hissed again. Hale's voice was flat. They're pinging every 12 seconds now. The language is, she paused, hunted for the word. It's evolving, more formal but more familiar if that makes sense. They're warning us again not to attempt another displacement. Varga held the rail and let the silence expand for a count of 3. Then, bring the Mendel up on main visual. Wide angle. Alien shifted, one-handed, and the forward screen flickered. The support vessel floated, distant but sharp in the optics. The hull was every inch as remembered, except for the details that weren't. The docking collar was off-kilter, the color wrong by a shade that only registered after staring too long. The antenna array was splayed in a configuration that would never pass inspection in any directorate yard. But there it was, blinking navigation lights in the expected sequence. Hail, comms message, Captain. They want to see our crew. Full spectrum video handshake. They're requesting authentication, but the code is. Her fingers danced over the input, pulling it up for Varga to see. It's not any of ours. Varga's face stayed expressionless, but her hands tightened on the rail. Ignore the handshake. Keep the feed open, but record everything. Let them think we're considering it. CO's hands hovered again, then set in motion. Captain, I can lock in a solution that minimizes further drift if that's the objective, but it will not bring us home, only slow the divergence. Varga, do it. CO keyed in the sequence, then rotated back to the captain, eyes as flat as the screen. You're going to have to decide soon, Captain. The further we go, the harder it will be to find any way back at all. Varga considered for half a second, then launched herself back to the command pit. She braced both feet, hands on the arms of the chair. Everyone, listen. We are proceeding with one more jump. This is a diagnostic burn only. We are not attempting full return. All protocols tight. Any deviation, and you abort. The bridge hummed with the sound of fingers on glass, the subvocal hum of systems ramping up. Morales through clenched jaw. Drive is prepped. Containment ring is green, no power drift. Beck, life support at peak. Monitoring full suite, no anomalies. Hale, comms locked. They're still sending, but we've got the channel muted. Nothing outgoing. Alien, sensors prepped for burst mode. Full sweep at jump, then 3-second lag. Varga waited for CO's confirmation. The navigator's hands floated, pinky steady for the first time since launch. Vector set, minimum divergence, on your command. Varga toggled the all-bridge alert, just one sharp tone. Execute. The Lattice Drive powered up with a sound that was more memory than vibration, the same low hum as always, but under it, a new overtone, a whine or a whimper. The deck plates flexed, not enough to notice unless you were already waiting for it, already braced for the feeling of your bones being pulled out of alignment. Every display flickered to black, then blue, then a flash of perfect white. For an instant, nothing existed but the hum, then the view snapped back. Outside, the Mendel was gone. In its place, a field of stars unfamiliar to any catalogue, each point a new variable in the growing equation of their Excel. CO's hands flew over the panel, pulling up the post-jump metrics. Her left pinky trembled again, now visible in the harsh relief of the blue-on-black overlays. Report, Varga snapped, the voice cracking for the first time. CO, error margin is up by 40%. Drift is consistent with prediction. We're farther than ever. Morales slammed the side of the console, then recovered, fingers steady as he ran the post-jump diagnostic. Hale listened then. No sign of Mendel, no comms at all. We are alone in this field. Alien sensors show no artifacts. All readings are cold. It's as if nothing here was ever built by human hands. Beck's voice very low. I'm getting stress spikes on everyone, strongest in CO and Morales. Varga's shoulders squared. She looked at each station in turn, then spoke. Prepare for immediate reversal. CO, I want a return vector. Get us as close as possible to any origin. CO's hands shook as she keyed it in, but her voice remained flat. Best I can do is bring us closer to the previous frame, but it's still a guess. The error is increasing exponentially, Captain. Do it, Varga said. At comms, Hale's voice jumped. Captain, I have a signal. It's not Mendel, but it's a directorate code. Weak, but it's there. Varga, open it. Audio only. The channel crackled. The voice that came through was human, but the words were not any language the bridge recognized. The cadence was familiar, the urgency clear, but the meaning lost. Syllables from another history, another training tape, a world adjacent but out of reach. Hale's eyes met Varga's, then drifted to the blue-lit navigator. CO said, with a kind of finality, we are no longer in a reference frame that matches anything in our database. We are beyond recall. Varga let out a breath, the first real exhalation in hours. Maintain station. All hands prepare for rest. Rotate crews. No one touches the drive until I say so. She looked at CO, then at Morales, then back at the pale, indifferent stars outside. The Radian drifted, a ghost of a ghost, in a universe that wasn't just wrong, but never theirs to begin with. The next interval aboard the Radian was a chamber of silence, the bridge illuminated only by the same blue glow that made every face the same and every gesture a question of will. The command pit was an island, Varga the only inhabitant. She stood there for so long, immobile, that even the tension of the pose seemed to leach out and freeze onto the surface of her uniform. No one spoke. Morales at engineering ran containment ring checks with the muscle memory of a man who had once enjoyed the work, but now saw only a narrowing corridor of options. Each diagnostic cycle ended in the same way, a blink, a tightening of the jaw, and a subtle reduction in the scale of hope. At life support, Beck's posture was that of someone rehearsing disaster protocol. His hands made minute, precise gestures as he adjusted the life support metrics, then ran the same sequence again, as if repetition alone could stave off whatever was waiting at the end. Alien at sensors was a machine, both hands on the interface, one eye shadowed by a deepening bruise at her temple, courtesy of the last jump's convulsion. She did not acknowledge it. She did not acknowledge anything but the numbers streaming in front of her. Her logs now stretched into the millions of entries, each time-stamped, each more a record of defeat than discovery. Hale comms was folded into her own station, headset clamped so tight the line of her jaw was etched with a permanent white mark. She had stopped annotating the incoming messages, and now merely tagged them with repeat or divergence as appropriate. At intervals, she would lift a single finger from her left hand and flick the side of her console, a move so small it barely registered. At navigation, CO moved with more economy than ever. She had set her display to maximum contrast, black on blue so pure it threatened to erase the distinction between screen and void. Her hands worked in parallel, sometimes mirrored, sometimes divergent, as she ran solutions through the full range of the ship's processors. The left pinky had begun to curl permanently under, as if afraid of what it might say if given freedom. In the command pit, Varga finally moved. One boot released from the magnetic lock, then the other. She floated upward a half-meter, bracing herself against the chair with both hands before speaking. CEO. The navigator's head turned a fraction, just enough to show she'd heard. Model. CO keyed the relevant overlay, projected it to the pit. With each jump, we lose a minimum of 0.4% of reference integrity. At this rate, we will lose all ability to navigate to baseline after 2 more transitions. Margin for error is increasing with each cycle. Varga said, "How many before we can't even aim for baseline?" CO's answer was instantaneous. 3, maybe 4 if we're lucky. Varga nodded once, the gesture sharp. Morale's drive readiness. The engineer's reply was immediate, but lacked any of the bravado from the mission's start. Containment ring is green, all phase modulators checked. Power spike from last transition within spec. System is at maximum readiness. Varga, Beck. Environmental stable. Life support within safe range. All medical is prepped for jump stress. Varga looked to Eileen. External sensors are clear. No mass, no energy anomalies. Ship is ready for displacement. She allowed herself a full breath before issuing the order. Navigation, plot vector for diagnostic jump. Prioritize data acquisition over minimal divergence. All other stations prep for transition. There was no chorus of acknowledgement. Each officer simply did their work. The bridge was quieter than any graveyard, the only sound the thrum of the cooling fans in the consoles. CO set the new vector, the numbers tumbling in a perfect blue cascade. She initiated the pre-jump validation and nodded once, as if to herself. Morale's hands were utterly steady as he moved through the power-up sequence, his eyes never leaving the diagnostic readout. Hale's finger hovered, then pressed the side of her console hard. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Captain, Mendel is repeating. Cease attempts at transition. Risk of total loss. Do not execute further jumps." They've added a phrase. "We will attempt retrieval if you hold position." The code at the end is the emergency code for mission abort. Varga considered then. "Acknowledge. Keep the channel open, but do not reply." "Logged," said Hale. Varga let the silence stretch again. Then, "Execute diagnostic jump on my mark. 3, 2, 1. The Lattice Drive's hum was now a presence, an atmosphere, more than a sound. The blue light on the bridge faded, replaced for a fraction of a second by the flash of negative white. Each crew member gripped their station, not out of fear, but to anchor themselves to something that still existed. Then the world snapped back. On the displays, the stars had shifted again. The air was thick with the smell of ionized ozone and something sweet and unfamiliar. CO blinked twice, then checked her console. The error margin had doubled. Varga spoke, and the words were final. "Log the jump. All stations, full diagnostic." Morales checked the drives. Nominal. Beck, everyone alive. Eileen, sensors clean. Hale's voice was slow, deliberate. "No comms from Mendel, Captain. No directorate code. Only low-level background, nothing human." Varga braced her hands on the chair, holding herself steady. "Hold position," she said. "All crew stand down." No one moved, except to breathe. The third jump hit harder than the previous 2. No one screamed, but the sound the ship made, an ululating, almost organic whine, filled every surface, vibrating the deck plates and the marrow of every bone. The air went from cold to searing in a heartbeat, then back to nothing. The view through the forward viewport twisted. The stars flickered, smeared themselves into ribbons, then collapsed into a new pattern so quickly that the mind could not keep up. The blue lights on the bridge strobed, then cut out entirely for one full second. When they returned, everything had changed. CO was the first to move. She blinked, cleared her throat, and touched the interface. Her left hand shook as she initiated the diagnostic sequence. The new numbers populated the display so fast they nearly blurred together. The error margin was now up by a full order of magnitude. On the far side of the bridge, Morale's head hung, eyes squeezed shut. When he opened them, it was to stare at his hands, which remained steady only by force of will. He muttered something under his breath, inaudible, but the shape of defeat was universal. Hale at comms tried every channel in sequence. Each one returned nothing but static, then a new, unclassifiable silence, a quality of absence that felt deeper than mere vacuum. She removed her headset, cradled it in her lap, and did not move again. Beck's knuckles had gone white, braced against the console. He inhaled once, long and slow, then turned his chair away from the center of the bridge, face hidden. Eileen blinked blood from her eye, then brought up the sensor display. She ran the sweep, and when she saw the result, a flat line, no anomalies, not even cosmic background radiation, she merely logged the entry and closed her hand around the stylus until it snapped. In the command pit, Varga steadied herself. She spoke in a voice that was almost gentle. "Report." Sio did not look up from her display. Her hands were locked in front of her, the left pinky now curled under so tight it pressed the skin white. She checked and rechecked the data, flipping between overlays, running validation against every possible baseline. "It's not the stars," she said. "It's the frame. We're no longer in a universe that matches any known reference." Varga nodded, the movement slight. "Chance of recovery." Sio tapped the pad, flicked her eyes back and forth. "Negligible. The jump was lateral, not directional. Every reference point is new. The further we try, the further we get." The bridge was silent, except for the hum of the cooling fans. Varga exhaled, then looked at Sio. "Can you plot a return at all?" Sio's voice was very soft. "We can try, but there is no vector, only difference. We would need a way to re-anchor to baseline, and that is not possible with what we have." A long silence. Then, for the first time, Sio looked at Varga, and the captain looked back. "Home isn't a direction anymore, Captain," Sio said. "It's a frame we've moved laterally away from." The words landed. On the bridge, nothing moved for a count of 10. Varga's jaw flexed, but she did not look away. "Log the data," she said. "All stations stand by." No one responded. The Radian drifted, surrounded by an eternity that was at once perfectly familiar and forever beyond their reach. And for the first time, the blue light on the bridge did nothing to ease the cold. Chapter 6, Occultation. The bridge ran on minimum cycles, quiet mode, in the parlance of the ship system menu, but nothing about it felt restful. The lighting ran a palette that made every human feature as pale and bloodless as a negative. The soundscape had been pared down to the faintest hissing of the ventilation, a white noise lullaby that neither soothed nor distracted. The only warmth was a half-degree uptick in temperature that came from so many bodies awake and sleepless, all of them unwilling to leave their posts. No one had asked them to stay. No one had to. Morales slumped in the engineering alcove, his head pillowed on the crook of his arm. The rest of his body stayed in tension, shoulders up and ready for the next diagnostic. In the trick of the blue light, the stubble on his jaw looked like bruising, the smudged skin under his eyes a dull graphite. At odd intervals, he would surface from a microsleep and lunge upright, fingers clenching around the Lattice Drive diagnostic sphere. Each time he did, the display showed the same status. Nothing had changed, nothing was going to. At life support, Beck's hands moved in the same deliberate loop. Check the cabin pressure, the O2 fraction, the backup CO2 canisters, then the medical overlay for each crew member. With each pass he appeared more hunched, his movements slower, as if his body were acclimating to the lower energy state. Every once in a while he'd rub his eyes. Once, twice, then hard enough to leave red tracks on the skin. When he spoke, it was always under his breath and always to himself. Hale clung to her comms console like it was the only object in the universe. She wore the headset on both ears now, which made her look like a child in oversized earmuffs. Every few minutes she'd run her hands through her short hair, tugging it back from her face, then repeat a cycling sequence of protocol checks, like reciting a rosary. There had been no new pings from the Mendel or directorate, but Hale checked anyway, so often that her hands had developed a friction sheen along the thumb and forefinger. Eileen sat perfectly upright at the sensor post, even though her eyelids drooped and her gaze sometimes unfocused for full seconds at a time. Her left hand had developed a quiver not unlike Sio's, but she refused to acknowledge it, instead tightening her grip on the stylus so hard the plastic casing had cracked along its seam. Her right hand performed slow, graceful passes across the display, and when the sensor sweep finished its cycle, she started again. The readout never changed. The silence outside was absolute. In the command pit, Varga was the only one who looked the same as ever. Her uniform jacket was zipped to the throat, every panel pressed and aligned, boots perfectly squared to the deck. She stayed in her seat, shoulders squared, hands loosely gripped around the armrests. She barely moved, but whenever anyone else on the bridge stirred, an arm raised, a yawn, a shift of weight, Varga's eyes tracked it with the precision of a sensor gimbal. Her orders, when they came, were as clipped and clear as they had been at the start of the mission. Only the repetition had increased. Check, double check, repeat. Sio hunched over the navigation array, arms forming a bridge between her body and the console. Her left pinky trembled at an almost ultrasonic frequency, so fast that it seemed to vibrate in place. She had set the displays to max contrast blue on black, all the legacy overlays stripped out, nothing but numbers and the jagged ghost lines of her drift model. The unfamiliar starfield scrolled across the upper, left margin of her display, an endless band of unrecognizable constellations that made less sense the longer she stared. The fatigue didn't just show in the slouch of bodies or the slow cadence of hands. It accumulated in the air, turning every sentence into a kind of effort, every motion into a deliberate act of will. There were no jokes now, no sniping, not even the micro-humor of shared eye contact. The only communication was necessity. Sio finished another pass through her model and sat back, shoulders cracking audibly. Her hands hovered for a moment above the input, then she dropped them into her lap, fingers intertwined so tightly the knuckles pressed white. She held the posture for a full minute, eyes unfocused, then set the right hand back on the navigation pad and resumed work. Morales, surfacing from a half-dream, muttered, "This is how they get you. You think it's just another anomaly, then before you know it, you're the anomaly." No one answered. The ventilation hum filled the pause. Hale ran another comms check then, not expecting a response, whispered, "Bridge is clear. All bands are dead." Varga didn't look up, but her jaw tensed. "Keep at it," she said. Alien finished her sensor sweep, logged the identical results, and started a new cycle. When she caught her own reflection in the glass of the display, she looked away instantly. Beck checked the life support one more time, then closed his eyes for a count of 10 before reopening them. O2's holding. Nothing new on CO2. Medicals are stable. He glanced at each of them in turn, eyes bleary but focused. "Recommend crew rotation, Captain." Varga nodded. "One at a time. Start with engineering. Morales, you're on break." Morales raised his head, eyelids flickering. He looked like he might argue, but the words collapsed before they reached his mouth. He grunted, unstrapped, and floated out of the alcove. As he passed the nav station, he gave Sio a look that hovered between apology and accusation, but she was already lost in the new overlay. He drifted past Alien, who didn't look up, and into the corridor. His footsteps receded, a sound both present and impossible in the hush of the bridge. Beck followed him with his eyes, then checked the medical overlay for changes. None appeared. Hale, voice thin but insistent, said, "No joy from the Mendel, not even a drift echo." "Noted," said Varga. For a while, the bridge was silent, except for the ticking of cooling fans and the minute sounds of tired people trying not to fall asleep at their posts. After the next cycle, Sio paused her work and stared at the shifting starfield. Her hand hovered over the input, then dropped again, fingers curling inward. Her left pinky trembled faster than before. Alien's stylus broke in two with a small, precise snap. She set the halves gently on the edge of her console, then began typing the next sweep with both hands. In the pit, Varga finally moved. She rotated the chair half a degree, just enough to see the whole bridge at a glance, then let her gaze linger for a moment on each station. She didn't say anything, There was nothing to say. On the bridge, the blue light cycled fractionally dimmer, the displays now the brightest points in the universe. Outside, the strange stars continued their unblinking watch. Inside, 6 people waited for a universe that had already forgotten them. An hour passed in orbit around Silence before the first deviation. It started at the sensor post, a lone, amber band pulsing on Eileen's display. She acknowledged it with neither start nor comment, instead running a silent check on the external antennas, then the passive gain on the M spectrum. She logged the variance as an uncorrelated anomaly, then flagged it for review after the sweep. The anomaly persisted. At the next cycle, its amplitude doubled, the curve resolving into a shape less like noise and more like the sharp knuckle of a signal pressed through static. Eileen's face did not move, but the right hand stilled on the interface, and the left began a series of quick diagnostic taps. She rerouted the sensor band, locked the gain, and ran a background subtraction. The contact did not resolve into a clean spike, but it did not fade either. "Contact," Eileen said, her voice steady, almost serene. "Large-scale disturbance at bearing 047 Mark 12. Source is unresolved." Every other head on the bridge lifted, not in panic, but in the slow, underwater way that marked exhaustion turned to alert. "Clarify," said Varga, her tone flat as the surface of a blade. Eileen tapped the feed onto the forward display, where it rendered as a rolling, amber cyan gradient. "Signal is broad, no known mechanical profile. No pulse, no repetition, no standard comms. It's not a broadcast." Beck leaned away from his station, then stood, crossing behind the sensor alcove. His posture had shed its slouch. Now the lines of his shoulders had gone tight, the tendons at the neck standing out as he peered over Eileen's display. "Is it a ship?" Beck's voice betrayed no emotion, but his hands flexed at his sides. Eileen ran another pass, this time focusing the sweep on amplitude. "Negative. No vector lock, no drive wake. The energy curve is wrong." On the nav array, CO had already flipped her main screen to echo the sensor data, cross-referencing it against every entry in the database. Her hands moved with renewed speed, almost frantic as she searched for any match or analog. None appeared. Hale, who had been half drowsing at the comms, came alive, headset shifting as she tried to pull in a signal from the background. "It's bleeding into the standard bands," she said, "but it's not modulated. Maury like a leak." Varga pushed herself upright, disengaged the mag boots, and drifted a half-meter into the center of the bridge, all motion muscle and intent. "Is the signal approaching?" "Eileen, it's increasing, but the vector is difficult to determine. The amplitude is climbing in a way that suggests a moving source, but," she paused, ran another diagnostic, "it doesn't correlate to any expected velocity." Morales reappeared at engineering, his hair flattened at the temple where he'd slept against the wall. He surveyed the bridge, then locked in on the forward display. "Could be a sensor artifact," he offered, voice thick with sleep. "Eileen, negative, engineering, triple-checked against all redundancies. The signal is external." For a minute, there was nothing but the low hiss of the bridge, the breathing of 5 people, and the slow, persistent climbing of the anomaly's curve. CO ran a model, extrapolating the vector. "It's not random. If you plot amplitude as a function of time, the increase is geometric. If it's a source, it's closing at a constant rate." Varga, estimate time to intercept. CO, unknown. If the signal is M and unimpeded, then minutes. But the climb is too slow for light speed propagation. Suggests a massive emitter moving at a fraction of c. Morale's lips parted. "A planet." "Eileen, too clean for a planet. Too regular. If it's natural, it's something we have not catalogued." Varga digested this, then turned to Beck. "Life support. Restrict all non-essential emissions. I want our signature as low as you can manage." Beck nodded and moved to his station, his hands more alert than they'd been all shift. Varga turned to Eileen. "Keep me posted. Nav, continue to refine the drift model. Comms monitor for any change or modulation. The bridge lapsed into a new rhythm, every operator in their slot, but with tension running just under the surface. Every few seconds, Eileen would call out a new data point. Each time, the signal had grown, its pattern slightly more defined. The anomaly was not alone in its movement. In each person on the bridge, the heartbeat of fear and anticipation ratcheted higher. The signal grew. It grew with a patience that suggested size beyond comprehension, the sort of slowness that comes only with scale. It was a hand on the horizon, rising with deliberate certainty, impossible to mistake once seen. Resolution at 2%, Eileen said. Shape is non-point, Maury like a field. Hale's hands hovered over her keyboard. I'm seeing harmonics on multiple bands now. It's everywhere. Sio, without looking up, murmured, It's a net. Varga, explain. Not a single point source, but a distributed mesh. A structure or a body with internal coherence. The signature is repeating, but with a phase offset, like organs working in sequence. On the display, the shape grew, now a blurred, ovoid shadow, centered on the point of bearing. It drifted across the sector with glacial dignity. Time to intercept, Varga asked. Eileen, at current rate, 31 minutes. Varga, maintain silence. Monitor only. If anyone sees deviation or new behavior, report immediately. She turned a full circle in the command pit, eyes meeting each officer in turn. From here on, no unnecessary transmissions. We are ghosts. The order settled over the bridge, heavy as a burial shroud. The signal kept growing. Morales could not tolerate passive waiting. For every minute that the anomaly's curve ticked upward, his agitation doubled. At first, he confined it to the tapping of a foot against the deck, then to the rapid cycling of his diagnostic subroutines, then to the picking at a spot on his palm until the skin went red and raw. But the bridge was silent, and Varga's earlier command, "We are ghosts," still hung in the air, making every gesture of impatience a small act of rebellion. He watched the field on the forward display, the way the blurry shape grew by fractions, then by whole pixels with every update. He did not care for silence. He did not care for stasis. He wanted a lever to pull. When the urge to do something finally overcame him, Morales pretended to stretch, then reached behind his console and powered up the Lattice Drive's diagnostic panel. He kept the energy band set to minimum, well below any threshold that could create a wake. He told himself it was just a pre-check, that the drive needed to be ready for instant action, that Varga herself would want it this way. He thumbed the test phase stabilizer key. The system chirped an inaudible warning. Morales muted it with the press of a knuckle. The diagnostic pulse fired. On Eileen's sensor display, a thin band of violet energy rippled outward from the Radian in perfect concentric circles, expanding at near light speed. Morales felt the echo in his feet, a micro-vibration, nothing more, easily lost in the background hum of the bridge. He waited for an error code, or for someone to notice. "Morales," said Varga, her voice sharp as a broken ampule. "What the hell was that?" He spun in his chair, palms up, face set for denial. "Diagnostic pulse, Captain, just checking the ring for cold start. No emission above background. I have the logs." But Varga was not interested in logs. She launched herself from the command pit and closed the distance to engineering with 2 kicks, planting both boots on the bulkhead beside his chair. "You fired a drive pulse without authorization." "It was sub-threshold," Morales said, holding her gaze. "We don't even register above cosmic noise. It's safer to be ready." Varga's hands balled into fists, but before she could reply, Eileen spoke, her usual calm fractured by a sharp edge. "Captain, the anomaly has altered course." Every eye on the bridge snapped to the forward display. The ovoid blur, which had drifted with stately indifference before, now bent its vector in a sharp, unmistakable arc. It was tracking the Radian. Eileen's hands flew over the interface, adjusting gain and contrast, running the algorithm 3 times in rapid succession. It's accelerating. Closure rate is now projected at 16 minutes. Hale, voice barely above a whisper. It's coming for us. Morales started to speak, but Varga silenced him with a hand. Sensor, can you confirm? Is it responding to the drive pulse? Alien, temporal correlation is exact. The anomaly changed course within 2 seconds of emission. A new quiet descended on the bridge, thicker and more hostile than before. Sio hunched lower over her nav display, tapping furiously. It's not just moving, it's targeting us. The vector is, it's a direct intercept, Captain. There's no ambiguity. Beck stood rigid behind Alien, his hands flat on the back of her chair. If it's a life form, maybe it's attracted to the energy, like a phototaxis. Morales ran the words over in his mind, then said, maybe it's just curious. It could be that we. Varga cut him off. Nav, prepare an escape vector. Comms, keep the bridge on tightband only. Sensor, full power. Don't let it get closer without us knowing every detail. She leveled her gaze at Morales, who did not look away. Engineering, stand by the drive, but no more experiments. You've done enough. He nodded once. All bravado leached away. The bridge spun into activity, each officer moving in high-velocity microbursts. Hale's hands trembled as she double-checked the comms lockdown. Alien logged every tick of the anomaly's acceleration, her voice tracking the numbers in a running tally. Range 200,000 kilometers, 190, 180. CO built a new navigation overlay, plotting dozens of hypothetical courses. Any jump now will take us further from baseline, but we can try to jump laterally, not just away. Maybe lose it in the drift. Varga, prepare all options. I want an answer the moment we have confirmation of threat. Alien, the object's profile is becoming more distinct. It's not an M artifact. The signature is coherent across bands. Beck quietly. If it's alive, it's aware of us now. Morales stared at the engineering display, the drive status a green line against a blue-black void. Cap, if it gets closer, we may be able to use a strong pulse to confuse it, like static, but higher amplitude. Varga did not respond. Instead, she turned her chair to face the display, watching as the blur became a shape, and the shape a presence. Keep watching, she said, voice flat. No one does anything without my word. On the forward screen, the anomaly drew closer, shedding uncertainty with every tick. On the bridge, no one breathed. The entity closed distance in absolute silence, yet it arrived with the full force of a tidal wave. At first, the bridge displays rendered it as a dense, blue-white ellipse, its outline warping as the Radian sensors struggled to resolve the edge. Then the ambient light through the viewport shifted, a deep indigo suffusing the cabin, as if the universe outside had decided to filter itself through a living lens. Sio was the first to look away from her console and stared directly at the viewport. Her right hand hovered above the input, then dropped as her eyes widened. The thing approached with the slow, deliberate movement of an organism unthreatened by its environment. It was translucent, a body the shape of a spindle, 3 kilometers end-to-end, if Alien's scale was to be believed. Through its membrane, vast chambers and latticeworks pulsed with liquid light, internal organs conducting in patterns, each pulse matched by a dimming or flare in its outer shell. Bands of bioluminescence ran longitudinally, cycling in slow phase shifts that made the entire body appear to ripple from tip to tail. Trailing behind it, like the mane of a comet, were arrays of filaments, thin as hair, yet visible across the void. The filaments undulated, sometimes twisting together in a double helix, sometimes peeling off into drifting clouds, only to rejoin the main body after a moment of laggard freedom. The structure was neither alien nor familiar. It echoed the forms of deep ocean life, the glassy bodies of siphonophores, the slow undulation of ctenophores, the full symmetry of a thing that had never known gravity. But there was nothing on Earth or in any catalogue that could explain the scale, the coherent light, or the field that bent radio and light both. Alien narrated in clipped one-word bursts. Body axis, 3.12 kilometers. Cross-section, maximum at 300 meters, tapering at both ends. Filament density, indeterminate. Signal amplitude increasing. Beck, who stood at the environmental console, registered the impact less in words and more in numbers. His eyes flicked from the viewport to the life support overlay, where 6 pulses now ran at double their normal rates, the curves peaking together in a clear, synchronous spike. He checked his own pulse, one hand on the wrist, the other on the readout, and found it no different from the others. He allowed himself a low, involuntary exhale, then ran a full scan. Morale's jaw worked back and forth, the muscles tight under the skin. "How does it see us?" he whispered, not expecting an answer. No one replied. The entity drifted closer, now less than 200 kilometers away, and the intensity of its internal lighting increased. At intervals, whole segments of the body would flash, then go dark, as if the thing were running some kind of signal up and down its axis. Hale fumbled her headset off, as if hearing the field through bone conduction. Her hands moved without guidance, flattening against her thighs. Eileen tracked the movement with both eyes, blinking only when the internal organs of the thing came into sharp, almost retinal detail. "It's mapping us," she said, the words uninflected. Varga stood in the pit, both hands clamped to the armrests, body rigid. She watched the display with the stillness of an animal in hiding. The organism slowed, turning with a talking motion that rippled through the membrane. One end angled toward the Radian, the face of the spindle resolving into a kind of lens, an ovoid aperture, bordered by a ring of concentrated light. For a full 10 seconds, the thing regarded the ship in silence, the only sound on the bridge the faint, high whine of the environmental fans spooling up to compensate for the crew's sudden metabolic surge. Then the entity began to move again, a slow drift that carried it past the Radian at a distance of less than 30 kilometers. The filament arrays trailed behind, and when they crossed the ship's path, every sensor lit up with low-frequency hum, nothing damaging, but enough to register as a full-body vibration in each member of the crew. Alien M spike, no hostile intent, range increasing. For a minute after the encounter, the bridge was silent, except for the pounding of 6 accelerated pulses, and the slow, fadding echo of something larger and more alive than anything human. When the field finally decayed, and the last filaments drifted into the dark, Varga spoke, her voice hushed and rough. "Log the contact. All stations resume standard monitoring." She did not move from the chair. Neither did anyone else. Beyond the hull, the blue light faded, replaced by the familiar, indifferent darkness of the empty sky. Inside the bridge, no one would forget that the universe was not so empty, after all. The shock of the encounter did not wear off. Even as the bridge returned to procedural, every gesture, every breath, was an echo of what had just passed. For the first time, the crew's exhaustion seemed to evaporate, replaced with a raw, nervous clarity. Eileen resumed her sweep, the motion of her hands faster, almost feverish. She tracked the departing Leviathan, watched its signal diminish in amplitude, then reset her focus to the wide-field sensors. The background noise had shifted. There were new, subtle peaks where before there was only noise. She adjusted the gain, then ran a cross-comparison against the last hour of data. The new peaks were distinct, smaller in amplitude, but with the same repeating phase offset as the first entity. Eileen reran the algorithm, this time plotting the signals in 3 dimensions. Her voice was low, but the words carried across the bridge. Multiple contacts, similar signature as the first, at least 3 more, converging on our position from different vectors. Sio did not react at first. She was deep in the math, recalibrating her drift model, but when Eileen repeated the reading, Sio's posture snapped upright. Her left pinky began to twitch uncontrollably, the tremor louder in the hush. She ran a fresh set of correlations, overlaying the arrival times of the signals onto the lattice displacement data from Morale's diagnostic pulse. The spikes in the model lined up perfectly with the emergence of each new anomaly. Sio's right hand hovered above the pad, then made a blur of motion as she input a correction to the model. The graph exploded in response, the lines of potential contact overlaying onto the projected drift of the Radian. Where before there was only random walk, now there was geometry. Now there was pursuit. Beck, watching the biomed readout, noticed the instant all 6 pulses spiked again. He looked at Sio, then at Eileen, then at Varga, as if expecting someone to say what they were all thinking. Eileen's eyes met Sio's for a fraction of a second. The understanding passed between them, silent but absolute. Varga from the pit registered the shift in mood. Report. Eileen, 3 additional anomalies, all on approach. Signal intensity increasing as before. Sio's words came in a rush. They're responding to the drive wake. Every jump, every emission, it's a beacon. We're painting ourselves for them, not just here but across the drift. They can sense us, even when we move between frames. Hale, voice thin with awe and something like dread. You mean every time we jump, we make it worse? Sio, it's not just distance or time. The lattice itself carries the signature. We are not hiding, we are screaming. Morales stared at the forward display, where the new anomalies now plotted as red points, each one closing the gap with slow, implacable certainty. If we jump again. They'll all know where to look, Sio finished. It's exponential. A new silence descended, one that had nothing to do with exhaustion or discipline. It was the silence of realization, of prey understanding the rules of a game that had always been rigged. On the forward display, the original Leviathan continued its departure, now receding into the dim, cold blue of space. But the new contacts grew brighter with every tick. Beck's hands shook as he logged the physiological data, then stopped, letting the console register the spikes on its own. Hale turned in her chair, looked at the others, then at Varga. What do we do? Varga did not answer immediately. She looked at Sio, at Morales, at every face on the bridge in turn. The answer was in the numbers, in the way the universe had decided to show itself at last. We think, Varga said. We outlast. No more jumping until we understand. No more giving them a path. Morales nodded, then set his jaw. No more diagnostics either. Sio watched the new model propagate across the display. The lines converged, then doubled, then fractured. Her hand closed over the trembling pinky, steadying it by force. Outside the hull, the blue-black returned, but the emptiness was gone. In its place, the certainty that the universe was not a neutral host, but a layered field of predators, each one listening for the echo of a lost ship's scream. On the bridge, no one said a word. But in the silence, every member of the crew understood. The next move belonged to the other side. Chapter 7, Signal Bleed. The Radian, trimmed to the marrow, drifted on low cycles. The regular bridge was gutted in favor of the emergency grid, a blue so faint that it barely reached the corners, an ambient chill that wrapped every station in a layer of hush. The consoles were throttled to their lowest settings, their data displays paired to monochrome graphs or single, pulsing lines. If there was a hum to the ship now, it was subsonic, a phantom pressure that lived in the jaw or behind the eyes rather than in the ear. At the center, Captain Varga sat rigid in the command pit, her boots locked to the deck, spine forming an unbroken vector to the base of her skull. She looked immovable, but the skin at her throat and the bones at her wrist showed the truth. The cost of effort had doubled, and her body was paying in visible increments. In the half-dark, her face was a mask designed to prevent contagion. If her composure cracked, it would fracture the last solidarity holding the bridge together. The rest of the crew had found their own microclimates of discipline. Beck kept to his panel at life support, his hands folded in a habitual gesture of prayer, but his eyes drifted to the nav display every few seconds. Morales hunched over engineering, his hands in his lap, the display in front of him locked to passive monitoring. He had put tape over the diagnostic button. No one trusted themselves not to touch it in a panic. Eileen at sensors worked entirely by hand, running sweeps in intervals, then logging the dead air between each. Her profile was a study in stillness, The only movement a slow blink or the flex of tendon as she annotated the interval. It was as if she were clocking heartbeats, not readings. Hale had gone all in on the headset. She wore it over both ears, a redundancy against failure, and had looped a bungee around the headband to anchor it tight. The pink foam pads glowed faintly in the blue, giving her the look of someone who'd fallen asleep at a raver's wake and never quite woken. Her comms panel was set to a fractal band sweep, each pass searching for anything that might break the silence outside. In this state, conversation had collapsed to whispers and hand signals. Anything louder would have felt obscene. The first deviation was a twitch, nothing more. Hale's head snapped up, mouth frozen half open as she pressed 2 fingers to the right earpiece. Her pupils widened in the dark, then narrowed. She thumbed her console, freezing the feed. She let the data buffer for 3 full seconds, then rewound and played it back at 1/4 speed. Nothing at first. Then, buried in the static, a voice clipped, barely more than a whistle between 2 static pops. The quality was bad, warped, occluded, maybe a digital artifact. Hale isolated the waveform, ran a noise reduction, then played it again. This time, the voice was clear enough to make out the vowels. Negative, maintain course vector, no correction. Hale's left hand snapped to the gain, her thumb dancing the dial up and down. She heard it a 3rd time, then a 4th. She waited for a natural lull, then broke the silence with a whisper so thin it barely disturbed the air. "Captain, I have something on comms." Varga's response was delayed by a heartbeat. She rotated her chair half a degree. "Go." Hale hesitated, then replayed the sample over the bridge channel as quietly as she could. The voice came out in a half-croon, modulated as if underwater. On the 4th repetition, Beck's head jerked. Hale let it run, then killed the feed. "It's you, Captain, but the time stamp is wrong. It's from 2 minutes ago." Varga's jaw flexed. That order was never issued. Morale's voice low but precise. Could be a local echo, comms lag, bleed through the drive ring. Hale shook her head, sending the headset bobbing. "Negative. There was no drive activity, and the band is not even in our standard." Eileen checked her display. No matching signal on sensors. CEO from Nav lifted her head at the exchange. Her voice was dry, the edge of sleep deprivation turning it brittle. "If it's not us, it could be a drift bleed. The comms log from the last jump, didn't we have some artifact like that? In the first displacement?" Hale ran the waveform again, this time with more aggressive filtering. The voice came through, this time layered. 2 voices, both identical, one a fraction of a microsecond behind the other. Varga watched the display, eyes unreadable. Could it be Mendel, mimicking our codes? Hale shook her head. "Not unless Mendel had you on audio and remixed your voice through a time warp. It's not a relay. It's echoing us, but off by just enough to feel wrong." The word "wrong" hung in the air like a test of belief. Morales crossed his arms, but did not argue further. Beck's hands tightened, then relaxed. He glanced at Varga, then at Hale, then back to the forward screen. Hale tried a 3rd pass, this time on an adjacent band. The result was a new voice, this one higher in register, but still cut in the same pattern. "Negative, abandon correction, maintain vector." She looked at the captain. "It's still you. The tone, the stress patterns, but you never said this." Varga allowed herself one slow breath. How many other channels? "Hale, it repeats across at least 4. Each one is slightly different. There's even a version that runs in reverse. When I invert it, it's the same phrase, just inverted." Eileen expression unreadable. "It's a ghost, a radio ghost." Morale's forced humor. "Could be worse, could be a distress beacon." No one laughed. CEO, after a moment's silence, permission to run a diagnostic on all navigation overlays, just in case. "Granted," said Varga. CEO's hands moved over the input, slower than usual. Every gesture was measured, as if she were testing the controls for booby traps. The overlay came up, a blue-black wash with the expected beacons, all holding steady. She ran a differential. No errors in position, no deviation from expected values. She let the test cycle again, slower this time, looking for any sign of bleed. Hale repeated the process on the comms array. No crosstalk, no randomization in the buffer. The waveform was coming in clean, as if beamed from a transmitter within the hull. When she finished, Hale leaned back in her seat and let the headset dangle from her neck. She tapped a line onto the console, then muted the channel. "It's external," she said quietly. "It's not us." On the bridge, no one moved. Varga watched the center of the room, her posture never changing, but her hand on the armrest was white-knuckled. Sio looked down at her hands, then at the patch of stars outside the forward view. She did not speak, but her left pinky trembled, the frequency even higher than before. Beck ran a hand across his scalp, then blinked 3 times in succession. He reached for the water bulb at his station, drank, then set it down, all movements performed in a deliberate, ritual sequence. Morales, his arms still crossed, stared at the captain, as if waiting for her to provide a script for what came next. Varga spoke at last, voice so soft it almost failed to reach the edges of the bridge. "Monitor the channel," she said. "If it changes, I want to know before it happens." Hale nodded, slipped the headset back over her ears, and re-engaged the band sweep. For a long time, no one spoke. The only sound was the muted tick of cooling fans, and the faint, continuous hum of the comms buffer, endlessly looping a voice that should not exist. In the blue silence, every officer on the bridge listened, and waited, and tried not to wonder if the voice would one day start saying something new. It was the sort of watch that stretched time to a flat, endless sheet. The Radian held its course, sensors down to passive, thrusters dead, power allocation so tight that even the displays cycled in increments, refreshing one quadrant at a time. In the perpetual twilight of the bridge, the crew wore their fatigue like a badge, their silhouettes outlined in cold blue. Hale manned the comms station with a tenacity that bordered on siege mentality. She catalogued every anomalous whisper, every syncopated burst in the static, even when it was just a repetition of the original ghost voice. After 30 minutes, she began to notice the pattern. With each sweep of the spectrum, the voices multiplied. The next one was different. She caught it first as a fluke, a clipped phrase, buried in the carrier band 3 notches above their standard. She looped it, then slow-rolled the pitch to match the captain's speaking range. This time, it was unmistakable. "Dauntless actual to all ships in volume. Prepare for variance jump at Mark 002. Stand by for drive signature." It was the same cadence as the original Varga voice, but the name and call sign were alien. Dauntless had never been part of their fleet tree. Hale flagged the segment, tagged it for later, and rolled on. Within the next sweep, she picked up 3 more. One that referenced a Helios executing a push-pull maneuver, one that bled a staccato order about ejecting the core, and a final, almost plaintive transmission that sounded for all the world like a muttered prayer. "Don't let the darkness in. Don't let it." She didn't play that one for the bridge, not yet. Instead, she made a time-marked grid, organizing the snippets into a spectrum. The result was a graph that looked like an interleaved braid of voices, each weaving in and out at slight offsets. The pattern did not fit any standard communication protocol, and there was no sign of crosstalk from their own system. She replayed the dauntless actual call on a loop, lowering the volume each cycle until it became the faintest whisper, then routed it to Varga's console. The captain blinked, slow, then nodded. "Let's hear it on the main band." Hale queued it up. The voice floated out, filling the bridge with the oddest sensation. Not fear, not surprise, but a deep, collective unease, as if everyone had just glimpsed their own reflection in a funhouse mirror and recognized it anyway. Morales was the first to break the silence. Parallel mission, could be directorate redundancy, shadow crew, alternate recovery, something like that. CEO, who had been typing a silent sequence at the navigation station, looked up. We're not flagged as part of any such program. No mention in the original mission packet. Morales, there could be sealed orders, or maybe it's an ops leak. Hale, it's not a leak. She let the next voice roll out. Helios, divert now. There's no time. The current is. It cut off, the end lost in a thin, high squeal. The phrase, the current, echoed on the bridge, a shiver in the blue. Beck had kept his silence, but the medical overlay on his panel told its own story. Heart rates, all elevated, even his own. Respiration, shallow, rapid. He checked each station's monitor, then tried to steady his own hands. Eileen watched the drama with an outward calm, but she logged each snippet, cross-referencing the timestamps and spectral fingerprints. She found that each new voice fit perfectly into the rhythm of the first, as if all were harmonics of a single, deeper signal. She raised her hand, caught Varga's attention. There's a structure to it, she said. Not random noise. The signals are synchronized at intervals, like pulses from a shared heart. Varga considered, then turned to CEO. Can we locate a source? CEO worked the math, but the answer came from somewhere deeper, more instinctive. If the field is still perturbed from the last jump, any transmission would be smeared across the phase boundary. It's possible that what we're hearing isn't local. She struggled for a word, then finished. It's a bleed, overlap from adjacent solutions. Morales snorted, not mocking but unsettled. We're picking up ghosts from other universes. Is that what you're saying? CEO did not answer. She let the numbers tell the story. Every anomaly lined up with the post-jump lattice stress, every spike in the comms graph mapped to a period of maximum divergence in the navigation log. Varga's eyes stayed fixed on the main display. Her posture never slackened, but a muscle in her jaw worked back and forth, like she was chewing the thought to mush before swallowing it. Beck shifted in his seat. If it's a comms bleed, is there any risk to the crew? No one answered, but Hale shook her head, a brief denial. It's passive only, no sign of reverse modulation. She didn't mention the weird, tingling feeling in her scalp, or the way her hands sometimes felt like they were a few seconds out of sync. The next transmission was the worst yet. It came out of nowhere, crystal clear, every word carrying the weight of inevitability. Negative command. Containment breach is catastrophic. Hull stress at maximum. If you're hearing this, do not attempt further jump. Do not. The channel went dead, a single pop marking the end. Varga's hands closed around the armrests of her chair, and for a moment the bridge was less than 0 Kelvin. Morales said very softly, "That's you, Varga, not just the voice, the syntax, even the way you cut off the channel." Hale nodded. "There's more. Some of the bands have crosstalk. I thought it was crosstalk from our own buffer, but it's different. I can play it back." She trailed off as she cued the file. The voice that followed was a distortion of itself, warbling and off-tempo, but beneath it were the words. "Do not let the blackness in. It feeds on the echo. It finds you in the echo." Varga reached up and killed the feed. For a long while, the only sound was the tick of the secondary cooling fan. Eileen broke the silence. "Captain, there is a pattern to the transmissions. Each coincides with a spike in the lattice instability log. I recommend we maintain a strict moratorium on drive activity until the phase restabilizes." Varga nodded, slow, then looked at Morales. "Can we be sure it's not a feedback, something in the drive seeding these echoes?" Morales shrugged, but it was a gesture of surrender rather than confidence. "Even if it is, we can't risk another burn. If the field is this unstable, it could be our last." CEO's hands hovered over the nav panel, then stilled. "There's more. If the signals can bleed in, so can other things. Data, maybe even physical matter at high enough energy." Morales' gaze was flat. "Like what?" CEO shook her head. "I don't know. It's not in any of the models. Maybe another Radian, maybe another us." The words hit the bridge like a silent explosion. Beck was the first to recover. If that's true, we need to log everything. Every anomaly, every drift. Varga stood, feet magnetized to the deck, the blue-white illumination turning her features to stone. No more jumps, she said. We stabilize, we watch, we think. She swept the room with a look, pinning each officer in turn. If there's another us out there, we need to outlast them. That's all that matters. Hale nodded, then ran the comms array in passive mode, eyes tracking the ghost voices as they faded, then returned, always in the same insistent cadence. In the blue gloom, the bridge held its breath, each crew member listening for the next proof that they were not alone in the dark, and that the boundary between real and not had become a matter of luck, not physics. On the bridge, time stacked itself in ever smaller increments. Each minute felt subdivided by half-lives of tension, the tick of a display refresh, the breath before a status report, the faint whir of a cooling fan as it spun up for a single cycle before returning to dormancy. The quiet was absolute until it was. A new tone cut through the bridge, different from anything in the ship's operational playbook. A triple pulse, high-pitched, urgent but not frantic, as if designed to provoke action in people already at the end of their endurance. Red strobes came alive at every station. The lighting had been so dim for so long that the sudden color seemed impossible, like a hallucination. For a split second, every crew member froze. Then, as if choreographed, all eyes turned to Hale. She tapped the comms console. The alert was not a voice, but a string of digital code. She ran a checksum, then looked up. "Distress beacon," she said, her voice flat with shock. "It's ours." Varga, ours, as in Radians. Authentication is perfect. Time stamp is 17 seconds ago. Morales, blinking in the red glow, said, "From where?" Hale's hands moved, slow with disbelief. "Triangulating now." Alien sensor is picking it up too, bearing 014 Mark 80. Distance is, she paused, rechecked, then confirmed, 77,900 kilometers. Beck whistled, a sharp, involuntary exhalation. "That's close." Sio, her hands locked on the edge of the nav display, said nothing. Varga leaned forward. "Is there a ship at that location?" Alien not on passive, nothing emitting, could be dead stick or powered down like us. Varga to Hale, "Confirm again. Is it our beacon?" Hale nodded, eyes wide. "Matches to 9-9s. The only discrepancy is the timestamp." Morales, "Could be an echo. A signal bounced back through the lattice, delayed by the field." Sio spoke up, her voice thready but precise. "If it was a bounce, we'd see a degradation in the packet. This is perfect. No signal loss." Alien, hands tight on her display. "Recommend active scan, Captain. We'll light up, but we can get a profile." Varga considered for 2 breaths, then, "Do it." Alien pulsed the sensor. The bridge waited 5 full seconds as the data returned. On the screen, a ship rendered in perfect silhouette, length, displacement, even the minor hull deviations. It was the Radian, not a twin, not a close match, but a precise overlay. Only the nav lights were different, there were none. Alien profile match is exact, only difference is the hull temperature. They're cold. Beck could be an abandoned ship. Morales under his breath, or it's us just earlier or later. Hale's hands shook as she ran the comms check again. No voice, just the automated beacon, but the distress message is a match. Same code, same protocol. Sio, very quietly, "There could be a crew on board." The thought landed, heavy and awful. Varga's jaw flexed. She stared at the display, then back at the red-lit faces around her. "We need to know what happened." She looked at Beck. "If the ship is dead, any chance the crew could survive?" Beck shrugged. "Depends on the damage. If the hull's intact, they could be in cold sleep. If not, they're already gone." Morales, "If it's another frame, the only way to know for sure is to go there." Hale, "We can match orbits. Get close, then run a passive scan for life signs. Eileen, or we could stay here and wait for the phase to collapse. The signal might fade. Varga looked at each officer in turn. We're not waiting, not if there's a chance someone's alive. She pushed off from the pit, the red strobes outlining her as a series of still frames, each more determined than the last. Helm, plot a matching vector. Approach at minimum power. Sensors, keep a constant lock. Sio nodded, her left hand trembling but her right steady as she set the course. Varga to Hale, monitor for any new signals. If they start broadcasting voice, I want it piped through everywhere. Morales, do you want engineering at full readiness? Varga, no jumps, not unless I say. Let's not tear another hole in the world. The bridge was a study in controlled panic, every motion precise, but slower than it needed to be, as if each person had to push through molasses to reach their task. As the Radian turned, the distant dot of the other ship grew on the forward display, resolving from a pixel to a shape. It was a perfect mirror, every scar and patch exactly the same. No one spoke. At 10,000 kilometers, Eileen ran a new scan. Still nothing on active. Hull is sealed, but no energy emissions. Varga, Hale. Hale shook her head, eyes on the comms buffer. Just the beacon. It's looping every 10 seconds. Varga, bring us in closer. 1,000 kilometers, then station keep. Sio executed the order, voice so low it barely cleared her lips. 1K, I. The approach was slow, almost reverent. At the final vector, the ships floated in parallel, separated by nothing but vacuum and the creeping terror of recognition. Varga, Eileen, can we run a LiDAR sweep? Get an image. Eileen did. The scan painted the hull in blue, outlining every feature. In the center on the main hull was the mission patch, the Radian, the vector, the lattice motif, the same as theirs. Hale, no signs of distress on the outer hull. No damage. Morales, maybe it's a data ghost, a thing that's just a shadow, not real. Beck, almost inaudible. We should board. If there's a crew, they could be in trouble. Varga let the silence run for 3 full seconds, then looked at her team. In the red gloom, their faces were cut with sharp, uncertain shadows. We're going over, she said. No one goes alone. Morales, Beck, you're with me. Sio, you have the con. No one argued. Hale ran the airlock protocol, her fingers now steady. Eileen prepped the suit diagnostics. Varga stood, her face lit by the rhythm of the distress beacon. She looked at her own hands, then at the reflection in the glass of the command pit. Let's find out what happened to them, she said, voice as hard as the hull. It might be the only way to prevent it happening to us. On the bridge, the red strobes kept time, each flash a reminder. They were not alone. And on the hull, the other Radian floated, waiting for its own answer to the question that haunted them all. Chapter 8. The Other Radian. The party gathered at the airlock in silence. Varga checked the seal herself, hands steady on the manual override. Morales floated just behind her, hands jammed into his pockets as if he'd left something in there he needed more than courage. Beck zipped his kit with a surgeon's confidence, then locked his helmet in place with a snap so decisive it echoed. On the other side of the bulkhead, the alternate Radian waited. Corridor was a clean line of LED blue, interrupted only by the scuffed patches where prior boots had worn the paint away. Here, in the vector between the two ships, the sense of duality was worse. Their own hull behind, the other just ahead, each echoing the same design, the same flaws, but now layered with consequence. Beck ran a gloved thumb over the seam between the walls, as if reading a scar. Morales fidgeted with his helmet's comms band, staring at the hatch until his breath fogged the visor. Varga said nothing, but her jaw flexed with each cycle of the airlock timer. There was a hiss, then a 3-beat of mechanical shudders as the mag couplers engaged. The outer lock on the alternate ship clicked, then rotated with a laggy, wet-sounding thunk. Every molecule of sound was amplified by the ship's emptiness. The hatch drifted open 1/2 meter before catching, the ambient inertia just enough to betray a lack of crew to mind the detail. The first thing was the cold, even through the suit. Then the smell. Even the best recyclers couldn't scrub the tang of neglect. Metal, old sweat, the faint ozone stutter of circuits just beginning to break down. It was a museum of their own living, only now abandoned, rendered hollow by the absence of people. Varga ducked through first, scanning the corridor with the barrel of the stunner at a regulation-perfect 90 degrees. Her eyes tracked the dead consoles, the status LEDs dark except for the dull, amber pulses every 10 meters, some idiot's idea of an emergency ambience. Morales followed, holding a flat toolkit in both hands, the latches rattling as he moved. Beck took the rear, one hand on the strap of his med kit, the other hovering near the scanner on his hip. Varga's voice came over the suit comm, flat and small in the helmet. Formation, stay visual, no exceptions. Morales grunted acknowledgement, then promptly drifted half a meter offline, but corrected as soon as Beck's shoulder nudged him back. They moved in a slow triangle, boots magged to the deck in micro-steps. The first corridor was a perfect match to their own, storage lockers, the fireproof padding over every sharp edge, even the misplaced maintenance tags someone had left behind 2 jumps ago. But the details clashed. The tags were yellow, not directorate blue. The locker numbers ran in reverse. The further in they moved, the more these deviations multiplied. A patch of exposed wiring here, a hatch with a handle instead of a touch sensor there. Even the font on the warning placards was wrong. None of it dangerous, all of it uncanny. The party reached the first intersection, where the corridor split into a Y. The left led to environmental, the right to bridge access. Varga checked both with a 2-point glance, then led them right, every step more deliberate than the last. Here the lights flickered, but not at random. Every second, a pulse, then darkness, then pulse again. It made the afterimage of their own motion swim before their eyes. Morales slowed, then stopped, frowning at a wall panel. Engineering access, he whispered, as if the ship itself was listening. He ran one gloved finger over the lock. Manual override is broken. Someone jammed it hard. Varga didn't pause. We're not here to sightsee. Bridge, then data. They moved on. The next corridor was wider, lined with handholds and redundant power trunks, an upgrade the Radian had never received, or maybe had in some other version of itself. The crew moved with a precision that belonged to habit, not fear, but the silence was total. The only sounds now were the scrape of their boots, the soft hiss of the rebreathers, and the periodic click of Beck's handheld as he scanned the air for organics. Each time, the display read nothing. They reached the bridge access hatch. Here, the emergency lights ran red instead of amber, casting a blood streak across the face of the hatch. The manual seal was open, not forced. Someone had left in a hurry or had never closed it at all. Varga turned to Morales and Beck, her helmet ghosting the reflection of both men. Standard entry, I go first. Morales nodded, his own face a wash of static blue. Beck's eyes didn't leave the scanner, though he flexed his right hand once, then twice, as if warming up for what he already knew was coming. Varga palmed the hatch, pushed, and let it swing in. She stepped through, stunner up, and froze. The bridge was a negative of their own. Same arc of stations, same command pit at the center, but nothing alive moved. The air was denser here, as if time itself had pooled and curdled. The alternate Varga sat in the command chair, head lolled forward. The helmet had fractured along the left side, a web of cracks radiating out from above the temple. Both hands gripped the armrests, but the left was missing 3 fingers, the gloves sliced open, and the tips gone. The body was held upright only by the webbing of the chair straps. Morales entered next, gaze flickering to the engineering post. There the other Morales lay slumped over the console, one hand still gripping a tool, identical down to the custom grip tape. The console showed a blank, save for a red, frozen warning. Containment failure. Manual override required. Beck stepped in, scanning, then moved directly to the life support alcove. Here the other Beck lay on the deck, face shield up, eyes open and glassy. The color had drained, the lips an unnatural blue, but the expression was oddly serene. The med kit was open beside the body. A single auto-injector lay in the palm, needle-capped, unused. Varga didn't move. Her gaze shifted from her own double to the perimeter of the bridge, then to the forward screen. There, slumped across the navigation pit, was Sio. This version of Sio wore her hair down, a single black streak lacing through the bun like a wound. The left hand gripped the edge of the console, the right still held a stylus, the tip snapped. A stain ran from temple to collar, dark and brown, already dried. The console display was dark, except for a single line. No solution. Beck reached out, placed two gloved fingers at the throat of the other Beck. He held them there for a second, then let the hand drop. Dead, he said, voice clipped. No trauma, hypoxia or cold, maybe both. Morales stared at his own corpse, then turned away, breathing hard. He did not speak. Varga stepped forward, close enough to see the other captain's face. There was blood at the nose and mouth, dried in thin rivers. The eyes were half open, as if the body had been left waiting for a final command. She stood there for a long moment, then spoke. "We're not doing this for nothing. Get the logs, all of them." Morales nodded, hands trembling as he reached over his own dead body to pull the data core. It came free with a reluctant pop, the drive still warm from residual charge. Beck knelt by the alternate Beck, closed the eyelids with a precise, gentle motion, then did the same for the others. Varga stared at her own dead face, then reached up and pressed her gloved palm to the cracked helmet. She looked at Beck. "Take the samples, anything you need." Beck did so, methodically. Morales, voice barely above the ambient noise. "You want to check for survivors in the rest of the ship." Varga shook her head. "If there are, they're hiding. We'll get what we need, then go." She turned, her back to her own corpse, and moved to the navigation pit. There, she pried the stylus from the dead CEO's hand, then picked up the tablet beside her. The display lit with a flicker, then settled. The only file open was a single, unfinished line. "If you are reading this, the divergence is irreversible. Tell the others, follow the vector, but never." The rest was static. Varga handed the tablet to Morales. "You want a souvenir, engineer, that's the closest you'll get." Morales took it, lips compressed to a thin line. Beck finished his scan, then stood. "We should go." Varga nodded, then swept the room with one final gaze. Back to the airlock. No one touches anything else. They left the alternate bridge as they found it, the corpses upright in their stations, the silence now absolute. In the corridor, Beck's hand trembled as he zipped his kit. Morales clung to the tablet, knuckles white. Varga led them out, her eyes never leaving the path ahead. Back on their own ship, the three stood in silence for several long minutes before anyone spoke. It was Morales who broke it. "I thought it would be more different." Varga shook her head. "It's always the same in the end." They drifted back to their stations, each burdened with the memory of their own death. The blue light seemed colder now. When they re-entered the bridge of the alternate Radian, the three living officers fell silent. There was nothing left to say. It was all there, a still life in blue, the horror not in what was present, but in the way every body had found its final symmetry. The captain's chair faced the forward screen. Alt Varga's head lolled to one side, chin brushing the suit collar, a single strand of hair caught in the crack along the helmet. Her left hand still clutched the comms handset, the wire stretched tight as if mid-order. The right hand was balled to a fist, knuckles stark against the navy of the glove. The badge at her chest caught the edge of the emergency lighting, rendering the nameplate, VARGAM, in a faint, metallic gleam. To her right, the navigation pit. Alt-Sio was half standing, half collapsed, her arms draped across the panel, forehead pressed to the dead glass. Her hair had come undone, the bun disintegrated into strands across her shoulders. One hand rested on the touchpad, the fingers stained with something that looked like graphite dust. The left pinky, even now, tapped a slow, post-mortem rhythm against the console. Beck stepped to the edge of the pit, scanner in hand. He didn't need the display to tell him what he already saw, but he powered it on anyway, out of respect or maybe denial. He placed 2 fingers at Altsio's throat, found nothing, then moved to the wrist, repeating the gesture. Each time, the numbers on his scanner blinked 0, but Beck went through the entire sequence, only lowering the device when it began to beep a gentle, clinical chime of no reading. Morales drifted to the engineering station, but stopped short, eyes locked on his own double. Alt Morales had slumped forward, helmet caved in above the left eye, a single dark line trailing down to the edge of the console. One hand clutched a wrench, the other a field diagnostic pad that still flickered, reading error, containment. The alternate engineer's jumpsuit was open at the neck, a detail the living Morales stared at with quiet revulsion, as if seeing himself undressed by failure. On the opposite curve of the bridge, at sensors, Altilian was seated with both hands flat on the panel, fingers splayed, head thrown back in a position that read as surprise or defiance. The suit was standard, but someone had scrawled a series of equations across the forearm in black ink, the numbers running together like the aftermath of a storm. Her mouth was open, frozen mid-breath. Hale, lingering near the hatch, stepped over, and without looking at anyone, found a packet of sterile wipes from the console's first aid kit and gently covered Altilian's face, using both hands to smooth the wipe down in a soft, final benediction. Life support was next to comms. Altbeck was sprawled against the wall, the medical insignia on his chest perfectly aligned, the left hand open and palm up, the right still holding the med kit like a shield. The face was slack, mouth slightly parted. The only sign of distress was the way both shoes pointed in opposite directions, as if the last act had been to brace for impact. The med kit was open, the contents undisturbed except for a single missing injector. Hale glanced at Alt Hale, whose body was bent at a strange angle, legs tangled in the base of the comms chair. The headset was crushed against her left ear, a trickle of dried blood at the hairline. The fingers on both hands were curled inwards, nails biting into the palms. Even in death, the body radiated a kind of stubbornness, a refusal to let go of the task. Varga circled the bridge once, taking in the entire scene. She did not touch her double nor speak. But when she saw the face, a muscle along her jaw went rigid, then relaxed in a slow wave. Morales' hands shook as he extracted the data core from the engineering panel, careful not to disturb the body. He pocketed the drive, then wiped his hands on the thigh of his suit, the gesture quick and angry. Beck finished his sweep, then knelt by Altcio, closing the eyelids with 2 gloved fingers. He murmured a few words, too quiet to be picked up by the suit comms, then stood. Hale, watching, mouthed something, maybe a prayer, maybe nothing, then joined Varga at the center of the room. Morales stepped back from his own corpse, nearly stumbled, then caught himself on the edge of the captain's chair. He looked at Varga, eyes brimming, but said nothing. For a full minute, the living crew simply stood, surrounded by their alternate deaths. The only sound was the slow, synchronized hiss of their suit respirators. Varga drew herself up, straightened her jacket, and nodded once. "Log it, then we go." Morales was first out the hatch, Beck close behind. Hale lingered one extra moment, gaze lingering on Altilian's covered face, then followed. Varga paused at the threshold, one last glance at the tableau of the dead. Then she keyed the hatch, sealing the bridge with a click that rang louder than any alarm. In the corridor, Morales fought to keep his stomach down, hand clamped over his mouth. Beck patted him on the back, the gesture oddly tender given the bulk of the suits. Varga led them back to the airlock, boots scraping the deck in long, measured steps. No one spoke. The last sight, before the hatch cycled shut, Alt Varga in the chair, alone and final, eyes closed to a sky that had never forgiven her. In the staging vestibule, Morales set the dead engineer's data core on the shelf and powered up the transfer. The whine of the portable interface was a brittle, hungry thing, a noise that always reminded Beck of a blender on the verge of burning out. Morales fed the core into the socket, then keyed the decrypt. He watched the progress bar crawl across the screen without blinking. Varga leaned against the bulkhead, one boot pressed hard to the deck. She watched, but not the screen. Her gaze roved between her living officers, cataloguing their state as if each had become a new kind of variable. Hale stood near the hatch, eyes locked to the memory crystal she'd recovered from the alternate comms panel. She turned the crystal over and over between thumb and finger, the nervous energy leaking out in small, endless gestures. Sio sat on a patch of deck, knees pulled up, the cracked tablet of her dead double balanced on her thighs. She scrolled through the files with both hands, lips pressed into a bloodless line. The left pinky shook with every line of code, but the right hand was steady. Morales spoke first, voice thin with fatigue. 4 logs, all captain's priority, time-stamped to the last 3 days. Want them in order. Varga nodded, jaw set. The first log was audio only, Varga's voice, but rougher, like she'd been eating gravel. Day 1, post-divergence. The lattice transition was unsuccessful. Alternate Mendel is hostile, recommends we avoid all contact. We are proceeding with the minimal jump protocol and attempting to re-anchor. Crew morale is holding. No injuries. Maury when we have a solution. Morales flicked to the next file. The voice was slower but more focused. Day 2. We made another jump. The phase variance is increasing, not decreasing. External reality is degraded. Starfields are off. Known bodies are missing. Beck reports biosystems are failing. Oxygen generation is falling off. Engineering is on it. CO says the numbers are beyond her margin. No sign of the enemy. All crew at stations. Hale glanced at CO, then looked away. The third log, day 3 early. Morales patched the ring, but the containment is running hot. Every time we jump, the variance doubles. We can't return, only spin further out. We saw something outside, a shape, a shadow, moving at 30% CCO thinks it's following us. Beck and Eileen ran the numbers and agree. We will attempt one more transition, but we may not survive. If this log reaches you, do not follow. Do not jump. Wait. The sky is wrong. Morales played the last file. The voice was nearly a whisper, but every word landed with the weight of finality. If you find this ship, you are too late. The hull is intact, but the crew is not. Eileen died on the last attempt. Morales is gone. The others are failing. The shadow is here. CO left a solution on her tablet. If you want to live, follow the Leviathan's vector. Don't let the drive ring loud. This is Captain Varga, signing off. No one moved. Morales shut off the playback with a hard, flat gesture, then sat down, elbows on knees. Beck turned to CO. What's on the tablet? CO didn't look up. It's a drift model. She reran the math with each jump, tried to plot the way home. The last entry is, CO closed her eyes, then read, no stable frame exists. The cumulative shear is irreversible. The best you can do is minimize exposure. Or, she looked up at Varga, or ride the wake, like a fish hiding in the turbulence behind something larger. Morales coughed, a dry, choking sound. That's what she meant by the vector. Those things outside, they're the only stable anchors left. Varga's eyes narrowed. How do we follow them? CO shrugged. If we time the jump to match their movement, use their wake as a phase anchor, we might land somewhere more coherent, or we get erased. It's all probability. Beck checked his scanner, as if expecting the numbers to have changed. What about the risk to the crew? Morales, we're already at risk. Every hour in this frame, the ship gets sicker. Life support power, even the deck plating is starting to delaminate. Varga considered, then spoke. We salvage, then we go. No one argued. The party moved through the dead ship in silence, each officer picking their own route. Beck hit the med bay first, finding only a few injectors and 2 packs of stabilization tape worth taking. Morales stripped power cartridges from the relay room, filling a pouch with batteries and patch cables. Hale returned to comms, pulling not just her alternate's memory crystal, but the whole backup array, stuffing it into a small cargo sack. CO spent a full 15 minutes at navigation, copying over the logs and drift models, then paused to stare at the corpse of her double, still splayed over the console. In the mess, the rations were gone, except for 2 bricks of protein and a half dozen water bulbs. Beck took them anyway. No one went back to the bridge. That place belonged to the dead. When they regrouped in the airlock, the haul was pitiful. A few kilos of supplies, a handful of data, and a crystal's worth of ghost voices. But it was all they would get. Morales keyed the airlock sequence, then watched as the chamber cycled down to nothing. When the lights went green, he slung his bag over one shoulder and stepped through without looking back. Beck followed, then Hale. Sio paused, hand on the tablet, and looked at the alternate Radian's hull one last time. Varga was last. She stood in the vestibule for 3 full breaths, then turned out the lights, sealing the dead ship behind her. In the blue, the living returned to the only home they had left. The living crossed the airlock one by one. Helmets off, their faces showed nothing but the pure, white-burn exhaustion that had settled behind the eyes. The blue-lit corridor of the Radian was unchanged. It was the crew that was new. No one spoke as they peeled out of their gear, each stowing their own helmet, each folding gloves and shoving them into lockers with more force than necessary. The bags of salvage hit the deck with a series of thuds. Morales, heavy with batteries and data, Beck's a meager sum of medical supplies, Hale's a sack that clinked and rattled with every movement. Varga led them, not to the bridge, but to the mess. It was a small break from procedure, but the gesture landed. Inside, the 6 of them sat at the long table, not in their usual posts, but wherever gravity and momentum let them fall. No one reached for the food pouches or the water tap. Varga waited for the door to hiss shut, then spoke. "We're going to get through this, but first we face it." She looked to Morales, who was already booting up the data drive. "Start with the logs." Morales recited the findings in a flat, technical tone. 4 captains' logs, a slew of sensor data, hundreds of error dumps, the forensic readouts of a ship that had failed at every turn. He finished. "We can match the drift profile. We know what went wrong." Beck glanced around the table, eyes landing on each face in turn. He cleared his throat, voice soft but steady. "We survived because we adapted. That's not luck, it's us." Sio hunched over her pad, fingers trembling as she ran the equations from Alt-Sio's final model. "I don't know if it matters," she said. "The solution set is, maybe closed. There's not a way back." Hale held the memory crystal in her palm, turning it over until the edges cut red lines across her skin. "There's always a way. The other me," she kept trying. "We can, too." Varga nodded. "We use the wake. We minimize the exposure. We don't let the ring sing, as they put it. Morales, can you keep the containment under?" He hesitated, then nodded. "I can try." Sio pressed both hands to her face, just for a second, then reset and looked up. "If we can catch the right moment, maybe we can get a clean transition, or at least one that doesn't kill us all." Hale set the crystal down, the gesture final. "That's enough for me." Beck checked the readout on his wrist, subtle but obvious if you knew what to look for. He exhaled, then nodded to Varga. The captain looked at her crew, a full inventory. "I know what we saw out there. I know what it means. But we're not them. Their path is not necessarily ours." She let the silence stretch, then said, "Rest, rotate stations. No one solos a shift until I say." No one objected. Morales took his bag and left first, the data drive clutched to his chest. Sio stayed, tapping on her pad, scribbling equations, tearing through the ghost math with a fevered, desperate logic. Hale lingered by the door, watching the others with a tight, wry half-smile. Beck waited until everyone else was gone, then collected the empties from the table, tossing them into the recycler with a clatter. Varga sat alone for a while, not moving, hands flat on the steel surface. When she stood, the blue light was dimmer, but there was a new clarity to it, a quality of something hard that had survived the fire. She went to the bridge. In the mess, only the hum of life support remained. Chapter 9, Closer, Not Home. Bridge protocol was ritual, but tonight it took on the feel of a wake. No one spoke unless necessity dictated. The blue lighting was back to full, and every station glowed with a subtle, solemn intensity. At navigation, Lin's CO hunched like a crow over her console, the right hand manipulating the drift model, the left pinky ticking an erratic metronome against her thigh. She had replicated Alt-CO's solution, set with a kind of religious fervor, then overwritten it with her own tweaks, more out of respect than skepticism. The data from the dead Radian had imported with only two conflicts, a correction for starfield drift and an annotated warning in all caps, which she had not deleted but simply minimized into the margin of her display. She set up the burn vector to coincide with the last recorded trajectory of the Leviathan pod. Every so often, her thumb strayed to the new raised ridge along her wrist, an artifact of the last jump. She did not appear to notice. Behind her, Captain Mara Varga stood at parade rest, arms folded, chin tilted low enough to watch both the nav panel and the rest of the bridge without moving her head. The blue light pooled at the hollows of her face, giving her the aspect of a statue left too long in the deep. She did not blink as she reviewed the numbers, and every few seconds her hands flexed, as if fighting the urge to take the controls herself. At engineering, Elias Morales reviewed the Lattice Drive diagnostic in 3 parallel windows. He had his toolkit open and arrayed in a straight line, a nervous, useless gesture. The drive was already primed, and any last-minute adjustments would be cosmetic at best. He toggled the diagnostic panel, checked the green again, then toggled it back. His left foot tapped against the deck plate in a high-frequency tremor, a motion that only stopped when he caught himself and forced the leg into stillness. Beck was at the life support console, fingers splayed out as if reading Braille. The overlay of crew vitals ran in a slow, stately parade across the upper margin of his display. He logged a silent note, all 6 present, all running high on heart rate, O2 utilization just shy of the acute stress zone. He pulled up the medkit inventory, then minimized it, and instead watched the curve for CO, whose pulse spiked every time she tweaked the vector. At comms, Hale had both ears clamped tight to her headset, the pink foam pads nearly merging with her skin. She cycled through bands with the same automated rhythm as always, but her other hand traced the edge of the memory crystal from the dead ship, rolling it between thumb and middle finger. Every so often, she paused her sweep, then set the crystal beside the console, only to pick it up again within seconds. She logged a half-dozen Mendel possible pings, but nothing resolved, so she kept at it, looping the search. Sensors was all alien. She worked with both hands, the right running active sweeps, the left running background subtraction on every band from X-ray to deep radio. Every few cycles, she flicked the stylus between her fingers, a motion so fast it almost didn't register. She ran the full diagnostic again, then checked the band for a blue shift, a telltale for Leviathan movement. There was one at the margin, but it was just a glimmer, a ghost of a return. The crew had nothing left to say to each other, so they said nothing at all. Each was cocooned in their task, insulated from the possibility of disaster by the brittle shell of their own role. CO ran a last delta between the real-time sensor data and the archived solution set from Alt-CO. It matched within 4 digits. She checked again, then exhaled once, audibly, the sound as sharp as the click of a relay. "Captain," she said, voice clear and stripped of all but the essential, "the burn vector is locked. Solution matches the wake trajectory. Window is tight. 5 minutes, 42 seconds to optimal intercept." Varga nodded once, a movement so economical it could have been a muscle twitch. "Engineering." "Morales, drive is at green. Containment is stable. I can hold the solution as long as Nav gives me the vector." Varga, life support. Beck, all systems nominal. Crew vital stats within range. I recommend pre-dose for jump stress. Varga, no time. Do it after. Beck nodded, then returned to monitoring. Varga, comms. Hale, not removing the headset. No response from Mendel. Passive channel is clean. I'm running a parallel broadcast on emergency bands, just in case they have new ears on this side. Varga, keep it open. Alien spoke without being prompted. Sensors show a phase shift ahead of us. matching the predicted path of the Leviathan. No hostile signatures, but the blue shift is increasing, fast. Varga rotated in place, making a full sweep of the bridge. Every pair of eyes snapped to attention as she did, then back to their own displays. "Final check," said Varga. "Then we do this. No heroics. If it doesn't work, we try again, or we wait for another solution." Morales smiled without mirth. "We're out of spares. This is it." Sio's hand froze over the launch pad. 30 seconds, she said. Varga stepped forward, braced both hands on the back of Sio's chair, and leaned in. "Ride the wake," she said, voice so low it barely carried. Sio keyed the burn. The lattice drive wound up with none of the ululating, bone-deep terror of the last few jumps. This time, the vibration was a smooth, harmonic hum, as if the ship had finally given up resisting and chosen to trust its own momentum. The deck plates flexed, but not in agony, more like the stretch of a swimmer diving into water. Every display flickered, but held steady. The blue light did not change. There was a moment, maybe a second, maybe 10, when the bridge existed in a kind of purgatory, the numbers on every display running in tight, beautiful synchronization. Then the world resolved. Outside, the void was still the void, but something had changed. The blue drifted towards indigo, and the stars outside ran in perfect, parallel lines. On sensors, the wake of the Leviathan was visible as a standing wave, a ripple that beckoned them forward. On the bridge, no one spoke. They were all waiting for the aftershock, the scream, the agony of having made a new, unfixable mistake. But it didn't come. Instead, Sio ran her hand along the margin of her display, checking the error. The margin was within 0.010%. She blinked once, then again, then allowed herself a half-second of stillness. Varga looked to each station in turn, her jaw unclenched and her hands relaxed on the chair. Status. Morales, we made the jump. No power loss, no containment breach. It's smooth, Captain. Beck, vitals are normalizing. No aftershock. I'd call it safe. Hale, still nothing from Mendel, but the static is gone. The band is clean. Ilian, the Leviathan, is here. Ahead, 300,000 kilometers, holding steady. It's moving, but so are we. The wake is stable. Sio spoke last. Vector holds, no deviation. Varga let out a breath, then straightened. Log the jump, she said. All stations continue monitoring. She did not smile, but there was something close to it in the set of her mouth. On the bridge, the six lived, for now. The ship ran silent, following the path of the impossible thing ahead. There was still hope in the world, even if it was only the hope of the next solution. The aftermath was a study in waiting for the other shoe. On the bridge, every officer ran their own silent diagnostics, comparing the expected to the actual, hands steady but breaths short. The first thing that hit was the quiet. The drive's aftershock faded to nothing in under a minute, leaving the bridge so still that even the ventilation system sounded like a weather event. Sio kept her eyes on the starfield for a solid 5 seconds, as if afraid that moving would knock everything off axis. She reached for the nav overlay, fingers tapping out a sequence so tight it looked like a nervous spasm. She plotted the 12 nearest reference stars, cross-checked them against the catalogue, then ran the numbers again. This time, the margin of error was not a creeping horror, but a fixed constant, tight, predictable within spec. "Captain," said Sio, voice almost tender, local coherence at 96.4%. Catalogue matches within 10 decimal places for all stars inside 10 light years. No drift, no ghosting. For a moment, the bridge held its breath. Beck exhaled, the sound sharp as a snare. Varga nodded, but her jaw kept working, as if chewing on every word for hidden toxins. She scanned the crew, looking for any sign of microtension, and found only the usual tells. Morale's foot, now tapping in an actual rhythm. Eileen's hand, loose on the stylus, no longer white-knuckled. Hale, who had paused in her comms cycling and now sat rigid, headset clamped to her skull. It was Hale who broke the silence. She pressed 2 fingers to her left ear, then straightened in her seat, spine dead vertical. "Captain, I have a transmission. Strong signal, no bounce, no bleed. Origin matches Mendel, and it's running standard protocol. No distortion." "Varga, authenticate." "Hail, running now." Her hands fluttered over the input and her face changed, first a frown, then a skeptical flicker, then something that could have passed for awe. "It's him. Hossin, the voice print is perfect. No lag, no overlay. He's calling for us." For the first time in hours, Beck looked up from his console. Is it really the Mendel, or just another layer? Hale shook her head. "I don't think so. The handshake is clean. They even referenced our last known vector. It's right." "Varga, put him through. Bridge only." Hale patched the call. The speakers filled with the calm, precise voice of Mendel's Captain Hossin, a sound that had been missing so long it bordered on myth. "Radian, this is Mendel Actual. We have you on scope, vector matches predicted. Please report status and readiness for rendezvous. Repeat, Radian, report status." No one moved for a beat. Then Varga set her hands flat on the command console, shoulders back, and said, "Mendel, this is Radian. Crew is intact. Lattice Drive is operational. We are following a prescribed solution set. Request you provide verification codes and last recorded communication from prior jump event." The reply was immediate. "Radian, verification as follows." Hossin rattled off the chain, every digit and checksum exactly as it should be. He added, "Last communication on record was a command directive to proceed with minimal jump protocol, with a caution to avoid non-directorate signatures in the field. Is that consistent with your log?" Varga looked to Hale, who checked the log, then nodded. "Confirmed, Captain. It's word for word." Varga, good. Prepare for approach at minimum delta. We'll advise further. Hossin's voice softened just a shade. "Acknowledged. It's good to hear you, Mara." Varga's eyes narrowed, but she didn't respond to the familiarity. She killed the channel, then turned to her bridge. For a split second, no one spoke. Then Morales let out a long, slow whistle, the sound almost comical in the stillness. "Cap," he said. "That's the first real transmission we've had in weeks." "Beck, it's the first real anything." Eileen, eyes still on the sensor feed. "The Leviathan is holding course. There's no sign of pursuit, no anomalies. We're in a clean field." Sio's hands hovered, then dropped to her lap. Her left pinky twitched once, then stopped. "The math says we're as close as we've ever been. This might be home." Varga didn't relax. If anything, her posture got even tighter, as if she expected the universe to punish her for hope. "Maintain position," she said. "No celebrations yet. There could still be phase error. We confirm, then we proceed." Morales, not bothering to hide his smile. "Understood, Captain, but I'll prep the docking collar just in case." Hale ran her hands through her hair, then set the headset on the console, almost reverently. "If this is really them, I want to hear it first, every word." Beck watched the heart rate overlay. All 6 lines dropped back toward baseline, the first time in weeks. No one else said anything. There was no need. For the first time, the Radian felt less like a haunted house and more like a ship with a destination. The blue light on the bridge seemed warmer than before, but maybe that was just the way hope colored the air. It didn't take long for the first cracks to show in the new world. The bridge drifted into its old rhythm, each officer hunched to their task, but the tension was different now, more like the hush after a storm than the dread before it. Sio was the only one who didn't seem content. She toggled between overlays, her hands flickering over the nav array, her left pinky so tight to the side of her hand it almost vanished. She started with the usual, nearest dozen stars, all matching within spec. She ran the comparison 3 times, then wrote a script to crosscheck against the entire directorate catalogue. The results came back 96% perfect, and for a few seconds she let herself breathe. But perfection has a smell, and this wasn't it. She scrolled through the first 100 reference points, each one a clean fit. The next 100, a little less so. Then, at line 209, she stopped. Pulsar PSR 193114 was supposed to be there, a standard candle in every nav catalogue. Here it was missing, not drifted, not shifted, just absent. She checked again, pulling the raw sensors, but the profile was flat. She marked it, then kept going. Star cluster K81 was next. The centroid was off by a full 2 degrees, and the trailing edge of the cluster looked more like a comet's diffuse tail than the tight clump in their last universe. Sio checked her own scripts for error. They ran clean. She flagged the 2 mismatches, then scanned forward, eyes hardening with each line. The pattern was clear, local space, nearly perfect. The farther you looked, the more the universe unspooled. As if the jump had snapped them into a near copy, a mirror with some of the paint scratched off. She looked up, caught the captain's eye. Varga was waiting for it. "Report," Varga said. Sio blinked twice, then patched the main display. Local catalogue matches, yes, but further out, she flicked the overlay, letting the mismatches pop in red. The further we look, the more things diverge. Pulsar at this marker is gone. The K81 cluster is wrong. I can keep listing them. Beck craned his head, squinting at the display. "Is it safe?" Sio shrugged. "Safe enough, but it's not ours, it's adjacent." Morales laughed, a short, dry sound. "After all this, you want the fine print." Sio shook her head. "I'm just saying we're not home, we're somewhere close. If you want a margin, I'd call it 96% reality. The rest is borrowed." No one replied. For a minute, the crew just sat, listening to the faint whine of the life support and the slow tick of the clock. It was Eileen who broke the silence. She flicked her sensor display, frowned, then ran the sweep again. "Captain," she said, voice even as ever, "I have a new signature. Actually, several." "Varga, clarify." Eileen toggled the overlay, throwing the sensor profile up on the forward screen. It rendered as a series of ghostly, cyan filaments, each about 100 kilometers long, drifting in the void 1,000,000 kilometers ahead. "There are 19 of them," Eileen said, "all moving as a single vector, parallel, synchronized." Beck's mouth opened, but he didn't speak. On the sensor plot, the entities looked like a river of bones, each form trailing its own comet tail of light. Morales leaned forward, voice barely above a whisper. "A migration." Sio ran her own numbers, mapped the vector, and then stopped. The curve matched the predicted trajectory from Alt-Sio's last solution. "They're following the path," Sio said, "just like the model." On the bridge, the image of the 19 entities shimmered, caught in the starlight. Each one pulsed along its axis, a slow, patient heartbeat that made the whole system look alive. Varga stared at the screen for a long time, then nodded. "Not random wanderers," she said. "They have a destination." Hale, watching the ghostly parade, muttered, "At least someone here knows where they're going." No one disagreed. The bridge fell silent as the Radian drifted in parallel to the herd, riding the same vector. Each officer watched the display, caught between awe and the memory of every mistake they'd ever made. In the end, the only sound was the hum of the deck and the slow, even breathing of a crew that knew it would never see home again, but had found, at last, a vector worth following. In the blue silence, the Radian moved forward, just another shadow in the wake. Chapter 10, Migration. Sensor specialist Eileen mapped the herd by muscle memory alone. Her left hand indexed the gain across 4 sensor overlays. The right worked through the namming queue, logging new entities as they entered range. The designators stacked along the upper edge of her console. Shear 3, Storm 2, Veil 1, Glare 7. Each time the blue-lit tracking field blinked with a fresh echo, Eileen tagged it, assigned a provisional, and cross-referenced its mass signature against the last 3 cycles. Behind her, Captain Varga watched the main display in silence. The viewport had been dimmed to minimize interference, but the glass still caught the faintest suggestion of the herd. Thin, blue-white vectors like brushstrokes across the dark. The multi-panel array above Eileen's head rendered the migration in 6 perspectives. Raw M, augmented optical, LiDAR, passive gravitic, then two more that were nothing but rolling gradients of numbers. The crew gathered at the edge of the bridge, just beyond the command pit. Even Morales, who usually kept to engineering, had wandered up for a better line of sight. No one commented on this breach of protocol. The herd was worth it. "There's 19 minimum," said Eileen, her voice level as always. "Possibly 21, but the last two are still ghosting in the clutter. Trailing edge of the vector is shedding debris, so count may rise." Varga said nothing. The only sound on the bridge was the serial click of Eileen's stylus against the sensor pad. Beck hovered at life support, half watching his own panel, half watching the main display. "They're maintaining formation. Look at the intervals, perfect spacing, even when they drift apart." Morales leaned over the back of Eileen's chair. "What's the spread, sensor?" Eileen tapped twice, then brought up a readout. Interentity distance varies from 800 to 2,000 kilometers, mean holding at 1250. Alignment is not random, it's oscillating around a shared centroid, but with a phase offset. Each one is maintaining its own wake, but correcting to match the herd. Beck whistled, the sound absorbed by the bridge's hush. "That's coordination, more like a school than a swarm." Eileen allowed herself half a nod. "Or a fleet." Varga finally spoke, her tone low enough to pass as background radiation. "Show the trajectory overlay." Eileen swiped the right-hand panel, overlaying a vector field atop the sensor image. A fan of parabolic lines extended from the current position of the herd, each arc representing a projected path for the next several hours. The lines converged, then diverged again, tracing a slow, stately curve across the region's ecliptic. CEO at navigation watched the overlay in silence for 2 beats, then keyed up a comparison to the Radian's own vector. Her fingers hovered over the input, then she froze the frame. "They're not drifting," CEO said. "They're running." Hale on comms looked up from her headset. "From what?" CEO shrugged. "If I had to guess, a wave front, or a singularity. The curve is classic escape pattern. If you model the local distortion, it's like they're outpacing a moving line." Varga considered then. "Anything on sensors?" Eileen ran a background subtraction, then shook her head. "No field anomaly, nothing at the noise floor. If something, chasing them, it's not visible to our suite." Morales squinted at the herd's leading edge, then pointed. "That one, shear 3, it's out of phase with the rest. See the lag in its wake." Eileen noted, "It's either wounded or carrying excess mass. Drag is up 6% from last interval." Beck checked the bio-overlay, a habit he couldn't shake even in the face of unknown life. No signs of decay or emission. They're alive, all right. Hale, after a second, "Why here? Why now?" No one answered. The herd continued its stately escape across the void, the 19 giants moving in an orchestral rhythm that mocked any notion of random walk. Each time the Radian's position shifted, the display recalibrated, but the entities always kept their places in the great sweep. Eileen logged the latest interval, then brought up a comparative from the last hour. The movement was so consistent it looked faked, an artifact of over-averaged data. But the small, subtle corrections were all there, each entity adjusting for the others, never colliding, never drifting out of range. CEO ran a delta on the nav overlay, then looked up. "Whatever they're running from, we're following in their wake, if it catches them." Morales quietly, "It catches us too." Varga placed a hand on Eileen's chair back, the gesture less comfort than a relay for her own tension. "Maintain tracking. Watch for anything that deviates from the pattern." Eileen nodded, then keyed in a macro to automate the designator assignments. The console obligingly began to tag the stragglers. Glare 9, Vale 2, Fisher 5. On the bridge, the blue light dimmed as the herd passed beyond the nearest optical threshold. On sensors, they remained. 19 titans drifting through space, their movement a study in perfect, inhuman intent. For a minute, no one on the Radian spoke. They just watched and waited and wondered if anything could hunt something so large, so organized, so alive. When the next anomaly showed at the edge of range, it did not come from the herd. It came from behind. The first sign was a simple subtraction. Stars vanishing from the display, not occluded, but erased, as if reality itself had folded over their positions. Eileen saw it first. Her hands stilled, and she zoomed in on the region behind the herd. "Captain," she said, her voice suddenly less a tool and more a warning, "I have a new contact." Varga's hand tensed on the chair. Eileen brought the display up on the main panel, then enhanced the field. There, at the trailing edge of the herd's path, a wedge of pure black advanced, a moving shadow that swallowed everything in its line. "Not an object," Eileen said. "It's a region, no return, no signature." Sio checked the nav overlay, but the region had no vector, no point source. It was just absence, expanding at a steady rate. "Hail softly. It's eating the sky." On the bridge, the blue light flickered once, then stabilized, all eyes fixed on the display. Behind the herd, the shadow followed, a void that chewed up the universe, patient, unstoppable, indifferent. Varga's voice was a quiet knife. "Log it as black current." Eileen tagged the region. The name appeared at the bottom of the display, stark and final. In the silence that followed, even the hum of the Radian seemed to fade. The herd pressed onward, the bridge watched, and the new darkness crept closer. It was the only thing that moved faster than the giants ahead. On the bridge, no one spoke for the first 20 seconds. The black wedge advanced, indifferent to the sensors tracking it, indifferent to the law of conservation itself. The usual chatter of analysis had shut down. Only the faint noise of relay cooling fans and the distant, arrhythmic clicks from Beck's med wrist kept the silence from absolute. Eileen ran a fresh sweep and froze the display. "It's not shadow," she said. "Not an occlusion, not mass. The region is a moving absence. I can't get a bounce off anything inside." Varga, artifact. Morales, already preempting the question, keyed in a diagnostic at engineering. "Internal sensors are nominal. If it's an artifact, it's external to the ship." Eileen toggled the field overlay, then magnified the region to max. The black was not a color, not a measurement of darkness, but a number that had stopped counting. There was no M, no thermal, not even the whisper of cosmic background. It was a wound in the fabric of the display. Beck watched the numbers populate, then ran a hand along the side of his scalp. "It's erasing, Captain, not just light. It's taking the signature down to vacuum." Eileen checked again. "I see no sign of particulate, no event horizon, no hawking emission. The edge is clean. Stars behind it don't lens or redshift, they just cease." Varga's jaw tightened. "Range. 7.6 light minutes from current," Eileen said. "But it's advancing. At current rate, it will cross the last known herd path in 32 minutes. Sio leaned forward in the nav pit, eyes never leaving the arc of the black. "If it's eating the sky, what happens when it reaches us?" Morales was already querying the Lattice Drive for risk scenarios. "Depends if it's just surface or if it operates in phase. If it hits the lattice, we could lose containment on the vector or just never emerge." "Varga, how far can we get ahead?" Sio did the math, quick and implacable. "With current burn, we match herd velocity, but we're not gaining. We're just in the pocket." Eileen's hands flew over the interface, collating the migration speeds. Herd velocity is increasing. Leading edge is now at 2% higher than baseline. Trailing entities are pushing 3. If they accelerate further, we'll be left behind. Beck blinked hard. "Captain, I'm getting a sharp dip in cosmic rays ahead of the black, like it's eating even the background." Morales, maybe it's a field effect, or a different state of matter. Eileen shook her head. "No field, no mass, no signature. It's not massed matter, it's not plasma, it's anti-being." Varga looked at the display, eyes narrowing. "Can we project its path?" Eileen nodded. then threw a new overlay across the main screen. The arc of the black continued, slow and steady, tracking the herd with the inevitability of gravity. The wedge would intersect the Radian's trajectory in 31 minutes, plus or minus a margin. Hale's comms board lit up with a thin, clean spike. She keyed the channel, expecting a crash of static, but instead there was only a flat hum, punctuated by a voice so faint it could have been a trick of the brain. Hold vector. Do not correct toward voice. She played it again, then again, filtering for clarity. It was a human voice, maybe Varga's own, maybe the alternate, maybe something else. The phrasing was strange, off by half a generation, the vowels lazy and the final syllables chopped. Hold vector, Hale repeated, as if the bridge had missed it. No correction, that's the whole message. CEO glanced at Varga, but the captain didn't respond. On the main display, the herd had picked up pace. The trailing entities now lagged, stretching the formation to the breaking point. At the edge, one of the smaller entities, tagged Fisher 5, wobbled in its path, then peeled off at a steep angle. The rest of the herd didn't even adjust. Alien tracked Fisher 5 for several seconds. It's not a random deviation. The entity is diverging, but still following the general migration. It's like a cell splitting, not a loss of control. Beck checked the biosignature, which was not a true biosignature, but a best guess extrapolated from the color and modulation of the light curve. It's changing, Captain. The edge is fuzzing. Maybe it's panicking. Morales, distracted by the constant warnings on the lattice panel, said, "If they keep accelerating, our burn won't hold." Varga, options. CEO, boost now and risk burning out containment, or ride the wake and hope the herd blocks the effect. There's no third way. Varga stood silent for 3 heartbeats, then said, "Increase burn to match lead entity. Hold vector. Do not deviate for any signal, even Mendel. Understood." The word Mendel triggered a fresh burst on comms. Hale's board lit again. This time, the voice was stronger and the syntax more formal. Radian, this is Mendel actual. If you are reading, do not attempt course correction. The region behind is erasure. Repeat, the region behind is erasure. Beck repeated the last word, as if hearing it for the first time. Erasure. On the main display, the black current advanced. The edge, previously slow, began to oscillate. Small filaments of darkness shot forward, splitting and rejoining, like the leading tendrils of a forest fire. Alien zoomed in, then blinked twice. The region is fractalizing, Captain. It's not a smooth front. It's predatory. Morales, if it hits us, do we go blind or do we go away? Beck, no data. But if the herd is running, that's not a good sign. Varga checked each face on the bridge. The eyes all ringed in blue. Match lead entity, she said, and ride the vector. On the display, the distance between the Radian and the black current began to stabilize, but the trailing edge continued to erode, first a few pixels at a time, then whole blocks of the map, devoured and gone. Alien watched in real time as a swath of the sky collapsed. Where there had been a constellation, now only black. The bridge didn't speak again for a while. There was nothing left to say. Shear 3 was the first to go. At 22 minutes to projected intersection, the entity lost formation. First a subtle drift, then a sudden, violent swerve as if struck by an invisible force. The crew watched in silence as the Leviathan's trailing filaments hit the edge of the black current. What happened next broke all rules of physical narrative. The filaments did not twist or tear or burn. They simply vanished at the boundary, as though the tail had never existed. The severed ends glowed with a brief, impossible halo, then winked out. The rest of Shear 3 oscillated in place, its membrane rippling as if in shock. Seconds later, the entity's body reappeared, but wrong. The leading edge was crumpled, the internal lattice exposed, and streams of faint, luminous matter bled into the void. On the Radian's sensors, the damage registered as a surge of radiation, then nothing. The display tagged Shear 3 as compromised, the font blinking red. Eileen narrated, but only in the technical. Entity has lost 22% mass. Trailing structure destabilized. Bioluminescent pattern is out of phase. Beck, at life support, tried to read the numbers, then stopped. Is it alive? Eileen waited for a return signal, then nodded. Alive, but damaged, broadcasting a low-frequency pulse. The bridge itself felt the pulse. It came through the hull as a vibration, first faint, then strong enough to set glass to rattling and rattle the teeth. The other heard entities, upon receiving it, accelerated as a group. The stragglers rejoined the main body with a precision bordering on programmed, closing gaps and tightening their spread. Morales checked the drive's output, then looked up. If the herd goes any faster, we'll have to redline the lattice. The ring wasn't built for continuous acceleration at this vector. Varga, can we risk a jump? Morales grimaced. If we try, we might phase out in the black. We don't know what's on the other side, or if there is one. CO, at navigation, added, if we deviate from the vector, we lose the benefit of the herd. The current might overtake us immediately. On comms, Hale's headset spiked with new audio. This time, the voice was clear, unmistakably Hossin, the cadence sharpened by urgency. Radian, this is Mendel actual. Hold to herd trajectory. Do not answer to signals from the current. Do not attempt containment reset. Repeat, do not correct toward voice. They can. The last word cut off in a wall of white noise. Hale ran the audio 3 more times, filtering and refiltering for subtext, but the message was unchanged. She put the headset down, then repeated the phrase out loud, as if to make it real. Do not correct toward voice. Beck asked, is it talking about us or the herd? No one answered. Outside, the herd moved as one. Even the damaged Shear 3 kept pace, though the gap behind it grew with each passing minute. The bioluminescent signals became more erratic, flickering with high-frequency patterns that defied categorization. Eileen began to log them as distress codes, each one a unique entry in a growing archive of desperate communication. As the black current advanced, it developed a jagged, serrated edge. New filaments snapped forward, probing the gaps between herd members. The bridge watched as another entity, Storm 2, barely dodged a sweep, losing only the smallest tip of its filament before righting itself. Eileen said, current is adapting to the herd's movement. It's learning their pattern. Morales, hands flat on the drive console. Can we outsmart it? CO, no. The math says we run or we die. The vibration in the hull increased. Even Varga, who hadn't moved in several minutes, flexed her hands to keep the sensation from turning her fingers numb. The blue light on the bridge seemed dimmer, swallowed by the shadow now overtaking a third of the forward view. In the final minute of the scene, the black current surged. It doubled its velocity, then tripled it, the front now a living fractal, hungry for anything in its path. Eileen called it. Acceleration confirmed. Margin is shrinking. New ETA, 12 minutes to overlap. Hale's headset lit up once more. One last burst from Mendel. Hold, hold. If you can hear, stay with the herd. Then nothing. Varga looked at each face on the bridge, then the display. There's no other option. We match them, second for second. No more, no less. On the screen, the herd merged into a single point of light, all distinctions erased by the closing gap. In the shadow, the Radian followed. The universe behind them ceased to exist. Chapter 11, Fault Lines. The bridge ran a single blue-white band along the deck, just enough light to make the consoles ghostly, just enough power to keep the forward screens alive. Wake Rider mode had stripped away every non-essential cycle. Even the ventilation fans pulsed in slow motion, so that every intake of breath sounded like it belonged to someone else. They had locked onto the herd's vector. The Radian had become a shadow in a shadow. Tessa Hale hunched over the comms station. 3 monitors ringed her left flank, each vomiting raw, unfiltered data. Signal strength heat maps, phasic drift overlays, a waterfall graph of Hossin's latest transmission. She flicked her fingers at the overlays, each gesture sharp as a thrown knife, then stood, twisting to face the rest of the bridge. "There's a pattern," she said, voice as flat as the blue light. She reached over the display, dragging the topography of the signal into the air. "Every time we get a clean line from Mendel, the local shear drops. It's not random. There's correlation right here." She stabbed at the peak on the leftmost graph, then at a matching trough on the adjacent screen. "We're picking up Hosin not because the universe is cooperating, but because something is literally opening a path when the herd hits phase coherence. It's like they're laying fiber behind them." Sio, who had not left her station since the last vector adjustment, didn't look up from her display. "Correlation isn't causation," she said. Her hands floated over the navigation interface, all 10 fingers poised but barely moving. "If you want me to believe this is repeatable, run the numbers. Show a power function, not just a chart." Hale rolled her eyes but tapped her wrist for the overlay. "I already did. See the spike at every time index where the signal clears." Sio's voice was precise, even like she was reading from a script she'd memorized in another life. "That's a lagging indicator. The signal follows the drop, not the other way around. You're building navigation out of noise." Hale's jaw flexed. "You could try not shooting holes in every idea, you know. Especially when it's our only shot at talking to Mendel before we get eaten by the black current." Beck, at life support, raised a finger like he wanted to break the tension. "If she's right," he said, "can we predict when the next open channel will be?" Hale nodded, all business again. "Yes, in 17 minutes we'll have a window, maybe 30 seconds. If we want to get a message to Hosin, that's it." Sio finally turned her head, slow and deliberate. She stared at the main bridge display, where the arc of the herd was rendered in icy blue. "If we want a real window, we need to boost the effect, not chase the tail. But if you want to run an experiment, Captain, it's your call." Varga, who'd watched the exchange from the command pit, said nothing at first. Her hands were folded at the wrist, the knuckles white against the navy of her sleeve. "Hale, model the window, prep the transmission. But I want a hard abort at 10 seconds if you can't get a lock." Hale acknowledged with a stiff nod, then bent over her station, fingers blurring as she built the predictive. The blue of the screen painted the planes of her face, giving every motion a sense of terminal urgency. Morales, in the alcove behind, watched the duel with open curiosity. He said, "You think you can catch a ride on the wake, or just avoid being erased?" Hale didn't look up. "Both." Sio said, "There's no evidence the window won't close with us inside it. If the current is erasing behind us, and the only path out is through a needle's eye, we'll shred the frame. Or worse, we'll bring whatever's chasing the herd straight to Mendel's vector." Varga, how sure? Sio, within 2%, maybe less, the errors converging. Varga let the silence draw tight. "Then we keep station with the herd, but we don't stop looking for exit ramps." On the main screen, the visual of the black current showed a region now encompassing half the display, a slow, eating dark that advanced with the steadiness of continental drift. The herd vector arced away from the shadow, but the margin was shrinking. Every time the Radian lost alignment, the error margin climbed. Hale finished her model and threw it to the main. "This is the next best shot," she said. "But if we don't try, we lose the opportunity forever." Sio leaned forward. "Let's bet on physics, not intuition. At least try running a Monte Carlo on the phase overlap. If it's real, it'll pass validation. If not, we're just wasting heat." "Hale, I'll run it, but when it matches, you're buying drinks on the other side." Sio's expression didn't flicker. "Deal." Hale ran the simulation, the script output unfurling in fast forward on her lower left display. The peaks did recur, but the margins were less clean than the raw overlay suggested. For each clear in the window, a cluster of low-level noise bled through, and the model quickly became a scatterplot rather than a perfect sign. "See," Sio said, almost gentle. "It's a trick of the interval. There's a pattern, but it's not deterministic. The only way to beat the current is to ride the vector as close to baseline as possible. Hale looked like she wanted to argue, but the proof had already disintegrated on the screen. Varga watched the two, then glanced to Morales. Engineering, are we risking hull if we push up the vector by 0.3? Morales checked his numbers, then grinned shark-like. It'll vibrate, but it won't rip. We can do it. Varga, do it. Morales keyed in the adjustment. The Radian hummed in response. A deeper, more resonant note than before, felt more in the chest than the ear. Hale, still not ready to concede, said, "It's still a window. Even if it's not clean, we should try." Sio was already running the revised overlay. "I'll hand you the wheel if it aligns, but I'd rather we aim for the next vector, not the noise between them." The blue lighting on the bridge seemed to sharpen as the power allocation ramped. On the main display, the arc of the herd shifted, the Radian's marker moving a fraction closer to perfect alignment. Varga said, "Prepare for the window, but do not deviate from current solution unless the margin closes." Beck, who had been silent since his earlier question, watched the two women with something like admiration. "At least we'll know if the universe prefers intuition or math," he said. Neither responded. As the simulation finished its run, the outcome was impossible to argue. The next phase window was real, but the duration was negligible, and the risk of missing it was higher than the reward. Sio, without a hint of triumph, said, "We hold vector." Hale slumped back, eyes on the static field overlay. Morales, low but audible, said, "Next time, maybe the universe will be listening." On the bridge, the argument faded, replaced by the waiting. Outside, the herd pressed on, the shadow followed, and the Radian rode the margin between existence and not. It was all they could do. The corridor behind the bridge was a wound in the architecture, lit only by a thin blade of blue running along the seam where two panels met. Morales led Sio into the alcove without a word, his gait quick, restless, like the energy would leave him if he didn't keep moving. Once inside, he braced himself against the access trunk and stared at the wall as if expecting it to open. Sio waited, arms crossed, the left pinky brushing her sleeve in a subtle loop. Morales took 2 breaths, then pulled his maintenance tablet from a thigh pocket. The case was battered, the surface scuffed to grey in places where his thumb had worried it over weeks or years. He keyed the biometric, then swiped the display until a nested, red-labeled folder appeared. Phase shear. The header bled into the screen, almost pulsing. He flipped the tablet around, not meeting Sio's eye. "You need to see this," he said, "but it doesn't leave us." Sio took the tablet, her hands steady. The document tree sprawled with logs, each tagged simulation adjacency or shear margin test. The top document was stamped Directorate Eyes Only in black on blue. She skimmed the first page, then the next, then the next. With each swipe, her grip on the tablet tightened. Morales leaned forward, his hands now wringing one another, thumb gouging a knuckle white. "It's not what we told Command. The Lattice Drive," he broke off, started again. There was always a risk of phase instability, not just a bad jump, but a permanent drift, like what we are seeing now. Sio flicked to the simulation output, watched the numbers cascade. Each cycle ended with a failure to anchor and a probability spike. She traced the error margins, then set the tablet down on the power trunk. "Why not tell Varga?" Morales let his head drop. "If we had, the Directorate would have pulled the plug on the whole project. We'd never get a chance to prove it could work. But I thought, we all thought, the risk was theoretical, that reality would snap back to baseline. It always does in the models, eventually." Sio said nothing. She just watched him, motionless except for the pinky, which curled once then stopped. Morales' mouth twisted. There was one run, a deep simulation. We kept it off the mainland because it didn't match experiment. It predicted exactly this. The further we went, the less chance of ever finding home again. Each jump made it worse. He swallowed. "I shredded the logs before launch, but I kept the backup, just in case." Sio's voice, when it came, was nearly inaudible. How many cycles before it's irreversible? Morales shook his head. No one knows. The simulation bottoms out at 6, but that was for a different configuration. She picked up the tablet again, ran a calculation, then closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, she said, "We're at 4, maybe 5, depending on how you count the alternates." Morales let out a sound, part laugh, part exhale, part disgust at himself. "You can hate me," he said, "but we wouldn't even be here if I hadn't kept my mouth shut." Sio studied him, her expression unreadable. She tapped the display once, locking it, then slid the tablet back toward him. "Varga needs a solution, not a confession," she said. "If you ever want to sleep again, fix the drive." He almost smiled. "That's the plan, Nav." She nodded once, then left the alcove, her steps measured, controlled. Morales watched her go, then pressed his palms together, as if in prayer. Behind him, the blue light flickered, then steadied. On the bridge, nothing had changed. But everything was different now. The main bridge was running at a whisper, the herd's vector locked, and every hand on task, when the comms array threw a spike so tall it slammed the channel open. Hale's headset jolted against her skull. She fumbled it back on, eyes wide, then stabbed at the main relay to pipe the signal through the bridge. The voice came through raw, only a hair off baseline. "Radian, hold vector. Do not correct toward voice. Repeat, do not correct toward voice." Hale's hands flew over the console, isolating the channel. "That, Hossin," she said, loud enough for the forward deck. "It's him. There's no bounce, no distortion. He's right there. They're close." Beck and Eileen drifted in from their posts, drawn by the volume and the sudden energy crackling across the bridge. Beck's eyes flicked from Hale to the nearest forward display, then back, as if the numbers might change by watching harder. Eileen logged the time stamp, hands moving in quiet counterpoint. Hale replayed the transmission, slower, filtering for hidden cadence. She muttered, "Why would he say not to correct? He's leading us, not warning. If we catch the vector, we can home in." Eileen low but clear. "The message says hold vector, not follow the voice." Hale dismissed it with a flick. "He's coded before. It's the standard protocol. The rest is just signal, if we can triangulate." The airlock hissed as Morales and Sio stepped onto the deck, both faces drawn, Sio's hairline damp from the heat of the maintenance bay. They crossed to their stations in tandem, neither acknowledging the rest of the crew. Hale looked up as they entered. "You heard it right. Hossin just pinged us. I can get a position if we divert the gain to full on the next window." Sio didn't sit. She stood at the edge of the nav pit, arms folded, voice a flat line. "The message says not to correct to the voice. It's a trap or a bleed. If you chase it, you'll just add another phase error." Hale's face went cold, then dark. "You just want to ride herd until we drift into black. If we don't jump on this, we'll never get home." Morales, his face unreadable, keyed into engineering. "If we repoint the mast, we'll break the phase alignment. It'll hit the drive like a hammer. We could lose the ring." Varga, who had not moved from the command pit, said, "Hale, what's the probability you get a lock?" Hale brought up the model. "If we run it through the herd's next convergence, we're inside the margin. 97%, plus or minus 3. Sio, without pause, "Run the validation from the last hour. The drift is random. It won't hold at high energy." "Hale, I've run it. I can show you." They stepped into the line between their stations, both moving at once. Hale threw her overlay up on the shared display, a wash of white spikes matching every signal to a position in local space. "See, they cluster. Every time Hossin gets through, it's at the margin. If we jump at the next spike, we can bring the comms tower on vector with Mendel." Sio ran her own validation, this time in hard blue. "The phase margin collapses with every attempt. You're seeing the last echo, not the real position. If you chase it, you're dead." The argument became physical, a duel of overlays, graph stacking, fighting for primacy on the shared main. The rest of the bridge watched mute, the only sound the rising, uneven breaths as the data spooled. Beck stepped forward, palms up. Can we double up, split the signal, run both solutions? Morales, only if you want to burn the mast. It wasn't meant for two-state operation. Varga cut in. What happens if we miss the window? Sio, we keep pace with the herd. We stay alive. Hail, or we get erased when the current catches up. Varga let it run, watching the clock tick down to the window. When the display hit 60 seconds, she stood, her hands locked behind her back. Decision time. We either try or we don't. Hale didn't wait for the order. She reached under her console, thumbed the physical override for the comms safety. The red switch glowed, then pulsed. The system screamed a soft, synthetic warning, but she ignored it, running the mast to max. Eileen whispered, "You'll blow the tower." Hale grinned, wild and desperate. "I can get us home." Sio started toward the comms pit, but Hale's hands danced across the panel, sealing the override. "Don't," she said. "Just don't." Varga's voice was sharp. "Hale, stand down." Hale didn't turn. "If we hold Vector, we're done. This is our only chance." Morales lunged for the engineering cutout, but Hale had locked him out, the display now fully red. At the main screen, the arc of the herd wavered. The ship had begun to rotate, aligning the high-gain antenna off the herd's path toward the calculated source of the Hossin signal. The bridge lights went blue-white, then to emergency red as the containment ring's error margin spiked. "Emergency," the main said, an automated calm that made the panic worse. "Unsafe vector deviation. Helm override engaged." Sio said, "We're out of phase. If you don't stop, we lose everything." Hale's hands never slowed. She brought the ship onto the new heading. It's a risk, but it's the only one left. The vibration in the deck became a shudder, then a rattle. Beck shouted something, but it was lost in the alarm. The mast screamed, the hull flexed, and the Radian began to pivot away from the herd's wake, Vector now tracking a new, unknown target. Varga tried one last time. "Hale, if you have ever trusted this crew, trust us now." Hale looked back, eyes wild. "I am." She keyed the commit. The bridge went full red, the displays rebooted, and the ship lurched into a new reality, trajectory now aimed straight at the voice in the void. The last thing heard before the blackout was Hossin's voice, repeated, louder, clearer. "Do not correct," toward voice. But it was too late. The Radian was gone, and the bridge fell silent. Chapter 12. One burn left. The bridge was a vault of silence, its air unmoving except for the mechanical sigh of life support and the low, periodic tick from the chronometer. Emergency grid lighting gave the deck a washed-out indigo, the only brightness the delta of the comms console, which painted Tessa Hale's face in a cyan haze. She sat alone in the pit, the only human awake and above deck at this hour, her legs curled under the seat so her boots wouldn't thump the metal, her hands resting, palms down, fingers slightly bent, on either side of the control pad, as if she were waiting for a piano to strike back. Outside, the universe bent. Veil 1, the Leviathan, swept past at a range of just over 250,000 kilometers, close enough for its radiant wake to lens the background starfield. The thing's presence was visible through the forward observation port, not as a shape, but as a continuous deformation. Starlight smeared sideways in a bow wave. Constellations dragged into ephemeral, slanting blurs before reforming as the beast passed. The ship's sensors had recalibrated to account for the interference, but even to the naked eye, the effect was oppressive. It was a reminder that the Radian was tiny, fragile, just another grain of logic in a field ruled by scale. Hale's focus was not on the beast, but on the transmission overlay mapped to its passing. The regular comms band was dead, as always. Hossin hadn't come through in the last 3 rotations, and even the expected phantom echoes had decayed to noise. But on the deep band, what the logs called sub-vacuum signal bleed, there was something new. a comb of repeating spikes, spaced at perfectly regular intervals, each one sharper and brighter than any previous sample. She tapped the overlay, zoomed in, split the main channel into three. Each time the signal spiked, the background white noise dropped to nothing, as if the universe was momentarily pausing to listen. Her left hand, habit-trained to rest, now hovered above the deploy control for the high-gain mast. The mast was the only part of the ship not permanently bolted or shielded. It could, in theory, be extended outside the hull to catch signals below the noise floor if you were willing to risk structural stress and a warning citation from every deck officer who'd ever lived. There were standing orders. The mast was to remain sealed unless in port or at a dead stop. Any deviation risked catastrophic interference, blowout of the M boards, or, in the event of a major collision, the sudden introduction of vacuum directly into the heart of comms. But the spikes on her display were an ache in her brain. They were a pattern, and they wanted out. She thumbed the deploy key. The panel hesitated, a soft red text overlay blooming across her palm. IQIS Auth, command level. She grinned, teeth bare in the blue glow, and keyed in her own override. Nothing happened, just the deeper shade of warning now pulsing, as if the console was trying to shake its head at her. I know, she muttered. Not procedure. She leaned forward, lips a hair from the pickup. System, authenticate Hail, Tessa, authorization Delta 12 straight line. The console stuttered, ran its checks, then flashed a yellow border. Provisional. She took that as a yes. The high-gain mast began its extension routine. Somewhere outside the hull, a drum-tight spool unwound, feeding out the wire and the mesh. On her overlay, the mast's trajectory rendered in a yellow line, arcing smoothly out into the thin margin ahead of the bow. The end of the mast carried a receiver barely thicker than a human finger, but the comms core insisted on visualizing it as a spear, a vector stabbing into the heart of the noise. With the mast halfway out, the spike on her display doubled in amplitude, then snapped to a flatline. Hale sucked in a breath, eyes wide, and then cycled the mast's phase. The signal snapped back, now even cleaner, the spike repeating at such regularity it was more metronome than noise. She keyed up the autocorrelation and watched as the console mapped the spike to the precise moment Vale one's, leading edge past the Radian's frame of reference. It's cleaning the channel, she whispered, half in awe, half in terror. But it wasn't just the spike. Underneath, in the microseconds between each clean, there was a second signal, a modulated band that didn't match any signature in the library. She rerouted power to the comms core, knowing it would trigger a warning on the bridge display, and ran a full spectrum analysis. The signal resolved into a dense, chittering overlay, a packet of information so dense the console flagged it as potential data corruption. Hale smiled. You're not supposed to be here, she told the display, then ran a translation pass using every protocol in memory. The console spat back gibberish, a line of unreadable code. She didn't care. It was proof. She flicked the overlay to her personal log, then keyed the mast another 10% out. The bridge's passive warning lighting kicked up a notch. Structural deviation detected, the system intoned, voice low and persistent. High gain mast at stress margin. She ignored it. The signal was now so strong it interfered with the local M, making her wrist comp vibrate in resonance with each pulse. She ran a deconvolution, pulling out the baseband, and piped it to her headset. The noise hit her as a pop, followed by a hiss, then, between the pulses, a voice. At first it was pure artifact, a scrap of sound, something like a vowel, then nothing. But with each pass, as the mast aligned itself more perfectly to the vector of the herd, the voice became clearer. Hold vector, do not correct. It was Hossing. There was no doubt. The signal was being carried in the wake of the Leviathan. She nearly slammed her palm into the deck, elated. But the warning lights had shifted from blue to orange. The bridge's primary display now flashed. Warning, comms mast AT critical limit. Attitude control ought to engage to compensate. She minimized the alert, but the warning overlay began to climb the margins of every display in view, as if the ship was raising its own hands in surrender. The bridge began to move, so subtle at first she only noticed the stars outside the port shifting by a millimeter, then more, a deliberate roll, as the Radian's auto-stabilizers tried to bring the mast in line with the inertial frame. Hale keyed in a counter-correction, but the ship fought her, its programming refusing to permit a misalignment that would risk tearing the mast off the hull. The two systems locked into feedback, every half-second a correction and counter-correction, the motion turning from subtle drift to a slow, uneven oscillation. Come on, just a little longer," Hale whispered. On her headset, Hossin's voice came through again, this time less clear. "Radian, Hale, hold vector. Do not toward voice. Repeat, do not." The message stuttered, then looped, then broke into static. On the forward display, the margin of the wake shifted, the blue arc now directly over the Radian's calculated position. Hale tried to bring the mast back, but the override froze, the system refusing to accept a manual retraction during an active attitude correction. The orange lights went red. Critical, structural shear imminent. Outside, Vale 1's wake had reached its maximum amplitude. The entire ship vibrated, a deep, almost wet shudder that passed through the deck and into the bones. Hale locked her arms around the console and braced. The mast, half deployed and now bent out of true by the attitude conflict, met the onrushing wave front at exactly the wrong angle. There was a screech, the kind of sound that is felt in the teeth before it is heard, and the bridge's emergency lighting went out, replaced by a single, stuttering red strobe. The last thing Hale saw was her own hand, reflected in the dead black of the monitor, still reaching for the mast's manual override. Then the comms pit filled with a pressure wave and a cloud of freezing air. She tasted copper, then nothing at all. The disaster rang the ship like a struck bell. From the main corridor, a metal-on-metal shriek rose, then broke into a low, a rhythmic groan that seemed to crawl along the ductwork before settling into the bones of the hull. Then the air itself turned against the crew, sudden, brute-force decompression that slammed through the comms sector, tripping every sensor and flooding the bridge with a litany of overlapping alarms. In engineering, Morales was first to move. He flung himself out of the diagnostic nest and took the ladder at a sprint, boots hammering the rungs, a wrench still clamped in his left hand. Beck's voice barked over the ship wide. "Hull breach, comm section, repeat." But the rest was lost in a cough of static as the atmosphere ripped through the breached deck. Captain Varga reached the corridor a half-second before anyone else. She never slowed, just slammed the emergency lever with the heel of her hand and watched as the airlock iris spun shut, steel petals colliding with a sound like bone breaking. She keyed her comms badge. "Status," the word was a gunshot. On the far side of the seal, the comms pit was chaos. The high-gain mast, sheared off at its root, had gouged the bulkhead, crumpling ally and tearing a furrow down the starboard wall. Freezing air atomized into a whiteout, torn in intervals by pulsing red from the emergency strobes. Tessa Hale was pinned against the wall by the manual valve assembly, blood soaking the front of her jumpsuit in a spiral, as if painted on by centrifugal force. She didn't scream. Her first sound was a grunt, low, feral, almost angry. Her right hand, slick to the wrist, was locked around the valve wheel, the broken end of it driven straight through her palm and into her abdomen. Every time the ship shuddered, the wheel twisted a little deeper. She fumbled at her headset, managed to slap it against her ear, then mashed the transmit. "Bridge, Hale, status, alive, for now." The last word broke off in a cough. Outside the compartment, Varga ran a status on the environmental panel, then hit the override for the secondary airlock. "Hale, talk to me. Are you in control?" Hale laughed, a wet, ugly sound. "Define control, Captain. The valve in me, so I guess that's the control point." Beck arrived, skidding to a halt, medpack in hand. He keyed the intercom, but the mic only transmitted a whisper. "Stay awake, Tessa. Talk to us. We're coming in." Hale's vision tunneled, red at the edges, but she forced herself to focus on the valve. If she let go, the pressure would spike, blow the bulkhead, and vent the rest of the comms sector. She dug her fingers deeper into the wheel, the pain a white-hot anchor. "Don't open the main," she managed. "Pressure differential is too high. The mast." She swallowed once, twice, the movement stuttering as blood filled her mouth. "The mast is gone, debris everywhere." Varga killed the line, then turned to Morales and Beck. "Other routes." Morales, breathless. "We can cut through the maintenance crawl, but the seal, on manual, could take 10 minutes. Beck shook his head. "She doesn't have 10, she might not have 2. Varga looked at the status, then at the two men. Her face was a mask. "Morales, suit up, go for the crawl. Beck with me at the iris." Back inside, Hale felt the hypoxia setting in, the gentle fog that would soon become a blanket. She stared at her hand, at the way the bone and valve metal disappeared into her belly, and marveled at the neatness of the puncture. She tried to laugh, but the effort made her vision strobe, and she nearly lost grip. The console in front of her was still alive, though dim. She reached up with her free hand and keyed a direct line to all stations. "Recording, this is," she gasped. "Comms Officer Tessa Hale aboard Radian. Critical incident. Hull breach comms sector. Mast is gone, not coming back." She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them, forcing herself to see the display. The wake, it's not just distortion, it's cleaning the signal. Every time the Leviathan passes, it clears the noise, like a reset. The signal's there, but you have to be in the right place, right time. She tried to finish, but another cough cut her off. "Tell Varga the window's real, not proximity to home. The wake stabilizes local reality, if we ride it." She ran out of air. On the corridor side, Varga and Beck heard the last of it. Varga's jaw tensed, then she called, "Hale, can you hear me?" A beat of silence then. "Yes, Captain, still here." The voice was faint, barely more than a vibration in the air. Varga placed her palm against the cold metal. "You did good, Tessa. We're getting you out." Hale managed a smile, though no one could see it. "Don't lie to me, Captain." Morales, half-suited, called from the maintenance hatch. "Pressure's falling. If we vent the rest, she's gone in a second." Varga nodded, then keyed the intercom one last time. "Hale, we can't get you out in time. I'm sorry." Hale's eyes glazed, but her grip on the valve wheel never loosened. "It's all right," she breathed. "Just keep the ship together." Beck at the iris fought to keep his voice level. "We'll remember you, Tessa." The compartment's pressure alarm began a slow, steady tone. The red lighting flickered, then faded to black as the power grid isolated the breach. The last thing Hale felt was the valve, steady in her hand, keeping the world intact for a few more seconds. She closed her eyes and let the cold take her. In the corridor, Varga keyed the last command, sealing the bulkhead permanently. The Radian shuddered, but held. The alarms stopped. And on the other side of the seal, Tessa Hale went silent, her last words still looping in the dead air. The bridge held its breath for nearly an hour. When at last the emergency strobes died and the ventilation system normalized, Lincia was the first back at her station. She slid into the nav pit, the movement practiced and automatic, even though her legs trembled and the blue light flickered erratically from the overhead. Her hands hovered above the interface for a long moment before she made herself start. On the main hollow, the starfield rendered as a three-dimensional projection, just as it had always done, but now overlaid with an ugly mesh of static and red error symbols, marking the voids left by the black current. Superimposed on that was the last, desperate spike of data pulled from Hale's doomed mast. A single, perfect band of clarity slicing through the center of the wake, right at the moment of the pass. CEO ran the analysis again. The software compared the clarity of Hossin's voice during the event to all other attempts. The difference was not only measurable, it was unmistakable. The noise dropped to zero in the corridor behind the Leviathan. The message was received in full, a clean vector with no bleed, no echo, no drift. She expanded the graph, then overlaid the pattern onto the herd's predicted course. There was a rhythm, and it mapped not to proximity to home, but to periodic cleansings, moments of stability when the monsters passed. She ran the comparison 3 times, then 4, then a 5th, her lips moving silently as she checked the math. "Captain," Sio's voice came out thin, scratchy from dehydration, but it cut through the silence. Varga looked up from the command pit, where she'd been staring at the sealed comms door for so long the outline had burned itself into her retinas. "Report." Sio patched the hollow to the center display. She was right. The wake is not a side effect. It's the cause. Every time the herd passes, it resets the field, creates a window of clarity. If we can match that moment, we can get a message through, or maybe jump out ourselves. She brought up a histogram, fingers shaking only a little. It's not just better signal. The numbers suggest local reality stabilizes, reduces phase error. If we could time a lattice drive burn to coincide with the wake, it might bring us to a more coherent frame. Morales arrived, face gaunt, the repair harness still looped over his shoulders. He didn't look at Sio, just at Varga. "Comms section is locked down. The mast is gone. We might be able to rig something from the backup wire, but it won't get us more than a few light seconds." Varga nodded, just once. "Understood." Morale's softer. "The compartment's full vacuum. No way to recover the body." Varga let the information settle. "We owe her," she said. Sio's fingers danced over the console, then stopped. "We can do it," she said, almost to herself. Beck, stationed at the periphery, swept the bridge with his scanner. "Everyone's borderline hypoxic," he said. "We need to reoxygenate, or we'll all start hallucinating." Morales grunted. "Ship got a preference for weird these days." Varga stood, approached the nav pit. "Show me, Lin." Sio called up the new solution set. "The best chance is to match vector with the next herd pass. We'll have less than a second of stable window, but it's real. If we fail, the current catches up, and it's done." Varga's expression didn't change, but the tension in her jaw relaxed, ever so slightly. "You're sure?" Sio shook her head. "It's as close as we'll ever be." Morales ran the numbers on his own pad, scowled, then nodded. "She's right. The wake is the only clean way out." Beck thumbed a shot of oxygen into his collar, then passed the injector to Morales, who ignored it. For a while no one spoke. The bridge was as silent as it had been during the last, lost jump, except now the silence had a purpose. Varga addressed the crew, voice flat as polished metal. "Prep for synchronized burn at the next window. No deviations, no overrides. This time, we do it together." Morales saluted, one quick snap of his fingers to his temple. Sio just nodded, her attention already back to the growing window. The Radian drifted in the margin behind the herd, caught in the lee of giants. The black current loomed, eating more of the sky with every passing hour. But in the center of the blue light, a vector cut through the dark, one last solution, waiting to be tested. No one said Hale's name, but the hope in the air was hers. Chapter 13, Wake Rider. They called it Wake Rider mode, and it was not a metaphor. The ship had a blueprint for every state it could exist in, from full crew cruise to skeleton lockdown, but this was new, a configuration so spare that even the builders would have called it heresy. The air in the Radian's corridors changed as the process began, every degree of temperature and humidity recalibrating to favor power reserves, not comfort. The work started in the bow, where Morales and Beck moved with synchronized brutality. The first targets were the racks, sensor spines, hardpoint upgrades, anything that could be loosed from the mounting rails by hand or with a crowbar. The zero-G made it possible to move equipment the size of small children with the flick of a wrist, but it also meant every object needed to be manhandled into a bag, then wrangled down the corridor like a misbehaving animal. Morales worked shirtless, skin already marked with red lines from cable ties and mounting brackets. Beck stayed fully suited, both for the pockets and the armor against particulate, moving like a technician rewiring the bones of a body in a war zone. By hour 2, the bow section was stripped to aluminum ribs and bundled cable runs. The remains floated in mesh sacks, labeled by mass and chemical volatility. Morales had a system for everything. The hot bag for reactor-sensitive components, the soft for insulation and fabric, the wet for anything still holding fluid. Beck's job was to log every item, tag it with a trajectory plan, then move it down the line to the next airlock for jettison. He did this with a methodical silence, broken only by the periodic hiss as a storage container hit the wall, or the grunt when a stubborn rack panel refused to release. Varga watched their progress from the next junction, arms folded, jaw tight as she measured the noise and the weight of every action. She did not intervene. Her presence was instruction enough. When Morales passed her with a mesh bundle the size of a coffin, he did not make eye contact, just grunted, "Next compartment's ready." She nodded, then followed. The midsection was the hard part. Here every kilo mattered: liquid stores, life support, the hydroponics. For 3 jumps they had kept the green wall going, nursing it through freeze cycles and radiation spikes, the spindly kale growing even as the crew's patience thinned. Now Varga pointed at the wall, then at the airlock, and Beck started in with the shears. The roots went first, then the trays, then the mat. Each segment was bled of nutrient solution and double-bagged, then handed off to Morales for final mass check. Beck cut his hand on the edge of a tray. The blood was almost black in the blue light, but he ignored it, pressing a wipe to the wound and moving on to the next segment. "Ought to save some for seed stock," he said, not to anyone in particular. "Not enough water to germinate," Varga replied, the words flat and final. "Bag it all." He did. Next came the batteries, secondary reserves, then the tertiary banks, each one worth more than the crew's weight in gold, but now just ballast to be thrown away. Morales had rigged a double sling, carrying 3 packs at a time, the veins in his arms standing out as he shuttled them down the spine of the ship. The corridors now echoed, the hollow sound accentuating the sense of loss. Beck stripped the panels from the charge housings, hands moving fast despite the blood, then floated the packs to Morales, who logged them with a hand scanner before sending them to the airlock. It took 3 full cycles to clear the section. The ship began to creak, an unfamiliar vibration, as if the walls were protesting their own hollowing. Varga made a note, then moved aft. In the ward, the focus shifted to supplies, medical, then personal. Beck inventoried every ampule, every splint, then selected a third for retention. The rest was discarded. In the next room, Morales and CO tackled the sensor array, working in tandem to remove anything redundant. For the first time, CO spoke up. "If we lose the second band, we're blind." Morales didn't pause. "If we keep it, we're dead en masse." She hesitated, then stripped the second band, rolling the sensor in bubble wrap and stowing it with the others. By now, the ship's internal climate was Arctic. Beck's hands shook as he logged the next bag, but he didn't slow down. The cold was good. It kept the mind sharp, even as it bit into the wounds. They worked through the rest of the inventory with the determination of people performing the last act of their lives. Morales' hair was soaked with sweat by the time he reached the stern, face streaked with the grime of a dozen compartments. Beck's sleeve was ripped, the white of his bandage now a dull maroon. Even CO, usually pristine, had a streak of hydroponic mud across her cheek, a badge she ignored. In the main cabin, the next target was the dining assembly. The chairs, already battered, were stripped of padding and stacked for disposal. The table, with its embedded circuitry and comms array, was untethered, then floated whole to the next junction for breakdown. Beck saved 1 mug from the rack, the ceramic chipped but still solid. He rinsed it, then placed it at the center of the now bare tabletop, a ritual gesture no one commented on. Varga kept the crew on task, never resting, her own hands just as dirty as the rest. When they came to the captain's quarters, she led the charge. First her own belongings, then the mission memorabilia, then even the patch from her sleeve. She set the patch on the stripped mattress, patted it once, then moved to the next item. As the process neared completion, the rhythm of the work took on a quality that was almost sacred. The crew spoke less, but every action was more precise, every gesture purposeful. In the nav pit, CO ran the updated mass calcs, the delta dropping with every jettison event. The numbers came together, and for the first time in weeks, she allowed herself a smile. In engineering, Morales prepped the Lattice Drive for its final reconfiguration. The drive room was a maze of exposed cables and jury-rigged shunts, every surface marked with grease or the black scorch of a near miss. Morales worked through the checklist, hands steady, the memory of the earlier confession nowhere in his posture. He paused only to check a loose relay, then double-knot the wire. He did not smile, but the line of his mouth relaxed as the diagnostics ticked over to green. On the bridge, Varga watched the ship's status change in real time. Each subsystem powered down, each redundant circuit isolated, each kilo of mass noted, logged, and then made to vanish. By the end of the cycle, the Radian was 57% of its original weight and 100% committed to the vector ahead. The crew gathered at the airlock for the last round of disposals. The bags floated in a neat formation, ready to be vented. Beck ran the sequence, eyes locked on the countdown, hands steady despite the bruises and the fatigue. Morales watched over his shoulder, double-checking every toggle. When the hatch opened, the contents were sucked into the void with a gentle violence, the sound not heard but felt as the ship flexed. For a moment, the corridor was utterly silent. Varga nodded, then turned away. The crew drifted back to their stations, each step echoing in the emptier, sharper world they had made. There was no talk of what had been lost, or of the risk ahead. Only the blue light and the final vector, and the sense of being as ready as any living thing could be. Beck found the chocolate at the end of a hard 30, in a place no one had any business looking, wedged behind the mess wall, between the O2 line and the fuse box for the hot plate. The cash was in a weatherproof bag, tucked so deep that the only way to reach it was to lever off the front panel with a mess fork and fish around blindly until your knuckles scraped metal. He palmed the bag, checked the seal, then set it on the table where the 6 of them used to eat, before the chairs had been stripped and the table left naked and cold. The new protocol was that no one ate together, not formally, but the chocolate was its own kind of gravity. Within 2 minutes, every remaining officer had drifted in, boots scuffing the deck in slow, reluctant increments. Morales arrived first, arms crossed over his chest, grease still blackening the creases of his hands. He eyed the bag, then Beck, then looked away, like he was embarrassed for both of them. CO showed next, hair down, eyes red at the rims, but otherwise composed. She took a seat at the far end of the table and didn't speak. Eileen hovered at the doorway, as if waiting for an invitation that would never come. She eventually took the seat next to CO, hands folded, palms open, eyes fixed on the bag. Varga entered last. She wore the expression of someone already writing the after-action report in her head. She stood at the head of the table, took stock of the room and said, "Where's Beck?" Beck, who'd been off in the galley prepping a round of water pouches, slipped in through the side door, bag in hand. He dropped the bag in the center of the table. The word luxury, C, was scrawled on the wrapper in black marker, with a small red dot and a date from 3 years prior. Morales reached out first. He peeled open the bag, then frowned. Inside, individually wrapped squares of chocolate, each one folded in clear plastic with a handwritten label. He read the first one. "Birthday, Morales, minus 21 days, don't touch unless you're me," and snorted. He passed the bag to CO, who took one, hesitated, then handed it to Eileen. Varga didn't move. She just watched, hands on the table, eyes sharp. The sound of unwrapping was loud in the strip-down room, the blue of the emergency lights making the chocolate look like a series of dark, perfect equations. No one said anything for a long while. Morales finally popped a square in his mouth, chewed, and said, "She was a pain in the ass." CO, voice soft but clear. She had the best pattern recognition of any comms I've worked with. Sometimes she'd find a ping in static I would have bet was dead air. Eileen added, She never lied about what she heard, even if it made her sound like a lunatic. Morales wiped his hand on the table, then reached for another piece. Remember that time she played whale noises through the bridge for 6 hours just to see if the big guys would answer? Beck smiled. She swore she got a return, logged it as potential cetacean non-locality. Varga allowed herself a thin half-smile. She kept morale up, even when she was wrong. Beck looked at the table, then at the remaining pieces in the bag. We should save one for the next birthday. Sio shook her head. No, we finish them, or she comes back and haunts the nav pit. Eileen said, leave one in her locker. They passed the bag around again. Each officer took a square, peeled it with care, and ate it in silence. The taste was a shock. Actual chocolate, rich and bitter, nothing like the freeze-dried rations that passed for dessert in the directorate. It was the kind of thing that would be gone in a day if anyone knew about it. Morales, mouth full, said, didn't peg her for a hoarder. Beck said, she was saving it for when we got back. Sio, quietly, she didn't believe in getting back. Varga broke the silence. I did. She took a square, unwrapped it, and held it between finger and thumb. I told her if we got the record for longest deep, I'd promote her to XO. She just laughed, said she'd rather have the chocolate. They all looked at the piece in Varga's hand, then at the bag, then at each other. A kind of decision passed through the table, unspoken. Beck reached for the last square, unwrapped it, and slid it across the table to Varga. She broke it in half, ate one, then set the other in front of the empty chair at the end of the table. They didn't raise a toast, didn't say anything final. They just sat in the blue light, silent, until the taste of chocolate faded from their mouths. Sio stood first, then Eileen, then Morales and Beck. Varga lingered, fingers tracing the grain of the table, eyes locked on the half-square at the empty seat. When she finally left, she carried the piece to the locker room, opened Hale's empty locker, and set it on the shelf inside. She closed the door and stood a moment longer, as if waiting for someone to return. Then she went back to the bridge, ready for the next order. Morales called the engineering briefing with a 2-word message. Drive now. He waited in the field chamber, next to the lattice assembly, arms bare to the elbow and covered in the ghost of old tattoos. The chamber was colder than the rest of the ship, every surface silver or white, the blue of the active drive bleeding into the floor and ceiling in pulsing intervals. When the others arrived, he didn't turn. He just watched the diagnostic scroll past on his palm display. Sio and Beck arrived first. Beck wore the full vest, medical patch on his shoulder, hands in pockets. Sio had her hair knotted up, and she glanced around the room like she was already prepping the report. Varga came last, her steps quiet, hands behind her back. The 4 of them made a line at the entrance, silent except for the soft thrum of the Lattice Drive. Morales finished whatever line he was reading, then set the tablet on the workbench and faced them. This is how it works, he said, not as a teacher but as someone putting the last piece on a board. The structured wake gives us a clean path, but the drive won't follow it unless we run full manual. Automation wants to correct back to standard space. If it does that, we'll shear the corridor and lose containment. Maybe worse. He motioned to the drive itself, a nest of toroids and fiber ringed by the field cage. At the core, the phased matter lens shimmered like a pearl left under ice. So, I'll be here in the field. The rest of you keep to bridge or med wherever you like. When we hit the boundary, the override trips. That's me, not the computer. For the burn to work, I need to stay in the cage. There's no remote option. Beck asked, radiation profile. Morales shrugged. It'll spike, but the margin's enough for 1 human, 1 cycle. I'll be fine. Sio frowned, then asked, why not run a delay? Let automation take over after the jump. Morales tapped the tablet, pulled up a model, and threw it to the room's hollow. If I let go, even for a second, the drive tries to re-anchor. It can't tell wake from vacuum. That means we lose the phase and get snapped out like a rubber band. Varga stepped forward, close enough that her shadow split the blue on Morale's face. "You're sure this is necessary?" Morales nodded once, no hesitation. "I ran the numbers. There's no other way." They stood for a moment, the four of them, the hum of the drive a kind of subtext. He pointed to the gloves resting on the bench, thick-ribbed, the inside coated in conductive mesh. "The override is manual. If I pass out, it stops, so don't let me pass out." No one laughed. Morales picked up the gloves, ran a thin layer of lubricant over the contact pads, then flexed his hands. "We only get one shot. I'll do my part." Beck opened his mouth as if to argue, then closed it. Varga said, "Then that's what we do." She nodded once to Morales, then to the others. Beck and Sio left, silent as they came. Varga lingered. "You could have said something earlier," she said, voice low. Morales shrugged. "It wouldn't change the job. This is what I do." Varga nodded, as if this was the answer she expected. She watched him for another moment, then left. Alone in the drive chamber, Morales pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and breathed. Then he suited up, checked the field one last time, and waited for the call. The Leviathan was a moving event horizon. From the bridge, it filled the forward arc not as a shape, but as a gradient, shading from true void at the core to a deep, luminous indigo at the rim. The sensors had long ago stopped trying to model its form. All that mattered now was the vector, the delta between Radian and the giant's bow wave. 300 meters and closing, Sio called. Her voice was steady, low, each word a tick in the narrowing margin. Varga kept both hands on the nav yoke, her wrists braced against the padded rail. The stripped-down ship handled like a thrown blade. Every puff of maneuvering prop was audible, a soft percussion reverberating through the skeletal structure of the hull. She adjusted pitch by 1/10 degree, then 2, then locked the attitude, all without looking away from the main display. In the background, the hum of the Lattice Drive had dropped to a subsonic moan, vibrating the deck plates in a way that made teeth rattle. Morale's voice came through the comm. "Field is at 94%. We have bleed on the outboard, but that's expected. I'm holding containment." Beck monitored life support, calling out numbers without inflection. O2 steady, humidity low. Skin temp down another 1/2 degree. Watch for shivers. Varga, copy. The real action was at sensors. Eileen, eyes locked to the feeds, tracked the leading edge of the wake. "Density shift approaching," she warned. "Wake boundary in 6 seconds. 5, 4. A tremor ran through the Radian, not violent, but total, the sort of movement that didn't push but realigned. The ship's frame seemed to elongate for a heartbeat, then snap back. Every status light flickered, then stabilized at a new, more saturated shade of blue. On the main, the starfield behind the Leviathan went from jittery shimmer to pinhole clarity. The herd's passage had cut a corridor through the random, making the impossible seem suddenly engineered. "Boundary crossed," Sio said, not hiding the relief. Varga checked her readouts. All systems were running cold, but there were no new alarms. The ship seemed to ride the curve of the giant's passage, its bow wave a highway through the worst of the quantum noise. Eileen, wake is holding. No sign of phase turbulence. Correction minor spike, but it's transient. Morales from the field cage. "I'm compensating. Burn vector is within 2% of prediction." Beck, feeling it here too. "Crew, report any dizziness or blackouts. Deck sensors are spiking, but it's not dangerous." Varga, helm is nominal. Everyone stay sharp. As the Radian advanced, the world outside the hull began to change. The stars at the periphery grew faint, then vanished altogether. The universe beyond the wake corridor was turning to noise. The only reality left was the ribbon behind the Leviathan. Inside, the ship adapted. The blue of the emergency lighting deepened, almost black at the edges. The hum of the systems grew steadier, less a vibration and more a music, pure and singular, as if the ship itself was singing a note only the crew could feel. Sio ran a check and nearly smiled. Phase coherence is up. We're at 82% match to our origin frame, highest since the first transition. Varga gripped the yoke a bit tighter. How long can we hold this? Eileen, as long as the herd stays ahead. If we lose their tail, we lose the corridor. Morals, we won't. It's the only thing they're good at. A silence settled, not tense but anticipatory. Each officer checked their station, adjusted, then waited for the next event. The corridor outside seemed to narrow, the walls of the wake pressing closer, the color shifting from indigo to a blue so deep it was almost purple. The bridge's forward window polarized automatically, shading out the worst of the glare, but leaving the central vector razor bright. At the next interval, the ship shuddered again. This time, the tremor came with a flicker in the main lights, an artificial dusk, then a return to normal. Morales called in, voice a bit ragged. Drive is at max. This is the last safe window for the burn. CO ready at nav. Targeting quiet volume 9, pre-launch signature. Beck quietly, let's make it count. Varga took a breath, the motion measured and deliberate. All hands secure for final maneuver. Each officer acknowledged in turn, then gripped whatever anchor was closest. On the forward display, the stars at the center of the vector seemed to stretch, the field of view narrowing to a tunnel. The only light was the wake, the only direction was forward. Varga keyed the comm to Morales. On your mark. Morales, alone in the drive cage, said, Mark. The Radian leapt. The initial acceleration was crushing, a wave that pressed every atom against the aft bulkhead. But then the deck fell away, and the only sensation was blue and speed, and the sense of being at the very edge of something huge and final. As the burn carried them into the wake, the sensors registered pure silence. No noise, no error, just the simple existence of the ship, crew, and the world they'd chosen. In the last moment before the jump, Varga watched the navigation overlay converge to a single, perfect line. She smiled just once, sharp and satisfied. Then the Radian was gone. The corridor, the stars, the wake itself, all of it vanished, replaced by a darkness that was not a lack but a waiting. On the bridge, the blue light faded. And in the silence, the only thing left was the hope that this time, the solution was enough. Chapter 14, Thin Places. The bridge settled into the longest hour. The blue band along the deck cycled from dim to dead, as if the ship were holding its breath. Every non-essential diode and relay had been powered down, leaving only the lines of the main console and the oblong glow that pulsed, faint but insistent, from the forward observation port. Outside, the stars oscillated between clarity and total distortion, their positions flipping through impossible geometries, constellations blooming into existence, then winking out as the Radian pressed further up the wake corridor. No one spoke unless forced. Varga stood at the command station, her stance a study in economy, one hand braced against the bulkhead, the other white-knuckled on the armrest of her chair. She scanned the readouts on her left, then right, then forward again, her pupils slow to adjust between each relay. The skin at her temples glistened with sweat, and every so often she blinked with an intensity that suggested she was resetting her whole body. Navigator CO was a knot of motion in the nav pit. Her hands hovered a millimeter above the interface, ready to type or correct, but she barely touched the keys. Instead, she ran her index down the margin of the display, tapping it every few seconds, as if checking the rhythm of her own pulse against the ship. The numbers flickered, then snapped, then ran backward, as if the software was shuffling through all possible outcomes before selecting one at random. She muttered corrections to herself, only half of which matched the words on the screen. Morales held engineering, his profile washed out by the glow of the diagnostic. He had stripped the console down to core access, wires and cooling ducts exposed, the usual safety covers dangling by thread. His right hand clutched a solder tool, thumb pressed so hard to the base that a white imprint showed on the next finger. He toggled between screens with the speed of a man running from his own numbers. checking and rechecking the lattice drive's output, then rerouting power, then frowning as the readings came back with values that couldn't coexist. Beck shadowed the life support system. He sat on a padded edge, spine ramrod straight, both feet planted with a precision that made the rest of his body seem borrowed. The medical array ran constant on the secondary screen, but every other scan line produced a non-human or outright impossible baseline. Beck tracked each anomaly with a pencil, not trusting the computer to keep the notes intact. He periodically checked the crew vitals, eyes darting to the highest spiking line, then holding there until the numbers stabilized. Alien's sensors ran silent, but she hadn't moved in 15 minutes. Her console displayed the herd's vector and velocity in 4 redundant overlays. Each one disagreed with the others. She flipped the display to passive gravitic, then to raw optical, then to M, and found the same error. 19 entities, then 21, then 0, then the Radian itself, duplicated and redshifted, dragging a ghost afterimage behind it like a comet. She logged the discrepancies in a side file, but each time she tried to save, the computer protested. Archive mismatch. Refer to sysadmin. The deck vibrated with a click and a hush, then fell still. The sound recurred at regular intervals, always louder, always closer, as if the ship were trying to shake off a phantom limb. At the seam between 2 panels, a crack appeared and vanished, the line opening just enough to show darkness underneath before resealing as though nothing had happened. Varga glanced down at it, then looked away, her face giving away nothing. The first real event started with the lights. The status LEDs along the forward curve blinked out, then reappeared in a configuration no one had ever seen. Red, green, orange, then all white. Every control on the left-hand side of the bridge shimmered, then snapped into a new arrangement. Some panels had extra toggles, some had none. Beck reached for the O2 override, but his hand passed through empty space, the button not just missing, but never there. He blinked, looked at Morales, then back at his hand. "Did you see that?" he asked. Morales didn't look up. "Yeah, it's happening everywhere." He toggled the soldering iron, but the tip didn't light. "Damn it, my tool just phased. You got a backup?" Sio didn't answer. She was busy running the drift margin against 3 different star catalogs, each one disagreeing not just on position, but on the total number of stars. She slid a finger down the side of the nav pad, then stopped, mouth open. "Captain, the frame just changed again. Our local reference stars are." She double-checked, then hissed. "They're not just shifting. The whole sky is being rewritten." Alien threw her overlay up to the main, where the entire herd's vector ran sideways, then duplicated, then merged into a single blue-white band that hung in the void like an open wound. "It's not just visual," she said. "The mass signatures are stacking, then splitting. Sometimes we're in front, sometimes we're behind. There's even a frame where we're not here at all." Beck rechecked the medical overlay. His own heart rate spiked, then fell to 0, then climbed back up in time with the others. Medicals showing nulls. Crew status is flickering. We could be dead, or we could be in 3 places at once. I don't know how to log it. Varga ground her heel into the deck, then turned to Morales. "Is the drive holding?" He checked the readout. "Sort of. The margin's all over, but the physical hardware is still here. We're burning more power than we should, but it's working." He tried to say something else, but the word caught, as if the air had changed between one breath and the next. "If we lose the corridor, we lose everything." The joint at the base of the forward view port made a wet, high-frequency pop, and for a second, the view outside inverted. The stars went negative, black on white, and the wake corridor twisted like a drill bit, all talk and no motion. The effect faded almost instantly, but everyone on the bridge recoiled, then steadied. Sio's console flashed an error in a language none of them spoke. For a full 2 seconds, her display rendered as a block of geometric symbols, some of them so intricate they defied parsing. She tapped the edge, and the console rebooted into standard directorate interface, as if nothing had happened. She looked at Varga, and her lips barely moved. "We just lost 3 minutes. My clock says 08:18, but the sequence log is at 08:21. Morales exhaled. "It's not time dilation. It's more like the ship is cycling through states." Eileen, watching her own hands, said, "There's a lag. Sometimes I see myself move, then the body follows, like a bad video feed." Beck checked his own pulse manually, counting under his breath. For a second, I saw my own hand in the wrong place. Varga didn't flinch. "We stick to protocol," she said. "No one leaves station. We log every error. We keep the vector. CO keep the nav live. Morales, if the drive goes yellow, you override and hold. Beck, watch for any sign of decompression. Eileen, keep eyes on the herd. If we drop out, it's on you to spot the exit vector." The sound of the deck changed again. A click, then a crack, then a sound like teeth chattering. A seam opened near the rear bulkhead, revealing a sliver of corridor that didn't match any of the ship's plans. The walls were a glossy black, the handhold silver instead of blue. Then the seam closed, the air pressed flat, and everything was as it had been. Morales rubbed his eyes, then said, "It's like the ship is remembering other versions of itself." Sio's hands trembled, but she kept to her display. "Some of these star patterns aren't just wrong, they're impossible. There's a version of the frame where the herd is 5 times bigger, and another where there's nothing but black." Eileen spoke up. "I think I see the Mendel." She ran the overlay, then frowned. "But it's not the Mendel, it's 3 Mendels, all in parallel but in different positions. I can't tell which, if any, is real." Beck said, "The only thing that isn't changing is the wake corridor. It's always there." Varga nodded. "That's our anchor." She reset her stance, then addressed the bridge. "No matter what changes, we keep to the corridor, even if the ship wants to go somewhere else." The console in front of Morales glitched again, and this time it resolved into a totally different layout. The color scheme was orange and purple, the buttons arranged in an unfamiliar spiral. Morales tried to run a diagnostic, but the words came out in a script he didn't know. "I can't read this," he said, almost laughing. "I don't know if the drive is on or off." Sio reached for her own display, but her hand passed through the control entirely. The pad was a ghost, a projection with no substance. She pulled her hand back, then tried again, and this time her fingers hit resistance as if reality had remembered to be solid. She caught Varga's eye, and for the first time she looked afraid. Beck, who had started logging symptoms for the crew, found himself writing in a language he did not remember learning. The words made sense in the moment, but when he looked away, they became gibberish. He closed his eyes, counted to 3, then tried again, and the log reverted to English. Eileen's overlays doubled, then tripled. She saw the herd in all 3 frames at once. In one, the entities were bone white. In another, blacker than the black current in the last, a blur of light and shadow. She toggled between them, then realized she didn't need to toggle. They were all superimposed, flickering in and out of phase. Sio said, "Captain, I think we're being split. There's versions of us on all these vectors. I see myself in some of the other displays." Varga didn't hesitate. "If you see another crew, do not engage. We're the prime. We keep to the protocol. The only reality that matters is the one we're in." Morales watched as the interface slid back to normal, the colors settling into the familiar blue on black. He risked a glance over his shoulder, then at his hands. They were still shaking. "I think it's passing," he said. Varga looked at the deck. The crack was still there, but smaller. The lights flickered, but only once. Outside, the herd was visible again, sharp and bright against the black. Sio's drift margin returned to something like sanity, the numbers cycling through reasonable values. "We're back," she whispered, but didn't stop watching. "Eileen, the black current is closer, gaining." Beck checked his log. "My pulse is normal again. Everyone's is." For a moment, the bridge was silent, except for the gentle whine of the drive and the hum of the deck. Varga exhaled once, then said, "Eyes open. We're not out yet." The next event hit without warning. The viewport flashed white, then the bridge was filled with a high-frequency whine. For a split second, everyone was somewhere else. The uniforms were wrong, the ship's deck a honeycomb of unfamiliar panels, the air thick with the scent of copper. Beck saw another version of himself across the bridge, eyes open and mouth moving, but he couldn't hear the words. Morales saw his own hands, but the left one was missing, replaced by a crude metallic joint. Sio glimpsed a starfield she had never navigated, a line of numbers that made no sense, and then she was back, on the Radian, breathless. Alien saw nothing at all, just a blackness that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. Then the view snapped back. The bridge was as it had been, the crew at their stations, the herd visible, the corridor intact. For a long minute, no one moved. Beck broke the silence. Did we all? Morales, yeah. Sio, yes. Eileen softly, I lost track. Varga looked at each officer in turn, then spoke. Log it. Then we move forward. No one objected. The bridge resumed its rhythm, a little more ragged, but determined. Outside, the stars continued to flicker, but the corridor held. And in the center of the blue, the crew kept to the vector, no matter how many realities tried to pull them away. Within 20 minutes, the next event started as a low chorus in the hull. At first, the vibrations mimicked the ship's own harmonics, a subtle resonance that chased up the bones and pressed against the back of the teeth. Then, all at once, the deck shuddered in a triple pulse. 1, 2, 3, then nothing, before settling into a new, higher frequency that made every fixture on the bridge buzz with tension. Eileen was the first to see it. She pointed, not at the display, but out the forward port, where the herd had begun to break formation. The blue-white giants scattered, some surging forward, others slamming sideways into paths that skirted the edge of the corridor before curling back into the main line. Their perfect interval was gone. The herd now moved like a panicked flock, each entity shifting to avoid the one behind. The black current is compressing the field, Eileen said, her voice as thin as the blue line that now marked the corridor's boundary. If we stay in the wake, we'll make it, but it's closing. Hard. Outside, the effect was biblical. The edge of the current had gained structure, a scalloped front that licked forward like a tongue of pure black. Where it touched the void, stars vanished, constellations erased mid-pattern, their light unmade with a kind of greedy precision. The Radian's path was suddenly a narrowing river of blue, with nowhere to go but forward. Morales checked the diagnostic, then keyed the bridge. Drive, taking more power than expected. We're leaking containment from the cage, probably just due to the compression, but I can't rule out microfractures. Beck's readout went wild. He barked. I'm seeing double signals on life support, like we've got two crews aboard. Some of these pulses aren't human baseline. Varga, explain. Beck kept reading, voice flattening with professionalism. It's as if there's a second set of bodies. Some metrics match us, but others are close, then diverge. I don't know what it means. Neurological activity is spiking across the board. If anyone feels off, report it immediately. Sio gripped her station, eyes darting between overlays. My displays are splitting. There's one where the corridor is ahead, another where it's gone, and a third where I think we've already crashed. She paused then. I can see the Radian in 3 positions at once. It's like we're shadowing ourselves. Morales coughed dry. Or we're being shadowed. For the first time, Beck's voice shook. Anyone else see her? He hesitated. Never mind. Varga, if you see something, report. Beck, I thought I saw Tessa at comms. Just for a second. She was logging something, then gone. Eileen looked at the same spot. There's nothing there, but I saw a flicker too. Morales risked a glance toward the ghosted comms chair. She always did like to haunt us. The bridge's status lights flickered from blue to white, then to a washed-out grey, as if the system couldn't decide which layer of reality to draw from. The drive's hum changed pitch again, this time modulating like a chorus of dying insects. The air itself seemed to heat, then cool, then charge with static, until everyone's hair stood up or arms prickled with goose flesh. Sio's hands hovered above the controls, then darted in, pressing 3 buttons at once. I've got a solution window, but it's unstable. If we don't jump at the next node, the corridor could collapse, or the current will overtake us. Varga, margin. Sio checked, then shook her head. 0, it's a coin flip. Eileen's sensor display froze, then rebooted, then ran a split screen. In one, the herd was intact, all entities running together. In the other, most had been erased, only two left, the rest replaced by a blur of empty space. I think it's happening faster now. We're losing reality at both ends. Beck's voice went tight. I'm getting overlap on crew vitals. I can see. He turned, looked at Morales, then Varga. I think I see us, but it's not us. It's like we're on delay or duplicated. Varga, focus. If you can't function, say so. Beck nodded, wiped sweat from his brow, then keyed in a shot of stimulant from the med kit. I'm good. Just keep talking. Morales chuckled hollow. Drive is running on fumes. If you want to make the jump, do it now, Captain. We won't survive a second pass. Varga looked at each face, reading them for panic, found only a kind of wild, terminal clarity. CEO, prep the vector. Ready, she said, voice tightrope thin. Eileen, watch the herd. Call it if you see a better window. Eileen, will do. Beck, medical override. Secure the crew. Beck keyed the command, then locked his own harness. Done. Morales, I'll hold the field as long as I can, but I'll have to take manual if it redlines. Varga gripped the armrest, then let her eyes linger on the main display. Outside, the corridor had narrowed to a slit, the walls of blue pressed, so close the wake seemed to hum with pent-up violence. The black current, now only a minute behind, advanced with all the patience of geological time. But the rate was absolute. Anything not inside the herd's wake vanished, erased. The deck pitched sideways, just a degree or two, but enough to throw everyone's perspective off. For a split second, the bridge duplicated, a second set of bodies locked in perfect echo a meter to the right. Then it snapped back, the world aligned. In the ghosted comms pit, Tessa Hale flickered into being, hunched over her board, hands moving in a blur. Beck stared, unable to look away. Then she was gone. Varga nodded to herself, then barked. All hands brace for transition. No one argued. The Lattice Drive's hum hit a crescendo, then stuttered into a high-pitched whine. Morales clamped both hands on the override, knuckles white. Sio's fingers hovered, then slammed the execute on the nav pad. The world turned blue, then white, then nothing at all. Somewhere outside the hull, the last of the herd crossed the threshold. The black current reached the Radian's tail and bit down. Inside, on the bridge, every mind fractured, then remembered to be whole. For a second, it seemed that nothing had changed. But on the forward display, the stars had gone utterly unfamiliar, and the only thing left was the blinding, perfect line of the wake corridor. Varga's voice cut the silence. Again, we hold. And so they did, the crew and the ship and the ghosts alike, pressing forward, hopping there was still a world to arrive in. Chapter 15, Vector. The wake corridor failed in increments, each more savage than the last. The Radian's hull shuddered, as if struck by artillery, the first blow snapping every loose panel in engineering and sending a cold rattle up through the spine of the ship. On the bridge, the crew snapped to their restraints instinctively, but nothing in training had prepped them for this. The world outside the port gone from velvet blue-black to a blinding, stuttering haze, the corridor's edge folding in on itself with every heartbeat. Captain Mara Varga locked both hands on the command chair, the restraints biting into her collarbones. Her focus was dead ahead, but she tracked the bridge with side-eye. The nav pit, where Sio's hands fluttered above the console like wounded birds. The sensors, where Eileen hunched forward, every nerve on fire. The periphery, where Beck's knuckles whitened as he gripped the emergency panel. Brace, Varga barked, but the word barely carried over the symphony of alarms. The collision warning had already merged with the proximity alert, a shrill tootin that was soon joined by the deep, pained groan of the hull. The deck pitched sideways. The bridge's horizon jerked, then stuttered, and for a moment Varga had the uncanny sense of being out of sync with her own body, like watching herself react on a half-second delay. Ahead, the corridor constricted. The blue-white of the wake went from a ribbon to a thread, and beyond that, nothing. No stars, no color, just the matte erasure of the black current, now so close it seemed to breathe against the outer hull. In the nav pit, Lynn CEO's display flickered with a dozen incompatible realities. The starfield overlay alternated between 3, 4, sometimes 5 different reference frames, each one with its own geometry, its own wrongness. She tried to run the burn solution, but the software fought her, returning impossible numbers. Vector indeterminate, frame not found. CEO's hands shook as she hammered the input, cursing in staccato bursts. Sometimes English, sometimes the guttural, vowel-rich language of her childhood. "Captain," CEO called, voice strangled by panic and effort. "The corridor's fragmenting. I can't get a clean vector, the nav's splitting between." She cut off as the deck jolted again, harder than before. "It's all over the place. If we don't match the window, we lose the line forever." Varga gritted her teeth. "Work it. Give me anything above 50%. At sensors, Eileen's world was the edge of the abyss. The black current had accelerated beyond theory, its front now an arcing, fractal wave that devoured constellations by the hundred. The margin between the herd and annihilation was down to seconds, not minutes. She called out the numbers, monotone but urgent. Current at 0.3 light seconds. Compression event in 6. Correction, 5, 4. The crew rode the turbulence in increments. A snap in the port bulkhead, a spray of white sparks from overhead, the wild, stuttering flicker of emergency lights as the power grid cycled between failing states. The blue band along the deck became a strobe, every pulse casting the crew's faces in a new, harsher geometry. Morale's voice cut in from engineering, distorted by the strain on the comm. "Drive is redlining. If we don't take the burn now, we lose the ring. Repeat, the lattice is about to fail." Varga's voice was a whipcrack. "CEO, solution." CEO ran the overlay one last time. Her hands hovered, fingers splayed, as she tried to force the numbers into a reality that did not want them. "Got it," she said, almost weeping. "Vector locked, but the margin's bad, 38%. Varga, do it." CEO hit execute, and the world lurched. The Radian's hull flexed, then stretched, a sensation less like acceleration and more like being squeezed through a straw. For a split second, the bridge went monochrome. Every color bled to a hard, sterile white, the blue of the wake corridor replaced by a blinding, unsourced illumination. The view outside the forward port fractured. Stars appeared in triples and quadruples, each one chasing the others through impossible orbits, their afterimages curling around the narrowing wake like DNA. Then the reality bleed started. It began with the air. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second, then rose just as fast, the humidity flickering between rainforest and desert. Beck's glasses fogged, then unfogged, then cracked as the differential hit. The deck underfoot went from rough to glassy to a ribbed, unfamiliar texture, all in the space of a breath. But the real horror was the bridge itself. At first, the duplication was minor, an extra status panel blinking just above Eileen's right shoulder, a redundant rail along the command pit. Then more. The bridge grew a second layer, a ghost image, then a third, each one offset by a few centimeters, each one occupied by the same crew, but in subtly different postures. Varga saw herself 10 times in a span of 2 meters, every copy locked in a different moment of tension. Some shouted, some wept, some gripped the command rail so tight their knuckles split. The flicker became a pulse. Reality oscillated, every strobe a new permutation. Sometimes the bridge was a meat locker, sometimes a greenhouse, sometimes a tunnel of bone. The only constant was the narrowing blue-white thread of the corridor, now visible as a knife edge out the forward port. Then, with no warning, the comms pit was occupied. Tessa Hale sat in her old chair alive, her hands working the controls at a blur. Her face was contorted with effort, blood streaming from her ear and across her jaw. She looked up, straight at Varga, no, through Varga, and screamed, "Vector! Do not lose the vector! Burn now, or it all goes to shit." Beck saw her too. He reached out, voice breaking, "Tessa." She ignored him, working the comms at an inhuman speed. The bridge shuddered again, and her image split, then merged, then went negative before resolving back to color. In the next flicker, she was gone, the chair empty, but the scent of ozone and blood lingered in the air. CEO, seeing none of this, just stared at her console, the numbers bleeding down the screen like rain on glass. Drive is losing containment, Captain. The only window is now. Varga steadied herself, then said, "Execute final burn, now." She didn't wait for confirmation. The Radian roared, a sound that didn't belong in a vacuum, a vibration so deep it rendered the world in slow motion. Every display on the bridge went full white, then blue, then dead. The only sensation was acceleration and the certainty of falling off a cliff. The bridge flickered through one last sequence, a corridor made of mirrors, each pane filled with a different crew, all of them screaming, all of them locked in the same moment of annihilation. Then the lights went out. In the dark, the crew waited. When the world returned, the bridge was silent, the only illumination a thin blue line along the deck. The view outside was pure void. No stars, no herd, no black current, just the afterimage of the last vector burned onto the retinas of every officer who'd lived to see it. Varga released the command rail, her hands slick with sweat. "Report," she said, voice barely audible. CEO looked up, eyes red, face lit by the ghost of her last solution. "I think we're still here." Eileen checked sensors, found nothing but the soft return of her own heartbeat. Beck in the quiet said, "I saw Tessa." No one argued. The Radian floated in silence, a capsule of blue light in a universe that had forgotten how to dream. For a long time, the crew did not move. Then, as if waking from a shared nightmare, they reset their stations, checked the margins, and waited for the next order. Outside, in the dark, the wake corridor was gone. But for a moment, just a moment, there had been a path through the impossible. And somewhere, maybe, a voice still lingered, crying out across the dying light, "Hold the vector." Engineering was a world apart. In the belly of the ship, insulated by shielding that wasn't meant to hold back anything more exotic than neutrons, the hum of the lattice drive became a living thing, an ambient presence that pressed on the chest and made the gums ache. Elias Morales stood alone in the field cage. The radiation curtain glimmered in the air, a ghost of blue-white so pure it turned the bones of his hands to porcelain under the skin. Every monitor on the compartment's perimeter flashed in irregular, frantic bursts. Yellow, then red, then the deep, unfakeable magenta that only meant one thing: irrecoverable event in progress. He had prepped for this in theory. The protocol was clear. Enter the cage, engage manual, override the failsafes, then tune the port trim collar until the drive's harmonic hit the target window. The rest of the engineering crew had locked out when the warnings hit, sealing Morales in, the only living thing between the Radian and vacuum annihilation. He did not bother with the comms. Varga was up top, and the protocol said the next words she'd hear would be his last. Morales flexed his hands, then reached for the primary adjustment. The collar was warm, the actuator buzzing beneath his grip. The display next to his faceplate spat data in half-second bursts. Containment failing. Vector outside tolerance. Radiation lethal. He grinned. Yeah, no kidding. The Lattice Drive was beautiful if you liked watching your own death in real time. The drive core pulsed with an internal aurora, a sphere within a sphere, the inner layer crackling with mathematical lightning. Morale's job was to keep the port side of that storm in perfect sync with the rest, no matter how hard the universe tried to rip it loose. He toggled the adjustment, felt the collar fight back, a stiffness he'd come to associate with microfracture in the field elements. The pain was a novelty. The radiation was already cooking the nerves in his forearms, making the muscles tight and spastic, but the collar needed a delicate touch. Above him, the engineering ceiling flexed. The pressure wave from the collapsing wake had made it all the way through the ship, and for a second Morales felt as if the gravity had tripled. He locked his boots to the deck, bared his teeth, and twisted the actuator a fraction of a degree. The world stuttered. The compartment went from blue to red, then to a sick egg yolk yellow. For a heartbeat, Morales saw himself through the cage's reflection. No, through the drive's own geometry, 3, 4, 6 versions, all locked in the same moment, each one mid-motion. Some sweated, some bled from the nose, one slumped over the console. They all looked up at once, caught one another's gaze, and grinned, all teeth. He barked a laugh, the sound sharp and awful in the confined space. "Just us chickens," he muttered, and the 6 other Moraleses all said it too, their voices overlapping in an ugly harmony. The drive howled, the note so pure it made his teeth ache. The data readout flashed. "Window imminent." Morales felt the skin on his forearms begin to blister, the radiation eating through the dermis with a precision that was almost polite. He didn't stop. The next step required a two-handed maneuver, one on the collar, the other holding the shunt lever on the stabilization fin. The move was a bastard to get right, but it was the only way to keep the drive from talking itself to pieces. He counted the beats. On 2, he twisted the collar. On 3, he threw the shunt. The compartment's air sizzled, then bled off in a white vapor as the field's integrity dipped. Morales felt his consciousness fragment. The sound, the heat, the stink of his own cooking skin, the knowledge that somewhere the bridge needed this burn or they'd all be atoms in an archive no one would ever find. A line of blood ran down his left eye, the pressure behind it popping capillaries in a quiet, perfect chain. His vision doubled, then tripled, then recombined. The drive spat back at him, the adjustment panel now hot enough to blister, even through the gloves. He screamed, not from fear or even pain, but from the sheer effort of holding the drive's will in place for one more cycle. Then, in the next instant, the collar jammed. The actuator froze, locking him out. The margin on the readout dropped from low to none, and the warning overlay started a hard, unbroken klaxon. Trim collar, failure. Manual intervention, required. Morales didn't hesitate. He ripped the glove from his right hand, skin already red and puckered, and jammed his fingers into the emergency override. The metal was so cold it burned, but the relay tripped, and the collar began to turn, slow, then a little more, then just enough. It wasn't enough. He could see it in the data, and in the drive itself. The inner sphere's arc was now misaligned by a millimeter, but that was enough to kill the ship. The manual said never to touch the field with bare skin. It would shear bone, cauterize nerves, leave nothing but the suggestion of a hand and a lot of regret. Morales braced, then slammed his hand into the collar, right up to the wrist. The blue-white field cut into the flesh instantly. It did not sizzle, it did not smoke. It simply erased, one moment a hand, the next a stump. But the collar turned, and the drive harmonized, and the world outside the Radian, the world of stars and blue and collapse, aligned for a single, perfect moment. He howled, then pressed his ruined forearm to the panel and held, knowing if he let go, it was over. The drive roared. Through the transparent walls of the field cage, Morales watched as 100 versions of himself flickered in and out of existence. Some gripped the panel, some fell, some smiled. All of them kept the vector. The pain was a column of light, an unending now. Morales lost track of the seconds, the warnings, the world. All he had was the pressure on the drive, the feel of the port trim collar, the final instruction Varga had given him. Hold. So he did. The Radian's last act was violence. On the bridge, the air stank of ozone and sweat and old, electric fear. The emergency lighting strobed red, then blue, then white as the final burn sequence built to overload. The black current pressed against the tail of the wake corridor, turning what remained of the starfield into a pixelated fog. Each time the ship shuddered, the viewscreen updated. First a pure blue-white vector, then a nothingness so perfect it hurt to look at. Captain Mara Varga fixed her eyes on the forward display, her voice a scalpel. Stand by for ignition. Lin Sio's hands danced over the nav controls, even as the display fought her. alternating between 3 sets of physics and a dozen different reference frames. Each time she ran the numbers, the answer came back wrong, but the wrongness itself was the pattern. She called out, "Target lock. Quiet volume 9. It's now or never, Captain." Jonah Beck was at life support, running medical and system checks with one hand and prepping the morphogenics with the other. The readouts were chaos. The crew's heart rates flickered in and out, oxygen levels jumped by orders of magnitude, and for a moment the monitor showed 2, then 3, then 100 versions of the bridge, each with its own dead or dying crew. Beck ignored the error, focused on the numbers that mattered and called, "Ready on medical, if you need it." The ship lurched, once, then again, the gap between events so short it felt continuous. Eileen shouted from sensors, "Current is inside the margin. It's touching the wake. Window is under 1 second." Varga's voice was a calm in the storm. "All stations, final vector, hold." In engineering, Elias Morales did not hear the command, or if he did, the words were just another input among the thousands screaming alarms. His world was the drive core, the heat of the field, the bone-deep ache as radiation shredded the lining of his muscles and the architecture of his DNA. He watched the display in front of his ruined hand, eyes blurred by blood and tears, and saw the blue line drift into perfect alignment. He did not think about what came after. There was only the collar, the drive, the need to hold just a little longer. On the bridge, time dilated. Beck's monitor rolled from seconds to milliseconds, then to 0. Eileen's sensors burned out, the overlays popping into a static so dense it painted her hands with phantom pins and needles. Sio's last act was to punch the commit, slamming the vector into the lattice drive, trusting the numbers even as the software shrieked in protest. Varga called down to engineering, "Ignite." The comm hissed with static, then Morales' voice came through, a sound like a ghost in a vacuum. "Go." And they did. The lattice drive spun up with a resonance that was less a sound and more a physical event. The ship vibrated at every scale, from the macromolecules in the hull to the smallest capillary in every crew member's brain. Beck gripped the med panel so tight he felt bone flex. Eileen slammed her fists against the console, the blue light from the display searing her vision into negatives. Sio let her head drop, trusting the ship to take her the rest of the way. Varga watched the forward display, unblinking. Outside, the corridor collapsed. Veil 1, the Leviathan, flared with a brilliant silver, its body distorting as the black current overtook the wake. The entire universe seemed to fold inward, a tidal wave of wrongness erasing every trace of light, every signature, every possible future. In engineering, Morales stared directly into the core. The pain was absolute, but the beauty of the harmonized drive was almost enough to distract from it. The sphere at the heart of the machine glowed with a color he had never seen, not on any spectrum, not in any theory. It sang to him, the last note of a dying world. The instant the window hit 0, Morales ripped the collar a final degree, screamed as the field cauterized the rest of his forearm, and watched the numbers on the readout resolve. Vector accepted. Jump now. He barely heard his own voice as he spat the word into the comm. Burn. On the bridge, the world went blue, then white, then black. For a heartbeat, every crew member saw themselves, sometimes as they were, sometimes not. Beck saw a version of himself old, grey and smiling. Eileen saw her own hands, but older, worn and trembling. Sio glimpsed the nav pit running with blood, but her face was calm, her eyes clear. Varga saw nothing but the path ahead, and that was enough. The drive ignited. The Radian tore free from the corridor, leaving behind a silver arc that burned itself into the void. In engineering, Morales slumped to his knees, the body done but the vector held. The field cage went from blue to white, then to glassy transparency, and for a moment he was everywhere at once. On the bridge, the forward display returned, this time showing a single, stable starfield. The crew blinked in the harsh, clean light, and for the first time in an eternity, the world did not seem to be collapsing. No one spoke for a long minute. Then Beck, voice ragged, said, "We made it." Eileen nodded, not trusting herself to words. CO exhaled, then reset the nav, just to feel the reality of the controls beneath her hands. Varga waited, then called down to engineering. Status. There was no answer. She tried again. Engineering report. Still nothing. Beck stood slow and walked to the comms. He toggled the override, voice gentle. Elias, it's done. You can let go. In engineering, the comm flickered. The field cage was dark, and inside, Morales sat against the bulkhead, eyes open but unfocused, the stump of his arm charred but clean. He had stopped breathing, but the smile remained, as if some part of him was content to stay with the machine forever. The crew ran the checks. They were in the right universe, maybe not the only one, but one that matched the old star charts, one that did not erase itself with every blink. Outside, there was nothing but the blue of quiet space and the memory of the corridor they'd left behind. In the end, the black current swallowed the world behind them, but the Radians sailed on, a fragment of will and sacrifice cutting through the impossible. On the bridge, Varga set her hands flat on the console, eyes wet with something that was not defeat, not exactly. She said nothing. She didn't have to. The ship and its ghosts carried on. Chapter 16, The Right Sky. There was a period of absolute stasis. No sound in the hull. No light but for the wash of the forward display, Starfield rendered with a purity that defied memory. No alarms. Not even a heartbeat, for those who remembered the seconds after the Lattice Drive's final burn. All hearts had already stopped, for one blink, somewhere between the old universe and this. In the bridge pit, 4 living figures drifted loose of their harnesses and restraints, each negotiating the transition with the private desperation of a person unaccustomed to surviving. Captain Mara Varga was the first to move. Her grip on the command rail was surgical, fingers uncoiling only when the deck ceased its micro-vibrations, and the view screen refused to resolve into anything but a perfect, static infinity. She exhaled, eyes watering in the cold, and let herself inventory the damage. Beck's position at life support was a study in blankness. He had kept his hands locked at his sides through the last burn, but the skin around his fingernails was split, and his boots left blood on the deck. When the ship's inertial dampers finally remembered their job, Beck's head lolled sideways, a soft collision with the medical bag stowed beside him. He didn't react for several seconds, then drew a thin, shaking breath and checked the readouts. They pulsed yellow, barely viable, but improving. Eileen, at sensors, had not spoken since the first approach of the black current. She now blinked at the forward display, the data overlays rippling down her face in white, and then blue, uncomprehending. Her hands ran the sensor suite through its boot sequence 4 times before the displays would respond. When she finally spoke, it was just a single word. Stars. At navigation, Lynn Seo stared not at the external views, but at the margin of the nav console, her forehead pressed so hard against the plastic it left a sweat print. The bridge had gone 300 degrees colder, or maybe that was just the synapses trying to find a pattern in what felt like hallucination. She made herself reach for the input. Initialize frame compare, she said, voice shot through with sand. The nav software, not entirely convinced of its own existence, refused to run the compare, then relented, then locked the bridge in silence as it processed. The delay was exquisite. On the main display, the universe looked not only possible, but familiar. All the constellations were where they should have been, except for 2 points at the upper left quadrant, which disagreed with the reference by less than a degree. Beck caught the error at the same time as Seo, but neither said anything, as if voicing the difference would allow it to propagate. Eileen's overlays lit up with local traffic. The Radian sensors had never before detected another Directorate ship in wild, unmarked space. Now there was one, a mid-range signal, bearing exactly the identifier assigned to support vessel Mendel, station-keeping attitude at 2,000 kilometers, not moving, not broadcasting. Varga keyed the nav pit. Status, she said, the word an order and a lifeline. Seo didn't look up. She bled the numbers onto the shared channel, each value hitting the rest of the bridge with the force of revelation. Match to Directorate Ephemeris, 96.7%, CEO said, still not trusting it. Delta on reference clock, 4 minutes 31 seconds. Local star positions are within margin. We're home, or the closest adjacent. Closest counts, Varga said, just above a whisper. At the edge of the display, the Mendel's ID pinged again. Beck pointed it out, the gesture small and involuntary. Varga, I see it. The silence stretched, an uneven pull on every body in the room. Then the comms board, where once Tessa Hale would have snatched the channel before anyone else could, beeped with a soft, insistent tone. No one moved to answer at first. Eileen quietly, I can take it. Varga, no, on main. She tapped the toggle, and the audio cut straight to the bridge, no filters, no compression. The voice came with the same cool precision as the directorate itself. Radian, this is Mendel Actual. We have you on visual, we have you on beacon. Welcome home. A pause. State crew complement and status. Varga straightened, the old composure snapping back like a vacuum-sealed pressure suit. She wiped her mouth, then responded. Mendel, this is Radian. Complement is 4, 2 deceased. Hull and drive are viable, navigation at full function. Standby for med transfer and log retrieval. The audio came back, less official this time. The voice was unmistakable to any who'd served in a directorate program. Captain Hossing, whose legend had begun with quiet efficiency and ended with the ability to project reassurance through a radio band. He did it now. Understood, Radian. Stand by for docking channel. Medical prep in progress. Another pause. Captain Varga, please confirm. Hale and Morales. Varga's eyes flicked to the comms chair, empty, then to the engineering feed, where Morales' logging glowed a soft, perpetual red. She let herself look at Beck, then Sio, then Eileen. She keyed the mic. Confirmed, she said. Hossing's answer was not immediate. When it came, the words were quiet. Understood, Captain. The Directorate grieves with you. The channel closed. For the first time in hours, the crew let themselves move. Beck stood, then sat again. Eileen released her grip on the edge of her console, the knuckles so white they looked necrotic. Varga allowed herself a minute to stare at the ceiling. At navigation, Sio let go of the interface. Her hands were scorched along the sides, small burns left by the bridge fire suppression. She watched the Mendel approach, growing brighter in the forward port, and made herself believe in the simple physics of two objects sharing a solution. She had not noticed that her own uniform was flecked with blood, not hers, but Morales, from when she had dragged his body clear of the drive before the final burn. On the main display, the empty seats at comms and engineering gleamed in the artificial blue, the consoles still running the last programs each had set. No one spoke, but everyone looked. The Mendel's attitude thrusters winked once, then again, a signal so ordinary that it almost broke the spell. Beck, voice thin, said, That's textbook, the docking pattern. They didn't even send a drone. Varga nodded, but the gesture was for herself. On the bridge, the lights faded to a gentler blue. The world outside the Radian was, for once, still. And for the 4 who remained, the only job left was to wait. The medical shuttle from Mendel docked with a bump that vibrated up the Radian's battered spine and down to every joint, not yet numbed by fatigue. The lock hissed, then jammed. It took a full minute before the bridge's secondary alarm rang the hatch clear. The 4 survivors made their way aft in silence, each walking a little differently than they had on the way out. The hatch to the Mendel was a white oval, rimmed with rubber so fresh it still smelled synthetic. 2 medical officers, both in blue and white with the Directorate's snake-hand skein badge, waited just beyond the lock, faces open but wary. They had a routine, those 2. One in, one out, hands outstretched but not grabbing, every motion telegraphing we are not here to startle or cause harm. They greeted Varga first, rank recognized, as if the chain of command could physically transfer through a handshake. Welcome aboard, Captain, said the taller of the two, who wore her hair in a twist so severe it might have required its own med code. If you can walk, we'll go straight to bay. If not, we have the chair. Varga glanced at the evac chair, then nodded. We walk, she said. The others followed. The corridor to medical was shock-white, lit to a brilliance that exposed every flaw on a jumpsuit, every missed patch on a face or hand. Beck squinted, but the others just walked, as if the brightness was proof that this ship still lived. The medical bay was a small amphitheater. Beds raked upward, 3 steps up from the door, all arrayed toward the center, where a standing platform was raised for the triage nurse. The space buzzed with the hum of too clean air and the faint, ionized bite of recirculated O2. Varga took the highest bed, sitting upright, posture impossible and defiant even as the nurse poked at her wrist for a pulse. Beck was shuttled to the bed 2 below, then immediately stood and checked the monitors at CO's station, fingers tapping at her vitals with a distracted precision. Doctor, if you can return to your own bed, we can complete the assessment, the nurse said, not cross but not indulgent either. Beck grunted, then sat again. He let the blood pressure cuff inflate, then deflated it himself before the cycle finished. She's hypothermic, he said, nodding at CO. Also probably in shock. We'll need D5 and a sedative if she goes non-responsive. The nurse gave him a look, but tapped the order into her pad. CO didn't flinch as the second medic unwrapped her hands. The skin along her palms and fingers was raw, some spots down to the pink, but she didn't make a sound. She let her hands rest at her sides, eyes fixed on the overhead lights, the pupils pinpricked to nothing. The medic started to apply a clear gel, then paused, not sure if it would sting. CO saved her the trouble. Do it, she said, voice stripped of emphasis. The medic did. Eileen was last. She sat in the lowest bed, body language already resigned to whatever indignity was coming. Her injuries were less obvious, a series of contusions up one arm and a laceration along her left jaw that had clotted cleanly but left a purple bruise. She declined the pain shot, and when the medic brought over a cup of water, she took it with both hands, bowing her head to drink. The 4 of them arranged along the curve, each visible to the others, each refusing to acknowledge how much of the space remained empty. There were 6 beds. The last 2 were prepped, the sheets smooth, the monitoring leads coiled at attention. At the foot of each was a clear container, sealed and labeled, one with a comms headset and a string of woven wristbands, the other with a diagnostic wrench and a rag still smudged with old drive lubricant. For a while there was no talking. The Mendel staff moved quietly around the bay, taking vitals, collecting blood, occasionally keying notes to the console at the nurse's platform. Beck, even after the sedative, kept running checks on the others, sometimes forgetting to blink. Varga sat at parade rest, her expression unreadable, even when the nurse drew her blood and missed the vein, requiring a second try. CO stared up at the lights, only breaking her silence to ask for more water, which the medic brought without question. At the lowest station, Eileen watched the storage bins. When she thought no one was looking, she reached out and straightened the label on the box for morals, then tucked the loose end of the rag inside the plastic. At the change of shift, the nurse called the Mendel's doctor to the bay for the first formal exam. She was short, dark-haired, and moved with an economy that matched Varga. She didn't announce herself, just checked the chart, then addressed the group. Congratulations, she said, deadpan. You are all alive, pending a battery of tests to determine if you have returned with the correct arrangement of organs and consciousness. CO's mouth twitched, then subsided. The doctor continued. If you wish, you may rest here for the next 6 hours, after which you will be debriefed. If you need to contact your families, we can arrange it after the first hour, provided you are lucid. Varga nodded once. Understood. The doctor looked at Beck, who was now quietly recalibrating his own monitor. I see the decision to doctor is not easily turned off, she said. You may resume your duties as soon as I clear you, but if you stand up again in the next 30 minutes, I will sedate you myself. Beck weighed the threat, then nodded. With the medical staff gone, the bay was left to its silence. Varga waited until the corridor was clear before speaking. "We made it," she said. CO didn't answer. She flexed her hands, wincing at the crackle of pain, then returned her gaze to the ceiling. Beck rolled his head sideways. "She's still running the numbers," he said to Varga. Varga gave a single, slow nod. Eileen softly, "It's a good solution, the only one that worked." CO exhaled. "Still not perfect, there's a delta." Varga, "No solution is perfect, Nav." At the bottom of the bay, Eileen whispered, "They'd be proud, both of them." The others said nothing, but all eyes lingered on the bins at the end of the row. Beck swung his feet to the floor, heedless of the monitor, and shuffled over to the storage containers. He placed a hand above the headset, not quite touching, and stood for a long moment before returning to his bed. After that, there was no more talking. The 4 survivors lay in the antiseptic blue, their breathing synced to the rhythm of the erasure. Beyond the hatch, the Mendel continued its perfect, station-keeping routine, oblivious to the fact that inside, the impossible had been done. And in the bay, the empty beds waited. The debriefing chamber on the Mendel was a cube cut from the same colorless plastic as the rest of the Directorate's infrastructure, so new that the off-gassing from the wall panels still left a bite at the back of the throat. There were no windows, only a display wall showing a mission chronometer and a series of data feeds that recorded every eye blink, vocal pitch, and body temperature in the room. The 4 survivors sat on one side of the conference table, still in medical scrubs, the bruises and dressings visible on their arms and necks. Captain Hossin waited across from them, flanked by 2 Directorate officers, one in legal grey, the other in the red flash of mission analytics. A third chair, unoccupied, waited for the projected presence of a Directorate observer, whose icon flickered in the upper left of the display wall but never fully rendered. They began with the facts: elapsed time, jump count, casualties. Hossin opened the session with a level recitation of the mission parameters and a note of congratulations for returning with any crew at all. Varga delivered the report with the exact tone mandated by the Directorate, clipped direct, with no emotional embellishment, even as she listed the deaths of 2 officers and the permanent loss of containment on the experimental drive. The legal officer, hands folded, clarified the circumstances of each loss, asking for times, locations, last words. Beck answered most of these, the habit of recording everything already second nature. The mission analytics officer interjected only to ask for clarity on the solution logic that had brought them home. Varga turned to CO. CO had not slept since arrival, though she pretended for the sake of the medical staff. She traced the seam of the table with her left thumb, the right hand still wrapped in bandages. When the question repeated, she answered. "We used the minimum phase differential model," CO said. "It was the only option. The corridor was collapsing, the current's margin went to 0. If we tried for a perfect frame match, the error rate would have guaranteed failure." The analytics officer frowned. "So you targeted closest fit over identical. Statistically, that's 96.7%, CO said. "But there's always a margin. The solution space isn't unitary." The legal officer made a note. "Do you believe you are in the correct reality, Officer CO?" CO thought, then looked to Varga for permission to answer. Varga nodded. "On this margin, close counts, Nav did the best possible." The legal officer pressed. "Are you aware that in some theoretical models, the jump could have placed you in a statistically indistinguishable reality? One in which none of you are, strictly speaking, the original crew?" Beck made a face, but said nothing. Eileen sat with her arms crossed, eyes fixed on the mirrored surface of the table. CO said, "That's a possible interpretation. But the star maps, ship log, and our physical continuity." "Noted," the officer said. Captain Hossin cut in, his voice level. "It's an operational success by any Directorate standard, We are not in the business of chasing ghosts. A silence, then the analytic, what of the black current? Alien, voice thin but steady. It's real. The models should be updated to treat it as a predatory entity or field event. If anyone else jumps, they need to know. Varga added, we have full sensor logs. Even with the loss of Hale and Morales, the data made it through. Recommend retrieval teams. Hossin nodded. The Directorate will consider it. The debrief concluded with legal recitations. Beck signed off on the accuracy of the medical log, including his own loss of consciousness during the last burn. Alien initialed the sensor report. Varga hand-signed the casualty statement, then passed the pad to Sio. Sio hesitated over the signature line, then scrawled her name with her left hand, the right too clumsy for precision. As she did, her gaze wandered to Hossin's uniform, to the patch above his heart. FTL test. Follow the vector, the last two words in bold blue embroidery. She looked down at her own patch, stitched onto the fresh-issue Directorate jacket they had given her. Follow the vector. The thread was different, slightly glossier, but the words were the same. She was sure, absolutely sure, that her patch had once read, find the vector. She glanced at Beck's, then Alien's, then Varga's, all identical. The memory ticked in her head, day 0 of the mission, a briefing where the patch had been different, or maybe not. Maybe it was always follow. Maybe the reality bleed had cooked that part of her memory, overwritten it with the most probable string. Sio pressed her palm flat on the patch, felt the slight rise of the embroidery, and tried to remember with certainty. She couldn't. Across the table, the legal officer dismissed the group. Hossin stood, his motion as precise as ever. You did well, he said to all of them, but his eyes lingered on Sio for an extra second, as if to say that she in particular had carried the mission through. The 4 survivors rose in unison, each gathering the new uniforms and the tablets containing the mission files. As they filed out, Sio was the last to leave. She stood in the doorway, hand still pressed to the patch, her face empty and her breathing slow. In the corridor outside, Varga waited, her eyes soft. It's over, she said. Sio nodded, but did not follow. For a long time, she stood there, watching the reflection in the glass of the debriefing room, tracing the patch over and over, until the only thing she could feel was the uncertainty stitched into her skin.
Thanks for watching Echo Forge. If this story resonated with you, leave a comment, hit like, and subscribe so the next tale finds you. Share this with someone who loves dark fantasy or twisted sci-fi, and I'll see you in the next world.